Hello and welcome back, everyone. This patch... are we not getting any output? Okay, there we go. This patch is insane. This is like economics electric boogaloo. There is so much going on. It is so hard to evaluate. Well, it's not hard to evaluate what's good. It's just like how insane is one thing versus the other. It's been a ton of fun to play. The Panama run we are currently cooking is probably the most fun I've had playing Victoria 3 since 1.7, and we haven't declared a single war. And we're like 40 years into the game. So there is a lot going on with the combination of both treaties and trade changing and this type of stuff. We currently have the vote going, the poll going on the YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you will have to wait until the 4th of July for you to have viewership with representation. For now, there is no viewership with that representation. I suppose that we could do the final runoff poll with the Twitch viewers on straw poll. But we did do a Russia video, which we dropped today, where you can completely dominate trade with Russia. And why don't we talk through some of the options we have available in terms of our poll, which currently there's three. And so this has been, I think that this will probably be everyone's new favorite patch. I think most people is 1.7. I think that this one will be the new one. I think that the treaties right now are not very balanced, and you can do a lot of insano things. I think every country is like hyper playable because we are playing a no-war Panama run, and currently we own overseas 50,000% of our own domestic GDP. So, that might get... Alright, Brazil, a big thing about Brazil is this journal entry for coffee has always uber sucked. There's a journal entry for coffee. Where is it? Where is Harvey Dent? The river of coffee. Because you could never force anyone to import your coffee. Not anymore. We have subventions, and we can force the coffee down people's throat. This has been a source of consternation, and of course we have all the Brazil viewers saying, come to Brazil. The next option we have is Portugal. We will probably we will set it up so we can get achievements, so we'll go back to the screen. Devastating appearance of the Sweden option. I think we took it out. How would you rate the game with the latest DLC overall? This is the most fun I've had with the game since 1.7. I don't have, like... I didn't turbo push like 200 hours or something with my access, because the access I had with EU5 significantly overlapped with my Vic 3 access. I have maybe 20 or 30 hours or something like that currently on this patch. It's been a lot of fun. I think that some of these treaties are just insane. Like, just to give you guys maybe a little bit of a look, is you could start as someone who's very small and really get things going, like, just by getting money per week very early on. There's a lot of things that they're too willing to accept, like, they're too willing to take on really monstrous amounts of debt. I don't have, like, the answers to all the things they're too willing to do. They're pretty willing to do no tariffs or no subventions as an agreement, and give you actual substantive stuff while you're not running any tariffs or subventions anyways. The metagame, I think, is kind of up in the air. We're hoping to figure it out a little bit today. But the big thing about Portugal is, okay, you're small, you're a trading nation. You start out with Macau. You start out with a treaty port. And it's a little bit hard to get a treaty port on China, I guess, if you're playing Panama. We won't be playing Panama, so maybe it's not so hard. And so that's kind of the big thing about Portugal. And then Belgium, I think, is actually just going to be the premier play tall country. Got some interesting things going on with Belgium in particular, but it's the big idea is that you have one of the best companies in the game. You start with it, and I think investment rights is the most overpowered thing. Actually, well, it's hard to tell between treaties being too easy and investment rights being insane. But you can utilize other people's investment pool. And it seems very, very strong. We can also add iron mines, so we'll have an iron steel engines company at the outset, and then we'll be buying up everyone else's iron. We do have generic prestige tools on top of there eventually, but also with Belgium, and with many nations, we have the new reworked natural harbors, which give extra trade capacity. Trade and specialization is also turbo, like, strong now. You can trade, you can specialize, you can, I mean, like, I assume that once you have, like, 5 billion, 10 billion GDP, everything gets a tar kick again. But until that point, you could turbo specialize and just do, like, one thing and force it down everyone's throat, and it's just, like, super, super crazy. So this is the only 10% mappy state in the entire game in Holland. You get 5% mapping from natural harbors. I'm pretty sure this is the only natural harbor plus river state in the entire game. There's a bunch more natural harbor states than there used to be. Does Brazil get any? I don't think they get any. But we are going to have more mappy and then also more trade capacity, and then related to trade capacity, shipyards and port building throughput. So that is going to be some nice. I still don't understand how influential trade centers give extra trade capacity. Maybe it's a bug. It's like 10% or something of like the base value. I think it's a little bit extra. It's not a lot of bit extra. That's kind of a bad UI representation of the Russia video. The Russia video was really, really early access. Hey, Animal, and Maul, thank you for the $10. Big nice. Thank you so very much. We're catching up a little bit on chat. Just try to go through the nations. Hey, Daniela. How's it going? Coffee, basically. We have our caffeine today. It's nation-based, not location-based. If you eat Netherlands as... the Holland thing? Yeah, this is location-based. This isn't nation-based. This is tied to culture. This company, which is just an insane company, and you also start out with companies as Belgium. That may be the most significant, as we get into the company stuff right away. Everyone in the Caribbean has natural harbors instead of Haiti. Poor Haiti. The truth hurts. Had to interrupt a general's gaming video to open up the stream. He's not that handsome anyways. That's okay. Yeah. Great Britain also finally, like, reigns supreme. As far as I can tell, I think I've moused over just about every single one of these, just briefly. As far as I can tell, nobody has as big a bonus as Great Britain. Nobody. Where you get plus 25% trade capacity and 15% throughput. So Great Britain will finally just be able to turbo blast. We didn't put this in the option because I assume you guys don't want to do a run over everyone as Great Britain thing. I suppose if people really want to. Any early company tier list hot takes, super hard to evaluate now with the combination of prestige goods and the fact that you could add industry rights. So John Cockerell now, like, all the calculus is gone when you can suddenly add an additional thing. What's the special luxury item produced by companies? So these will get overconsumed by populations. Brazil might have one for coffee. The CSA is too strong. We can briefly go through some of the companies. We're swapping to Great Britain, so we have more interests in more areas. We currently have the poll running. We will probably come down to the do a runoff between the. Actually, let's start the runoff now between the next two. That way we don't have a poll for an hour. Although some of you guys like the poll bugaloo, I would like to get into game. But yeah, it is... the game feels super up in the air, and, like, in my opinion, like, not turbo figured out, although people who have played more hours probably have a better handle on things. Like, if you've played 200 hours on the patch, I think it makes a big difference. Because you know which all agreements are insane. A ton of these agreements just are turbo insane, though. And you could really get, like, The AI is not very good at evaluating stuff. It reminds me of reverse sways, where you used to, in exchange for helping Great Britain defend the Mosquito Kingdom, you used to get them to transfer you this. So Great Britain starts out with 2 subject-based ones in the EIC and also in the Hudson Bay Company. These guys are going to transfer over money, or their HQs are located in, you can see this one's in the home counties, and so there will be basically like infinite owners in the home counties, just to kind of kick things off. But just kind of perusing through a lot of these, I think that the extra industry added is going to apply to, generally speaking, stuff that is alongside. So in this case, this is stuff running in parallel. Or if there is a option of an input good that is relevant, so this one probably gives industry rights on ports, because ports are going into the fishing wars. But it's also using fishing as an input to give it for food industries. I'm not 100% sure, or I cannot, just by looking at them, predict all the industries you could add, so it's really hard to like rate which ones are best. What can you add to a food company? We could take a quick look at that. But in terms of prestige goods, you do get prestige seal on, or there's like a few like unique prestige goods. This, I think, really increases the value of the company quite a bit, because you can run over the AI, really push the thing, and then have your prestige good be really dominant. And this is a vibe. I think the only one with prestige iron is Russia. I don't know anyone with prestige coal. We can see here there's prestige coffee. We are hoping to find that as Brazil. We could see here another one with precision tools, but no unique tools. For example, Shuzhou silk. This is a unique one. But I think it's like evaluating a lot of this is just super up in the air. There's a few new ones. We haven't taken a look at everything in terms of the new stuff, but like a lot of companies that just like were like pretty medium, like when you add an extra industry on top of them, they get insane. I think the railway companies kind of sucked before. They're going to make a comeback, but in particular, like if you get prestige like railway goods, that's like actually insane. Because it increases the throughput of all the associated industries, which is like everything that you use it on, or you use a railway PM on. That's why I think prestige coal would be the best thing to get prestige goods on, because you use a labor-saving PM on coal. Yeah, let's take a look at Brazil and see if we indeed do have a coffee one. Both are good, so I won't vote. Truly a man of the people. Are you locked in low pop early when playing as minors such as Lanfang? If you don't join someone's market, you can have issues, but you can just you can just build stuff overseas in other people's countries. And it's absolutely insane. How does the performance feel compared to the dredge that was spammed? That was trade spamming prior patches. I haven't made a deep enough run to really comment on it, I think in a substantive way. Let's take a look at, see if we can find a coal company, or sorry, a coffee. Here we have Prime Meat, which is a meat one. Currently look at the files to see just that. John Cockrell and Lil Pop are crazy. Steel, iron, tools, and motors. Yeah. Also is crazy is New Russia Limited adding tools. Coal, iron, tools, steel, and that one has prestige iron. That just might be the best in the game. It's unclear to me though which splits you want, because you want maximum coverage, not necessarily best industries, and so it might be easier to go something like Lil Pop and then not get you want the widest distribution of coverage, and that is harder to think through what that's going to be without having played the reps, because you don't know. Is this prestige hardwood? Rosewood. So like this company might be really strong because you're getting throughput on this stuff. Still, generic wood would just be considerably better. Looking for a Brazil coffee one. Brazilian plantation company. So we would be making this. We do see the headquarters is in Sao Paulo, and so we would be going for reserve coffee if we play Brazil. which should be, incidentally, pretty strong. But yeah, I think there's only one prestige iron, and I think it's on taking a look. Oh no! It's like weird UI thing that happened with like the latest update of OBS, where it sometimes makes it so I can't click on things. It sounds like now it's worth it to rush tech that gives you company. Yeah, so in terms of tech, like, metagame has shifted quite a lot. Railways are just way worse to, like, go for, because you're pressured to go onto companies, and then you can go hydraulic cranes for bulk trading, which is really strong. And then on top of all that, you can... Ports, there's unlimited levels, so you can spam them for infrastructure, so you can just build on the coast more. Building on the coast in general seems a lot better. There's a bunch of, like, things in terms of tech that are, like, important. Maximum trade advantage from capacities, like, pretty solid. I don't know exactly how good that is. Getting company slots is insanely good, and you want to be going for it. I think the big thing is that, like, the military techs for hydraulic cranes and grand tier cranes are probably just absolutely insane text just in general sense. So are the extra bonuses you get for companies global or per company? I'm not sure what question you're asking here. Could you frame it a little bit differently? Okay, but here's Lil Pop Rao & Co. Refined steel, and you get to add on motors, but and this might be true with all of the iron, coal, steel companies. This one you could add on tools. So that just has everything, huh? And I think they changed it as... I don't think it required Bessemer process before. I could be misremembering, but I think it required a higher tier good. So now, New Russia Limited just seems like the absolute, like, go-to. In fact, Russia's kind of in a weird spot. You might be supposed to, like, release one of your companies at game start, just so you can put in New Russia Limited. I don't really... I'm not really sure. You do start with a little bit more tech as Russia because of the presence of the Alaskan company, but going the wood company also seems fine, but this... Adding on tools to this just kind of seems insane. Prestige iron on Sweden, I think? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Can you show unique German companies and goods? We can real quick. Let's... Like, when you grant an extra good, that costs one slot of the company, but I don't know if the slots is global. So you get some number of free slots. The slots are often cheap. But you get some number of free slots, and that capacity is global for all your companies, and then you can spend authority per extra slot. And so that's going to be how that goes. So we wanted to see unique German companies, a couple of these. Also, the arms companies are probably insane, because you can subvention small arms, and you can just try and trigger that minus infamy event much easier. So having one arms industry is probably good. Generic tools is actually probably really good because it does have the arms. Here we see Krupp guns, and if we take a look at Frederick Krupp, we can add iron mines to it. So Frederick Krupp now adds iron mines, and suddenly the company doesn't look like bad. GB is busted thing. Corn laws apply to PB now, and GB is strong PB. Yeah. I mean, they're just generally busted. Is it necessarily to use Monopoly? I'm a fan of free trade. I really don't know which is stronger between going for Monopolies and going for free trade. I am inclined to think that free trade is better. Granting a Monopoly does let them buy up other industries, though. I think either way you cut it, the really insane thing is being able to get foreign investment is now extremely strong. And it allows you to basically completely dominate control over particular industries in foreign... Ooh, is this a new one? It's a furniture prestige good company. I don't remember this one. Maybe it's just we looked over this and now we're looking at it because it has furniture. It does look like one of the German companies, though. We have Rheinmetall, which is going to be giving this. But, like, Rheinmetall probably also has sulfur. I would not be shocked if they had sulfur with the explosives here. And if you have sulfur plus this stuff, now suddenly it looks a lot better. Yankees fan, welcome to the stream. You're missing an option? Oh, Ethiopia? They didn't make the cut. Womp womp. Mason Worth. We see some of the prestige, like luxury goods here. And I haven't experimented yet with prestige luxuries, so I don't know if those feel really, really good or really weak. Hopefully we're not scrolling past too many German companies here. We do see this, but like, okay, the railway companies now maybe engines. Railway companies you can now get prosperity on, which just feels incredibly good. Like railway companies have felt awful for forever because you can't get prosperity on them, and now you can. And so it does feel really good. Someone said something about Sweden. I think so. We're going to do a video on this, but like in terms of like primo, like play tall, trade countries, I think the really good ones are Panama, Sweden, and Belgium. We're gonna have a little bit of a different list. I think we're gonna include a couple big players and try and have something more rounded out as concept. But Sweden, you get a couple of these, and you get some insane resource bonuses. Russia, incidentally, gets one. There's a lot more of these port things. We have one down there. These like are really good state bonuses to have now. But let's take a look at our companies here on Sweden. Someone said Prestige Iron Sweden was a possibility. Sweden is a minor now, apparently. Interesting. But everything feels way different. Is this from the patch or the DLC? I don't know which one's separate between the two. Baku has Prestige Oil. Pog. Panama Run? Yeah, the Panama Run is locked and loaded. I have 2 episodes uploaded. By the end of the second episode, for our GDP, we own 50,000% of that number overseas. 50,000%. We do see a Prestige Iron. So this, look, Prestige Iron, Iron Mines building throughput. I don't think this applies to your overseas ownership. Overseas ownership, I think, is going to be a big deal. So, but this probably, like, also has tools. And so now it's a tools iron company. So now this company, which used to be like, oh, well, it's turbo good for iron, but who knows? Now it's like, you get iron and tools, baby, like this type of thing. So evaluating all of these is so much harder now, I think. Let's take a look at who's winning the poll. Oh, it's close. Brazil is in the lead, though. Get your votes in the next couple minutes, because we will be starting up at that point in time. Yeah, Sweden, I think, is one that's like, you get to do your thing with the iron mines. You even have logging industry throughput bonuses on a couple of these. And then you get to export quite a bit and feel pretty good about yourself, pat yourself on the back. The Con 7, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Kegels 1. How do mass migrations work now? You still need a trade route. This was answered by Dev in a chat earlier today. You do need a trade route, and so you need a trade route with the country that you're getting the mass migration from, so you're going to have to push the trade centers a lot. Trade centers are also, I suppose let's like really quickly talk about, interventionism might now be better than laissez-faire. I haven't experimented on it. I think it's unlikely that it's better, but it might be better than laissez-faire, because interventionism, without it, you cannot do monopolies. So, here, let's, you cannot establish monopolies without laissez-faire, and this is really just a matter. I think that the biggest part is if monopolies are good. You also can't tariff or no, that's free trade. You can't tariff or subvention, or is it laissez-faire? You can't agree not to tariff. You could subvention, but taking a look here. We'll take a look at our companies, and so we can do monopoly rights where they get a control of all the logging, and then if we have investment rights on someone else, or this allows us to get monopoly rights on someone else so they can't build the logging camps and we build all the logging camps in their country. I don't know how good that is. I don't know if it's a better trade-off for laissez-faire. Laissez-faire does not give you an additional company now. Instead, it gives you an additional, effectively, 100 authority, because the company charter takes money. And this gives 1 free company charter, and this gives 2 free company charters. But you also have the reinvestment in the loan I don't... Well, interventionism might be better. The second thing is that protectionism might just be better, because you cannot tariff without protectionism. If you go free trade, you can't tariff. And tariffing, you. Is it us or is it you? Thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Tariffing is, like, really allows you to control trade without losing money. Subventions, you lose money on. I'm, like, 60% sure subventions are bad, 30% sure they're good in some situations, and 10% thinking that they just might be conditionally insane, or just like if you're not subventioning at some point in your run, you're asleep at the wheel. But they're probably just bad, and so this means that you can't really control trade that much, but you get more money from trade, because trade advantage determines what prices you get in your trade. And so if we take a look at a trade center here, we will see that we have like trade advantage. If you have really positive trade advantage, you get a better price, so you get to import for cheaper and export for more expensive than the world market price. And so but if you completely dominate the market, if you control all of the trade, you don't get a better price anymore, because it's always relative and it's always taking from someone else. So there has to be someone else that's losing out on the value. So if we look at the world market, we can see Belgium is getting a worse price, and we're getting a better price. And that's the way that cookie is crumbling. And so eventually, as things get autarkic, trade advantage isn't that useful anymore. Also, being able to actually control trade a bit with tariffs is really nice. So it might just be the case that if you're really big, laissez-faire or free trade is better. Otherwise, protectionism is better. And the fact that it's like perhaps conditional. Is it a privileged poll for YouTubers? Yes. No representation without taxation. Wait, what? 2 months! Thank you, Yankees fan, for the 2 months. Big dice. The longest YouTube member, I believe. Sag, how many people are on Twitch? Oh my god. We will straw poll some Twitch representation, and then we'll pretend like we counted the votes when we didn't, and there we go. Brazil and Belgium. Those were the two that were winning, right? Yeah, those are the two. And we will link this to just the Twitch people, not the YouTube people, so they don't interfere with the Twitch representation. There we go. There's no prestige coal. Yeah, I think prestige coal. My first like instinct when I like read that it was going to increase throughput was just like prestige coal, dog. But like prestige tools are very close to the same thing in terms of inputs as is prestige transportation. I don't think that there's prestige transportation though. That'd be kind of weird because you don't trade it. Can I set all tariffs to 0? Like if I don't want to go through all the goods? I don't think you can. I don't know if you can in the UI. A lot of these just start off with some amount of tariffs. When we released and played as Panama, it all started as 0, which was really nice because that's kind of where we wanted them. But we did put some tariffs in and this type of thing. Do you prefer Twitch or YouTube to see chat? I don't have a preference. I see them in an aggregated chat that's done by Restream, so I see both, or miss both, whichever you prefer. Goes from the House of YouTube to the Senate of Twitch, basically. As a mod, am I allowed to delete votes? Yes, that's how that works. So let's see how people are saying Brazil, and then let's actually take a look at the Twitch representation. People on Twitch are saying Belgium. I guess we'll go with Belgium. Just kidding. It's only one more vote than Brazil. Brazil is in the lead, so I do believe we have to go with Brazil at this point. It is very close. Why would I want to set a tariff? Why would I want to set a tariff? Let's explain this first. So, before, the cost of a trade route was you would just generally kind of run trade routes that would, you'd run a bunch of land trade routes, and the cost was effectively nothing if you had a land connection, and this sort of thing. Now you have a limited amount of trade capacity, If you want them to trade something else other than what they're trading, you can tariff it to make them stop trading that good. There's reasons to want to maybe do this, like let's say we don't want to push up the price of dyes in our country because we don't want the auto queue to build more dyes. It would then make sense to export, put a higher tariff for export, and if we do that, and we unpause here, we will see this this trade route go away. You can already see we fiddled it to be unprofitable, and now it's going to go away. In our Panama run, we had a very painful experience. I guess spoilers, where all of our pops were starving to death because our trade routes for food and stuff would not run high enough volume relative to the other trade routes. And so tariffing everything else when everyone's starving to death is maybe a reasonable strategy. Perhaps. This type of thing. Also, maybe tariffs would have been good for that run in the abstract. Does the AI actually trade? They do. The AI is just categorically can't really evaluate agreements very well, so that's where the AI is really soft. Is this they don't understand, which is kind of expected, and that's kind of why it's like the Wild West right now. Like anything's possible. Follow your dreams. If you are going to. Unless stuff's been significantly nerfed from the like early access version we were playing on, if you want to do an absolutely bananas run, now's the time. Because we're currently playing a Panama run. And we, in terms of ownership that we own overseas relative to ours, because we do have a mod installed for this, you can see that this number for our Panama run is 50,000. 50,000%. That's a lot of percents. Yeah. No bread, have them eat motors. Yeah, this was a very awkward thing. This is actually the most insane thing I've seen in Victoria 3 in a while. It's been forever since I've seen a death spiral, but we were death spiraling because we had too many ownership pops. They were pushing up the price of food too much, and it was causing us to have negative growth. And what we needed to solve the issue was more population. And the rich were just taking all of the food, and the poor were starving to death, and our entire nation was collapsing. I haven't seen something like that in forever, where you could, like, just death spiral out. But there we were, death spiraling out, aka crashing out. Which, is just, like, nuts. So, I'm sorry, Twitch viewers. I did take your votes into consideration, but you guys were only +1 to Belgium, and Brazil was winning by a larger than +1 margin. Can you try Ecuador? We could, but the people have said, come to Brazil. Come to Brazil. Play after 1 month since release. This is the Paradox way. How realistic? That's wild. Yeah, this is like... I was so delighted to see it. I was just, like, absolutely, like, over the moon. I was like, this is so cool. We almost bricked the run, too. So, let's get some of this going. And then I think we could also do some cheeky landing stuff, too. Oh, we're gonna have no org, aren't we? No, we have org. Okay. Okay, so that's that. Now, we have, like, an actual decision. I don't even know what's best here. In general, it has been, you always go Atmo Engine. It's probably still Atmo Engine. Or you go Stock Exchange into Atmo Engine. Well, Mappy is less important because you can overcome it with trade. And hydraulic cranes are really good. And you also really want to get a company. But your first company is locked behind... You have to get mass comm and banking to not have to pay extra after Stock Exchange. I think we're going to go Stock Exchange into Atmo Engine into... Corporate charters? Something like this. Try Chile, they have a natural harbor. Do they really? Is that a natural harbor? Oh! So, the... I thought that these were not going to have that, because the Norwegian ones don't have extra trade capacity. That is 25% trade capacity. That's hot. You have it in 2 locations too? Why does Chile get the second and third best port in the world? What? Like, for everyone else, it's 15%. Even the natural harbors here. You do have different natural harbors named for this, but I think everything else is 15% trade capacity bonus, which is like kind of the nut. It's kind of the important one. Oh. Syros also gets a little bit of extra percentage here. Yankees fan, I haven't donated in a while. Thank you so very much. And so I'm making up for lost support. I haven't streamed or made much Vic 3 stuff in a while. Also, you're gonna make me get EU5. Yeah, EU5 is super poggers. So is like I'm having so much fun on this patch. I don't know if I'll you know, have extreme amounts of fun over the course of like long term or something like this, because I don't have a crystal ball. But like right now, I do be feeling good. Okay, let's see what we can maybe get done. Unfortunately, agrarianism still sucks balls because your ownership class is just always capitalist. Or your company ownership is capitalist. So we do want to get off of agrarianism. Wealth voting, I think we're okay with. Mercantilism kind of sucks. We're not going to try and do some cheesy way to trigger corn laws. Although corn laws isn't as good anymore. We could get schools. That's maybe the way to go. Just taking a look at things. Let's go for schools. I think that's okay open. I mean, we do want to get off of agrarianism, kind of to anything else, but... we can't import an agitator. Hey, just joined. Can you please do a quick summary of the update so far? Just top level. Diplo agreements are insane. Companies have some really, really powerful interactions, particularly owning stuff overseas, and are also just generally very, very strong, and specialization is now possible, and it's super poggers. Raskaya, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Okay, so what were we doing? We were looking for the liberal movement, because we want them to influence and allow for more market liberals. We're going to bolster that. What are we using currently? We're consumption taxing liquor, so let's get rid of that. Let's increase this. Decreasing government wages now is not really that robust in terms of effect, but we'll do it anyways. Where do we want to... So here's another thing, is the old metagame, the old days, the old times of when you would resource industry one space and then use another one for manufacturing. I think that those are back. I think that we want to do it in Para, though. We want to encourage... we want to get rid of that bonus at some point. But where's the iron at? Also, the UI's changed up a little bit. Minas Gerais actually is probably a fine enough place to use an edict on. And then the other one we want to do someplace on the coast, I think. So let's resource industry there. And also, we have no infrastructure there, so maybe that's not the way to go. I think that we already have a lot of resource industries there, though. Oh my god, my brain. We have a lot of pops here. Where do we have most of the pops? We don't have way more anywhere else. How are we looking in terms of bonuses? Sugar plantation. We don't have any trade port bonuses. This one looks like one, but it lies. I'm not sure it matters between Rio de Janeiro or there. Where's the capital? It's in Rio. Alright, let's do manufacturing in Rio. We will create this into a massive city. But the idea here is that we can push tooling workshops really, really high, really, really early, because trade is good. So let's add a couple of these here. And then tools. I do think focusing tools early is pretty strong. And then we'll put it on auto expand. Something like this. Core laws got kicked in the balls again. So much better. Cape Verde and Hemopolis. Cape Verde, yeah. Does anyone know why Victory is freezing every game? If you have Intel, there's like a hardware issue in updating your there's like a hardware issue with like i9s relative to compatibility. I think if you update your software for it, it fixes. If you're on that specifically, something like this. LF nerfs, is this real life? Yeah, it might not even be best anymore. I kind of am inclined to think that it is, but it might not be. Let's see. We do really care now about what other countries think of us, because long term we want to get investment rights, and we want to get companies like kind of relatively quick. So the stuff's been shuffled around a little, it feels like, but we're gonna do a little bit of this, and then why it keeps doing that. Then we are going to probably go for Bolivia. We're running a big balance, positive. Probably not after this. So I think we'll do this. We'll be off on our way. And then let's see what companies we have. We might have to go coffee company first, even though I think it's terrible. I think it's just always going to be a bad company. Ugh. Really want to go tools first, but maybe we could go coffee second. Not minus 15 legitimacy. We do have Pedro. He offers you his protection. We have to avoid revolutions and stuff too. Or for them even brewing, if I recall correctly for the journal entry. We're going to try and do Magnanimous Monarch correctly. Currently playing yourself and having a blast? Yeah, does trade still lag balls? I don't know, I haven't made a deep enough run to really say. Hello, welcome to the stream. Bye-bye. Currently play. 9800X. Yeah. So apparently there is I forget if you update your BIOS or if you update your drivers on your CPU or whatever it is, it fixes the issue. Do you know if is it possible for companies to buy buildings from the financial districts without granting them the monopoly? I think it is, but I don't know if it's the case with other nations. I'm not 100% sure. I do believe that this is the way it operates, though. Here we are doing a little bit of a landing. You can still force ban slavery in Brazil? I think so, but then you, well, I can't remember the journal entry well enough. But if I remember correctly, you want to kind of take things a little bit slow and steady as it relates to Brazil. Speaking of, let's find some law to pass. You don't want to make anyone insurrectionary, or you want to kind of avoid it. I think that we said we wanted to go pub schools. We do want to go pub schools. Us getting onto companies faster is like actually way more of a vibe. So maybe we go for universities. The fall of Saliveri, who of course loves a Salaviri, or slavery. We'll say it has to disappear forever. We do want to fix our own issues first, though. Demagogue. You're loved and you're a moderate. Alright. We have so much excess bureaucracy. Do we have stuff that's not incorporated? Oh, it's because we have stuff that is currently revving. That makes a whole lot of sense. Is coffee Brazil's special prestige good? Yes. How stable is it? The version we played on did not crash once. If you have Intel, you might have a big problem. There's an Intel-specific problem. So, free gold mines feels good, man. Feels good. So, we should be able to dust this up over here. I guess we want to think about maybe spending the additional authority. I think fruit is a prestige good, specifically. I can't remember. When did we acquire this? Lashings will continue until morale improves. That's true. We don't have too many plantations right now, I don't think. Hmm. 2k gov expenses. Let's not. And now these guys will come on over. We'll land with this little 4-stack again. And maybe we take a look at what type of agreements we might be able to get. I think that, in theory, I don't think it actually matters how good our relations are in terms of accepting some of these treaties. But we can give them a power block embassy, which they're kind of on board on. What we really want from them is investment rights. And then we need company so that we can steal their investment from them. They will like to give us military assistance. Interesting. Oh, she's not very rich right now. We can steal from Mummy's purse later, maybe. Yeah, she's kind of willing to give it. Let's actually cover some interests. Something like this. Slow things down a bit, catch up on chat. We can see the new, less spaghetti system, but still some spaghetti. What is this menu? Sometimes more spaghetti. Giles decided that monarchy's preferred system of governance. Yeah. True. I did not very much understand the advantage of monopolies. To be honest, I am not 100% understanding them entirely, but as far as I do understand them, other ownership other than your company cannot buy the thing. So it really frees things up for your company to be able to sweep in and take everything. What's the difference between DLC and no DLC? I'm sorry, I don't have the answers. It's a busy chat. It is. I'm trying to catch up. Loud car present, Pog. It's also hot as hell, so we might overheat, and then we might have to turn on the AC, and then we might burn down the house again. Does this update mean that in multiplayer you could simply focus on weapons and ammo, and then essentially decide who gets to have cheap wars? Kind of. They could just tariff you and just say, we're not going to play that game. I think that tariffs in multiplayer will be really common, and then it's like, well, if one person goes laissez-faire, they get a huge advantage over other people in terms of prices, but then everyone... You can't choose to tariff specific people, but you can embargo them, so there's some stuff you could do. Reskaya, thank you for the... Wait, what is that baboop for? Not like this. Mike level up, thank you for the follow, big nice. He stopped reading chat, Pog. Okay. 80% discount on the building, though? Wait, what? For monopolies? Alright, but we are annexing Grau-Para as well. No mercy for the traders. We do eat the infamy when we annex them. We could go for the Peru thing, or we could go for a subjugation on them. Does anyone join versus us? It doesn't look like it. This will kick us over a threshold for infamy. So we maybe want to look for treaties right now if we can. We don't want to give away investment rights. We want to get investment rights from other people. Russia, what will you give us? What will you give us, kind sir? Is there any chance for getting investment rights in Russia? Yes, so you're saying there's a chance. We could get the gold. Sweeping up a bunch of gold is really, really valuable when you're small. I don't know if we're so small that getting 500 gold here and there per week is super, super useful. But maybe it is. I think we could go up to Iron Frame and get that to be tolerated by increasing the amount of trade we do. Looks like we're currently generating some revenue through some of these. I think that we want to set this stuff on no tariff. I think generally we want kind of everything on no tariff, but that's a lot of things to swap on over right now. We certainly do want to not tariff incoming iron, though. And then I think we want to be okay exporting or importing wood, because we would love to exploit more of our wood. So I think that those are two adjustments we almost certainly are going to be really pleased to make. And then we do eventually want to become the coffee man. So let's get the tariffs off on coffee so we can export more of it. And what this will do is the trade centers try and make the most profitable trade that they possibly can. And so by introducing a tariff, you decrease the profitability of trade on that particular good, making it less likely. Trade is entirely automated, and so that makes it so that you have to influence stuff through tariffs and subventions. Is GB stronger or weaker than before? I think they're stronger. I think they're way stronger. I think they're really strong. 309 viewers and only 57 likes. Big true. True if big. 57's actually, I think 1 and 6 actually a decent ratio. We like the likes, but I do think that's an insane, a decent ratio. Yeah. It is a lot to keep track of, but as we do this, we should see more movement in us exporting wood. Not that we are necessarily exporting a ton of it. Coffee and also in iron. I think that I don't know if our iron trade went up. We have a very significant though. Lack of trade advantage. And Great Britain has all of it. Unfortunate. We see Belgium, or who's the biggest exporter? We see Sweden's the biggest exporter. If we have an interest in Sweden's market, we actually will be better at this. So why don't we move that over there? And so this will help us with the penalty. Because if we take a look at the trade center, we take a look at this, we are getting a penalty from lack of interest in areas where people are exporting the goods. So, yeah, it is good to move this type of thing. Where can I see the potential map mode for a good? So you find a good. You find the good, as Aristotle would say. Sorry, that's Socrates. And then you... Oh, the UI's changed. Give me a sec. Yeah, normally you would find the good, and then you would just sort by potentials. Like, we can see the heat map for price, but that's not what you're talking about. Yikes. I don't know the best way to look at that anymore. The UI's changed. I don't know the easiest way to do it. Tab icon on the good? Oh. There we go. There we go. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we sort by potentials. We can see the coffee potentials here. That's actually better. Or click this? No, clicking this doesn't do anything. There's actually some crazy-ass things you can do with Mappy, but we are getting a little bit of a deficit there, so we're going to solve that there. We're running a deficit of iron. We're not tariffing it, so iron's really expensive right now, locally, and if it's not super expensive on the world market, that means the margin between our local prices and the world market prices are going to be really high. Our world market price is... See, here's the kicker. World market price for iron is plus 44%. So the margin between our plus 75% iron and world market iron is not enormous. And so that's why our guys are not picking up as many trade routes as possible in that regard. And so that is a negative thing for us in terms of we can't force iron to be imported in the same way we could before. No one understands the new UI. The truth hurts. I think that we wait until this won't kick us over 25. Actually, let's just subjugate them now. While no one has an interest in here, and hopefully no one intervenes. I think we eventually want to just take the whole continent, so we'll just go for this. But also, going for them entirely is going to be good for us. We'll take this guy. Can we merge two now like this? Okay. Look at this. We can merge them here, we can change all of their PMs at once, and we control click to bring them all together. It's friggin' magic, dude. Still better than Civ 7 UI? That's a low bar to pass. Can you pay trade centers to import iron? Yes, we can. That is through what's called a subvention. I don't think we want to do that. Maybe we're supposed to do that here, but we can't do it because we recently changed the strategy. But what we can do is we can subvention imports, which will make it so that we, the government, pay the trade center for every trade of iron 5% of the base price. Base price for iron, I think, is 40. And so we would be, for every single one of these goes through, we would be paying 5% of 40, right? And so what you would have is on the trade center, our trade center is probably collecting tariffs right now. Here you see there is tariffs as part of the expenses. Instead, as part of the positive balance, it would be receiving subventions from the government. Right now, it's paying the government these tariffs. And so we can, over time, kind of figure out what's being tariffed and slowly remove the tariffs, I think. Yeah, currently we're like importing a bunch of consumer goods, this type of stuff, and it will just trade the most profitable thing. You can't control trade anymore in this way, in terms of putting in manual trades. Instead, you have to control them, yeah, through the subventions of the tariffs and this type of thing. Small armies can have org without a commander? I think so. The future is now, basically. UI is so much better. And, like, there's less spaghetti. As you, like, if you watch our Russia video, there's definitely still spaghetti, though. But, like, we get spaghetti on the actual worst front, which is, like, the Russia-China front, so that seems fine, to be honest. Where is our... Some of these, like, UI stuff has changed a little bit. We would love to get a treaty port. Oh, we have an escalating war. Never mind, just kidding. I haven't played around enough with treaty ports to really have a good feel for them. Like, conceptually, I understand how they work, but I do have to see. Let's up the speed a little bit, because chat's slowing down a little bit. They're settling into the stream, so maybe we settle in to focus on it. I don't think we want that version of colonization. And that one's really hard to get off of, so... We don't want to liberate any subjects. We do want to enforce treaty article. So this is something that's probably going to seem bananas to people. And when we recorded the Russia video, it was a little bit buggy. But we can enforce all this stuff, including law commitments, money transfers, investment rights. We're going to have investment rights because they're going to be a subject. But if we ask for a ton of money, it'll give you a bunch of infamy. Here you can see. I think we don't want additional infamy. So we won't go for anything like that. But we could get a goods transfer. Let's see if that maybe takes some infamy. We could transfer dyes to us. So they will have to send some to us. If we win the war. That, and we kind of just want them to back down. So, let's just enforce goods transfer, because the money transfer is going to cost us infamy. And they will send money to our market, or they will send this stuff, I think they send it, and it locally arrives somewhere. I'm not 100%. Oh, this takes infamy? No shot. We're not doing that. We would like to float a bunch of that. We don't need this Andes interest anymore, so we're going to do the classic North Germany rivaling everyone. Ecuador sides with Bolivia. Not like this. Ecuador. Do we want to pay to protectorate them? Not really. I think we want to get under 25 so we can do Diplo agreements. So, I think we just leave them alone for the most part. We can enforce some stuff on Ecuador right now, but we don't really want to accrue infamy. We can do money transfer. It's going to cost infamy. We could prohibit them from trading stuff on the world market. We could make it so they can't tariff stuff. We could make it so they can't subvention stuff. But let's just run with what we got for now. Are you fine with people re-asking? 100%. I think there's going to be a lot of me answering the exact same question over and over today. That's kind of just how it goes. 5.5 infamy. Yeah, the balance is variable in some places. Like, some places you get, like, way too much money, and some places you don't, like, get enough. Like, for China, it's free. I believe it takes more when you already have infamy cost stuff on them. So I think the fact that we are subjugating them is what's making it take more. We could maybe mouse over that and see a tooltip, and see if it understands why. But I think that we're already taking something, cause it to take more. Let's take a look. Tell us, a wise one, why you are 5.5. It's not going to tell us. But yeah, there are factors. I think also the amount of money you're currently getting from people makes a difference. So if we're taking a bunch of money from China, it will make it more expensive to take money from someone else or something like this. So what's changed about the meta of this patch? A whole lot. First of all, the diplomacy agreements are insane. You can really squeeze, or the treaties are insane. You can really squeeze a lot of value off of GPs. I think maybe the most overpowered thing is not something we can highlight right now, because we don't have a company, but is allowing you to steal people's investment pool. You just turbo churn the economy and just leave and go into outer space. And that seems really, really strong. The laws seem up in the air. Subventions might be good, but they're probably not. But laissez-faire might not be good, free trade might not be good. I think that I need a bigger sample size. What do you think about power block principles? That's another whole bag of, that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother thing. I think Trade League might be back. I think specifically external trade's probably pretty good. Eventually, if you control like 30% of the world's economy, going Autarkic probably becomes good again. But at that point, everything's like trivialized. But like in terms of like gameplay before you control a lion's share of the world's economy, specialization is possible. Trade facilitates specialization. And I think that getting a bunch of influence is good again. And you do have, the, trade centers, the influential trade centers, which give a little bit of influence and they give you more trade capacity. I think that external trade is probably back on the menu, boys. And if that's the case, then perhaps here we have block leader gets 25% trade capacity. You do get a pretty solid percentage from both the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal. Those are absolutely insane and, like, not negotiable. We will have to go for that. Convoy contribution to market owner. The convoy contribution really doesn't make it that big a difference. Convoys are kind of not that useful anymore. But, okay. I forget what the Trade League statute does. That's not minus... Is it really just minus decree cost? I thought that was the one for Sovereign Empire. Are they all that, or is that just bugged? Well, that's a buff to Trade League. But it still might be better to go Sovereign Empire. It's probably better to go Sovereign Empire and then go external trade. Because vassalization, I think, is still going to be really strong, so... But yeah, external trade's probably good now. I'm not like 100% on that. There's also this, and companies are really strong. So this is so hard to evaluate. This might be insane. I think some of the other things other than Sovereign Empire have gotten buffed as well. Sovereign Empire has effectively gotten nerfed. Vassalization's worse. This type of thing. Didn't realize the stream started. Oh, you know what? We should probably link the thing. Meet's back on the menu. We should link the... When you schedule a stream ahead of time, it doesn't ping when it goes live. Yeah, canal companies give a company for free. Canal companies are just absolutely insane. I'm surprised laissez-faire might not be meta before. It really depends on how strong the monopolies are, and I don't know the answer to this question. Because that seems to be the most substantive difference, is the prevention of monopolies. Let's actually... So now, we're going to assign the strategic objective to just one guy. I'm not sure I actually like this change. I kind of liked the entire front carrying about the thing, but it's probably fine enough. He is the hero of Brazil. And now we can integrate these guys. Hell yeah, Brazil content. Welcome to Brazil. Yeah. Republican. Currently have a reformer. Reformers are actually nice. Armed forces, or we actually don't want to get off of, oh, Jesus. So illegitimate here. We are... How much money are we making? Our investment pool is draining. By 416. Wait, what? We do see it's picking up a trade center. Honestly, companies are so good. I think we're supposed to do this. God, that seems kind of nuts. I think we're not supposed to go Atmo engine first. Oh my god, dude. I don't know if that's the case, but that seems like crazy to me. Yeah, so I think getting a Diplo agreement for someone and then getting investment rights in them just seems like turbo strong. This might just be like the Panama run that we're doing showing, where we have 50,000%. Currently, we have 50,000% of our ownership or we, relative to our own domestic GDP, we have 50,000% of that owned overseas. We have a really small domestic GDP, but 50,000% is a lot of percents. Is that a plane in the background? It's a bird, it's a plane. It's a loud car outside. So we should enforce this relatively quickly. Hopefully we can be ahead of Great Britain on this Great Qing issue. 1 second. Alright. They want to get trade privileges. They want mill access too. We want investment rights, which affects what they want. I think we're pretty happy to just trade this straight up. So we will go for this. She'll probably say no. We probably should have given it a funny name. But she says no anyway, so, yeah. We can say that we won't trade certain things on the world market. I don't think that they care too much, except for wood, which we care about. We could agree not to tariff something, but then this is going to brick. And it's not important that we get this yet, so we'll just hold off on that for now. Which good are we collapsing the price of first? I think we're going to go for a, either wood company or tools company. The tooltip for the statue's bugged? Yeah. Trade League's 10% info for 100k pop and 10% loyalists? Yeah, that sounds right. Law commitment and investment rights to get off slavery, or am I missing meta? Well, we don't want to get off slavery right away. But yeah, we could offer almost certainly, right? This was just turbo OP earlier. And we didn't play much during that period where you could just offer a whole bunch of stuff and just get enormous things off of the AI, and it's already been nerfed. But we're just kind of taking a look through here what they actually are interested in, and I think they're not even interested in getting us off slavery. Am I missing something in the UI? But if you do this, you get a huge pass percentage towards passing it, so us actually doing this would make sense. Hey, Tarkus, your stream's already over? What's going on? How's it going, man? Easy rating time, easy pog. Like the 2-hour stream on release day. Is he muted? Oh, I was muted on purpose. Yeah, now I'm unmuted. Also on purpose. We're gonna recruit another general in here. This guy's a basic bitch, and by basic bitch I mean a basic entrepreneur. Take my stream viewers, Generalist. I have videos to go make. Giga chat. Ooh, what are you cooking? I'd rather make more videos than stream right now, to be honest. Fair. Fair, fair, fair. We have like 2 1-hour videos in the chamber right now, so... Great Britain does want to ban slavery, they just don't positive value want us to ban it. Before, you used to be able to just peel a lot of stuff off of people, so... that's been nerfed. It's kind of an interesting tension where, like, some stuff is turbo OP when, like, the creators initially get it, and then it gets nerfed as a consequence of the creators being like, yeah, this is turbo OP. And then people don't get to play with the turbo OP things. Marcus Bar has to stay above 50% and Pedro has to die. Currently not. Let's read through these because it's been a while. He has to be crowned emperor, ending regency. She is to be confirmed as heir. Armed forces, landowners have to be marginalized. We compete a couple journal entries. We become a great power. Brazil has slavery banned. Yeah, that hurts. We might keep slavery for a while. Does that say we're in debt or default? Do we actually have to avoid debt this entire time? Brazil is in default or is declared bankruptcy, and any revolution progress above 50%. That's the like particularly painful one. So we can't push certain laws on this type of thing. I got Vic3 the videos lined up from 6 different YouTubers. Yeah, basically. I think microing these trees is probably good. It is really good. It just gets turbo OP once you have a company. Didarios, thank you for the follow, big nice. Tarkus is off to the bathroom. He's already gone. Just kidding, he's making videos. We have 400 people. Not all on the YouTube. YouTube, remember, there's Twitch people too. Twitch views matter. I think we can enforce. No, just kidding. We're roughly break even when you account for the fact that our investment pool's growing. Companies might just be so good that like you actually just want to eat. You don't care about eating the 1500 malice. That seems like it's kind of insane if that's the case. Also, look at this. We didn't have to reassign to a bunch of fronts. The progress bars look nice. Everything looks nice. Everything feels nice. Dune the Miserable, thank you for the follow, big nice. Ah. Benedrix, thank you for the follow. Big nice. The dissolution of the Peru-Bolivian Confederation. We get prestige and loyalists. And enforced goods transfer. Oh man. We might not even want this. We might just want the prestige, to be honest. Because this doesn't make the huge difference that it used to. Gov wages in general are like a lot smaller. No debt allowed, Giga Chad. We have a credit line of like, in the Peru run, we have a credit line of like 20 million, but a gold reserve limit of like 10 million. So, what's the reverse sway this patch? Diplo agreements are really exploitable, but the really OP thing, as far as I can tell, is getting investment rights in other people's countries when you have allowed the foreign HQs. This seems really insane. If you're playing normally, like if you're including like every exploit and every little thing you could do, then you just go Turtle Island and annex everyone every time, and that's the OP thing. And like, that just is what it is, baby. Yeah, we're mainly gonna be building in here, I think. We maybe even want to go universities relatively early. God, just because getting on our first company actually makes such a huge difference, I think. A third way. Let's do that. A little bit slow and steady on this. Public school is going to be nice. We'll be able to shape the nation without really passing stuff that our guys hate. It's one of the reasons we like this bolster. It makes it so that we can roll on these guys. Ugh. We can't even roll a laissez-faire guy. That actually kind of sucks. That's what we were hoping to kind of push in. But we have Slaver as a roll potential. Do we have someone with slavery as their ideology? Pro-slavery movement. So I guess we could suppress this. We're currently suffering a malice here. This is not fully employed. It needs more iron. Right. The problem is the world market for iron is relatively expensive because everyone's using iron frame buildings. Okay, so what's the damage here? It's pretty big malice on state construction efficiency, but also... Oh, we don't have Atmo engine. What are we doing? I feel squeezed so hard early on in regards to the tech. Can you explain what the investment rights do? So investment rights let you invest in another person's country, and then if you have the company thing that allows you to get a regional company in their thing, it can use their investment pool. So you get to steal people's investment pool. It seems very, very strong. Like, turbo strong. I think we're gonna go for a treaty port in, like, Suzhou. Just as soon as this isn't, We do want to get Great Britain involved at some point by offering them something, but we want to make sure that we don't go over the infamy level where it will be easy to invite them. I'm so used to declaring war being right there, and it's not now. So if we go for Suzhou, take treaty port, we'll see that we need 7 infamy buffer to be able to do this. He's playing, you get a headquarter in their nation, like your company headquarter, except it feeds back to your nation. Having AI take on debt is the most opinion thing right now. Opinion thing. Yeah, they take on debt super easy. That's fair enough. Yeah, they're way too willing to take on debt. There's not a cap on it, too, either. That could be the most OP thing. It depends on your size, I think. Having someone take on your debt will be a lot more money when you're bigger. And then when you're smaller, stealing their investment pool will be a lot bigger, right? Oh, we forgot to switch up PMs at this game start. What are we doing with our life? This will make it so, by us producing now the luxury stuff, it's going to make it so that we will be importing less of it, which is exactly what we want. And then the trade centers will resolve that. Okay. Was Bahia on here? Yeah, it was. Probably a little bit too much focused hardwood, but I hate that the PM is, like, less efficient on the middle one. And so you either want to do focused hardwood or focused softwood. Because it makes the micro tedious. But we have a bunch of shortages. Those should get fixed by our trade centers, unless they're not the most profitable, in which case they won't get fixed. Max debt's only like minus 100% acceptance. Yeah, I mean they're way too willing to do that. It's a matter of which one's more money. Although money in their country for investments is worth less than money in your country. You gotta unlock stock exchange before market liberal can get rolled? Oh, that's true. Attack Uruguay? Not yet. Is there a historic example of taking on debt? I can't think of one. I don't hate taking on debt. Oh, we forgot to... I think we declared an interest up there and we forgot to do the thing. Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. Chat, send me your things. Currently, playing through a Panama run, the foreign investment seems like the bananas thing, but that's also because our country has, like, is very small. Do they send this just to our market and doesn't, it's just bricked? Or they send it to our nation? How do I import silk if I can't pick who I get it from? You just create demand for silk and your trade centers will import it. If your trade centers aren't importing it, you could build more trade centers. You can take the tariff off of it. You could put a subvention on it in order to try and massage silk to be traded. Let's maybe try and take a look here. So silk for us, we're currently tariffing it. We could get rid of these tariffs and more volume of trade will be run. We could also put in a subvention where we would pay to import it, which would make more volume get done as well. Britain took Egypt. Debt for Suez Canal, no. Historically? I'm not sure. That would make sense though. We are currently thinking about getting a treaty port over here and inviting Great Britain. Treaty port on Suzhou. We could save and just see if we can run it now, actually. Haven't heard about that. That's how they got the Suez. I'm just saving just in case. So we could invite UK right now. If we go over 25 infamy, I don't know if we can still invite them. That's kind of the idea here. So they, assuming they responded that particular way to the opium ban, which they usually do. Do they not? Or am I just not navigating the UI right? I mean, I guess we'll find out in load if we have a problem. Yeah, they are belligerent towards Qing. But sympathetic. They are not swayable. Do they really respond peacefully to the opium ban? Oh, it's so rare that they do that. That changes things a lot. We kind of wanted to show off treaty ports. They're the good person to... They're the best country to have a treaty port on. We could go for a one on Japan. We could try and do it later. We could also just try and fight that war, but I don't think I want to, like, peel my eyes over my head with micro. Brazil took part of Portuguese debt in the deal for independence. Have you faced a bug that you can't do a monopoly via treaty, generalist? I've noticed a bug where you can't get a monopoly if you have one of... this might be fixed, but if you have like one of these companies that has colonial rights, they can't get monopolies. They cannot get monopolies if they are a colonial country rights guy. Oh, we got corn laws at some point. Which means grain's expensive. We don't necessarily want grain to be expensive. Here, let's stop tariffing this. We actually kind of don't want grain to be expensive. pretty big effect on SOL. But in theory, you probably just like want to figure out what you want your trades to actually be doing and maybe tariff everything else until you're on laissez-faire. We are really bad at imports is one issue. And we're bad at imports because we're on mercantilism right now. We won't hurt him because we're passing this slow and steady anyways. Picking up some money. The queue is building something. Ever play Workers and Resources? I have not. I've heard it recommended to me a lot of times. It's not just you, the UK is being passive with China. Is that a new thing now? They just, like, don't really want the treaty port? Because I think we've seen it in one of our practice games, too. You can't get a monopoly with anyone as France. Did you give colonial rights? Ching AI actually has a buff of 1.9 Pog. Yeah, I mean, they're going to be a little bit scary. I guess we could go for treaty port on someone else. We would love... Love, love, love. We won't do that quite yet. I think the minimum wage, I think we're okay with that. There's very little... Government wages are way, way, way smaller expense. So this is actually the first patch in a while that actually the economies are way faster. And the AI economy develops a lot faster. And I think the decrease in gov wages cost is a big driver of that. Finally resolved this... Just kidding. Yeah. Need more countries to have iron. Or atmospheric engine. Right now the global supply of iron is really bad. We would love to supply iron. We have a really good... So maybe look at what unique companies we have in the Brazil region. We are going to... Second company is going to be a coffee company. Which is not... I don't think that that's good, but we do want to lean into some Brazil flavor. And Brazil flavor, I mean coffee. We could do this as our first company. See, if this has a tools company attached, it would be insane. I can't remember if generic tools can go iron. I don't think they can. I think they go steel. I think that might be able to add on tools, and it's a unique Brazilian company. Pure opium. Opium and then gaining investment rights in the UK is actually just probably reasonably solid. Generic steel for the state construction efficiency, and then you add on iron is actually probably a good shout too. That might be better than the unique Brazil company. This is gonna give us like everything. This is gonna give us the bag though. Okay. That's gonna give us kind of everything. Excuse me? Sao Paulo. Level 5 iron mines. That might be a little bit hard for us to achieve. Might be a little bit difficult for us to achieve. Maybe we're supposed to move the capital to Sao Paulo if we're going to get a company HQ there. instead of Rio. I think I like it. Let's do it. Brazilians, I feel like, get mad if we do that, though. But it's already done. And then we won't take out the manufacturing decree, because... Actually, I think we don't like that much oppo approval, disapproval, so let's get rid of the decree. Let's get rid of this one, too. I think we don't... We should maybe like micro it and double check all these, but I think that in the abstract we kind of don't want. We want to keep things a little bit smoother. Is laissez-faire still bet a lot? It depends on how good monopolies are. I don't know how good they are. It might not be. UK taking 3 years average makes sense when you consider the real opium war. Glad economies are faster now. Hey Svanka, how's it going? Austrian time? About to play a multiplayer game? Pog. Feels like the UK takes way longer to attack Treaty Port, like 3 years average. Oh, interesting. But they usually go for it? Like, we can't even invite them in. Yeah, we've seen a few bugs in terms of stuff. There's a lot of, like, new systems and stuff like this. I'm actually surprised it's not more buggy. Some of the, like, the early version that we received for doing the tutorial video was, like, really buggy. Like, war goals weren't getting enforced. It was a little bit rough. Are convoys useless now? No, they still connect stuff. And you still use them for war. They're not useless, but you won't, like, turbo drain them all to trade. Now they actually are just like, they have that strategic use, and then you have buffer. We haven't experimented too much with, but yeah, they don't increase trade capacity. Ports do, though. English only, please, because I can't speak Portuguese. I apologize. But I can't tell if what you're saying is, like, extremely... is anything. Or looks like nothing to me. We could try again, because we will be under 25 now. We should just beat up Portugal and take their treaty port instead. This interest we have is so we could trade easier. Let's just move it around a little bit. Are we really using this much Diplo? Let's see if we can improve rival up some more people. We're not scared of Denmark. We're thinking of decking Portugal, so... And Hanover's not going to mess with us too much, so let's do that. So we'll get a little bit more infamy decay. He's saying all the people in Sao Paulo are rejoicing that it's finally the capital. Seems like the better place considering what we want to do here. Let's do something like that. The company's going to appear there, so... I don't think taking their treaty port will count as a treaty port on Qing. You might be right, because now it's like a diplo... It's a treaty agreement, right? Oh. I guess the reason the UK doesn't want to join is your army's too weak. That could be it. We could, do the Florida Man technique. I'm not sure how cheeky we want to get, though. So what we're thinking is that if we wanted to make our army appear a lot stronger, we could just do enlistment efforts all over the place. We also didn't swap around our government either, which we could do. We're gonna have to run slightly lower taxes here, right? But yeah, treaty port's now an agreement and a location. So just taking the location off of them is probably not enough. But ideological similarities of government, we could probably get a little bit better. We're also 1 pip away from 20 relations with GB. Oh, but we have to get to 23.5 because we're going to lose 7 relations when we add the war goal. You're saying that, okay, yeah. Something I noticed Japan actually forms, and America got a good buff. And it's 1900, they got 200 billion GDP. GDPs are way bigger just in general, because I think a big part of this is the decreased government expenses. Or decreased government wages. Like, in terms of proportion of our expenses, government wages are way smaller. Look at this. We could also stop subsidizing some things. I'm a little bit leery about not subbing the ports. They're currently providing us with infrastructure, so... They are auto-expanding that. I don't think we actually have a use for it yet, so... Kind of an awkward spot. We're planning on getting this to 10k. I guess if we're planning on getting that to 10k before doing the things, maybe it makes more sense for us to go Atmo engine first here. We could even push mech tools. We really want that company kind of as fast as possible, though. God, this is so miserable. Well, we're doing it partially for purposes of iron. If our iron's not good anyways, then the company's gonna struggle. Yeah, let's just do this. I think this will be fine. It would be fun Victoria 3 challenge to make Brazil a dystopia, which it is today, not like this. This patch is goated for fun maxing, even right now, even though it's a little bit buggy. Yeah, there's, like, it feels like the Wild West. Like, right now. And there's, like, so much going on that's, like, super interesting. We almost death spiraled in our Panama run, which we haven't done in forever. Like, just actually full brick the run. Which was, I was so excited to see it. I was very happy. Like being able to, like, 60k pounds off, like, Ching for 5 years is, like, 40 infamy or, like, something, but that's, like, a lot of money. Interesting, Tarkus. Feels weird just trying the game out and not being able to manually set up imports and exports. Feels so nice. Now you, like, I like the new trades so much. Cause, like, tariffs, like, are actually reasonable. Not because you're trying to extract money from the tariffs, but because you're trying to get your guys to stop trading that good. Like, for example, here we have incoming a bunch of opium. This is we're probably okay with this, but we're probably okay with this because the base price of opium, is higher, so per good moved, it satisfies our intoxicant demands more. But you know what maybe we're not okay with is importing any tobacco. So what we could do is increase the tariffs on this. So check this out. We're currently making 4.8. Let's increase the tariffs. And the idea is not that we're trying to extract more money, but we're trying to make this trade less profitable. Currently we're trading 80 or 40 units. We expect that number of units to go down. It goes down to 35 because there are more profitable trades now to be achieved. I think this probably went up. And so we're trying to avoid trading particular things via the tariffs, more so than trying to extract money. I mean, we incidentally extract money, but that's not the aim. Or at least I think that's how you're supposed to look at it. I could be mistaken. So much stuff feels really up in the air, especially because you know that they're going to adjust balance stuff like this as well. What do I do to incentivize exporting a good? You can put in a subvention. The subventions are kind of expensive. I'm actually not sure if I think subventions are good or not at this juncture. I think 60% is probably just bad and you just like never use it or rarely use it. But if you put in a subvention for import, for every good imported, you will pay additional money from the government, and this really tends to make the thing get imported. You could also alternatively take a look at what's getting traded and the goods that you don't want to trade, put in tariffs on those. Pop Max India strats are about to go wild. Zamindars are... Yeah, I think that India for a long time has been the best country to max get a max GDP run on, unless you like go Turtle Island or something. Would it be better to grow another country for trade vassalization then? But they have low GDP from you taking it, specifically like it when you're a big country? Wait, what? I'm not sure what you're saying. I love how immediately the trade's changed. Yeah. Subventions kill your budget. So they appear to kill your budget. But other things are going on too. I don't think they're good enough to overcome the cost of the subvention, yeah. But, what will happen is, first of all, some of it just gets remixed into your own economy. The marginal difference between the profitability of the trade route you would run without the subvention and the subvention, that value going to the trade center just gets reinjected into your economy, so that money's not lost. I think what's really bad is if you are subventioning into someone else's tariff. Like, I think that's really, really bad, because that's just you kind of paying the other country. But if you are subventioning and they are not tariffing, then you get to steal share of that industry. And doing that specifically on really, really prime industries. So I could have over 100 throughput on wood as Russia. Right? And this isn't that hard. But then I collapse the price of wood to minus 75%. If I subvention it, then I can turbo trade it and just make it so that I'm the only one producing wood. I can make it so that the wood is more expensive in my market than the world market through subventions. And this is kind of what we were doing a little bit with our Russia run. I mean, I think it's bad. I think it's bad, but I'm not, like, sure it's bad. It might be okay. Good for quickly getting prosperity. Yeah, they're good for that. Yeah, I think there's a chance that they're good just because of, like, the stimulating effect of the economy. Like, for the same reason that tariffs are bad, for the reverse, subventions are good. The key difference is, when you tariff, you decrease volume of trade, and when you subvention, you increase it. And if that phenomenon did not exist, it would just be like a reverse of your reasoning for disliking tariffs before. The same logic would apply to subventions. But the thing is like, when you tariff, you decrease the volume. And so you don't actually intake as much money as it appears with the previous volume of trade. And when you subvention, you increase the volume of trade. And so you actually end up having to pay out more. AC Fiso, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. How are we doing on Magnanimous? Just kind of in the same spot. Oh, we're gonna get unrestricted slave trade? Not like this. I mean, we're not in that good a position to do something about this. We're also trying to mainly answer questions in chat, so maybe let's not focus too much on... If we miss the journal entry, you may miss it, it's not that big a deal. Any new tech to research? Not new tech, but tech's been changed. Like, all the port techs are way better, because they let you push a larger volume of trade. Because now they unlock PMs. There's no levels on ports, but these do unlock better trading PMs, so that's pretty significant. Subventions can be used to move more money into the investment pool. Yeah, so this is another thing, is the money that goes into there does get churned through investment pool. But you're effectively sending some of the money outside of the country. Which is why I think they're probably bad, but... It also allows you to get more comparative advantage, or it allows you to get more market advantage, yeah. Grocery got buffed, there's so much demand of it, yes. I need a bigger sample size on that, though, overall. Is it a good idea to give a company monopolize over a good? I don't know how good this is. And depending on if it's really good, because you can't do it on laissez-faire, that might make laissez-faire not best anymore. Maybe we go interventionism in this game to find out. Doing a run where your country doesn't have cotton plantations, I'm finding a subvention for the import of fabric is cheaper than paying the construction with the low amount. Yeah, so things like that are certainly possible. Because the thing is you can't control the trade. And so being able to massage the trade, but you could also just tariff everything else, and maybe that would be better. I don't really know. You tariff everything but fabric or something like this. We could also just try and extract tariff. Because it's trading the most profitable thing, maybe we are collapsing the... Let's say we collapse the price of coffee. Maybe we actually want to try and make money through tariffs too. I don't really... and push less volume of trade with the coffee, keep the coffee cheaper in our market, and instead extract a little bit off the top with tariffs. I imagine this is no good, but I don't know. If you subvent imports and exports on the same good, you can spend a ton of government money to effectively create goods out of the void. Because you import and export it, and you get buy and sell orders. Which, incidentally, that'll pull the price towards middling, right? Yeah, maybe there's goods, specific goods, where you actually want to do imports and exports of, like, the same volume. Like, goods with polarized prices. Like, if we import and export coffee, coffee prices will tend to collapse, but if we import and export it simultaneously, they'll move more towards middling. Technically, you delete value as you deviate from base price with everything. And this, like, undeletes it. And, like, this effect... Yeah, there's, like, so many, like, little effects of subventions that, like, are unclear to me what the downstream effects of these things are without looking at the math. Such that I think subventions could be good. I think it's unlikely, but... How profitable are railroads now? I've been taking a close look at the railway PM, and I've been pushing a lot of ports so I can push more trade for manufacturing. How can I rely on old release 1.0 tutorials for Vic 3 now? You probably can't. You probably shouldn't. Just tariff everything. It worked great for the USA. Not like this. Subventions are only good if you use the modern China meta. Subsidize your industries and ruin your competitor. Yeah, so this is like one of the things as well, is if you... you can subvention to acquire economies of scale and force the other person out, and then once you have economies of scale, like plus 50, you can turn off the subventions, and then you still might be able to edge them out of the industry such that they just don't get into it. And that's also really hard to evaluate if that's good in subventions. I have no idea, like, how you... Right? Like, how are you... That's not something that's a math thing. That's, like, a tempo thing, and that's, like, not something you can really evaluate all that easily. We're currently... Who's pushing the public schools? The Industrialists are happy with it. Perfect. We'll do this. The schools. Yeah, there's, like, a lot of downstream effects for subventions, and, like, let alone understanding the complexity of just trade in general now, that the system's entirely different. Yeah, I just, like, I guess we'll take that. It's a significant uptick in percentage. That might have been a mistake. We really kind of care quite a lot right now. Banking is going to be okay. Do we get lay that we didn't swap our PMs? It's super nice that you don't actually have to put in a bunch of trade when you get new PMs and like you're trying to facilitate something. I still don't get trade capacity. How do I know when I'm at my max and need to build more trade centers? What do you mean when you're at your max? Oh, I guess let's maybe try and unpack what you maybe mean, because like we have a positive balance in this building. If we build another one, it's probably also going to have a positive balance, and it's going to be a profitable building. There is no cap to trade centers, and there's like no cap to like trade. Stuff's uncapped. You can specialize. You can push in a whole bunch of trade. As long as there's someone on the other side of it, it can be profitable. Now, if you just absolutely bananas spam trade centers, eventually they'll stop being profitable, at which point you don't need more trade centers. Also, if it's not the most profitable building, it may be not one you want to build, except for it's a building that is not only profitable, but it makes all your other industries more profitable. You think a religious power block is worth the 5% birth rate now? Birth rate's really good. Birth rate's a lot better if you're super uber world conquesting type of thing, though. If you're trying to play tall, birth rate kind of sucks ass relative to migration. And playing tall is now something you can kind of do, so it probably depends on how it is that you're wanting to play. Birth rate's really good. Like, if you're doing a max theoretical GDP run, like you're trying to get the most GDP possible by the end date, first of all, you're going to do world conquest, but second of all, birth rate is like actually like the modifier you are pecking, and like you're constructing your entire strategy around population growth. So the context really matters, I think. This is like learning Victoria 3 all over again. Yeah, this is the most fun I've had since 1.7. This actually might be more fun than 1.7, in which case it's the most fun I've had since release. When is it saturated? When it's saturated. When is it saturated? I mean, if the trade center is completely employing up and using all of its capacity, you can add more, probably. What does trade capacity mean and do? Oh, so if we have more trade capacity, we can move more volume of goods. So there we're moving 50 coffee. We have way more trade capacity here. We're moving all these goods here. We're also subbing our trade centers, which I don't know if it's correct. But we have a positive balance, but we are losing quite a bit to subsidies. We're losing a lot to ports, though, more so than the trade centers. Interestingly enough, in our Panama run, we made it so that our ownership places, our financial districts, were not employing up by subsidizing stuff. And your financial district doesn't care about employment. And then we took away the subsidies, and then it like collapsed our entire economy because everyone started working in the financial districts. It makes sense that pumping trade centers is good if you have surpluses of a good, or if you have shortages of a good, right? Massive shortages. Even though it's automated, trade feels more complex than before. Yeah, it's probably... I mean, it's an entirely different system to understand. I mean, it's very similar to the old system, it's just you can't control any of it. So, like, in the old system, tariffs were just ass, because you could control stuff. Now tariffs are probably good. I don't know, I still think free trade's probably better than protectionism, but being able to tariff stuff's super nice. And, like, it actually, like, when you're, like, clawing your eyes out, because you're 70% of your pops are starving because the rich are eating all the food and you can't import the food or cause any more food to come into your nation because the profit margins aren't as good as the industrial stuff or for the luxury goods. Like, you're importing the luxury goods that you don't want to import instead of food, and you can't, you're on free trade, so you can't tariff them, and you're just like, oh, this is the apocalypse. Alright, we're gonna see if we can start that war. and get Great Britain to join us. So we're gonna go back 2 things. Because we want our treaty port. We want our Plato, please. We mainly want to show the treaty port on kind of the best person to have it on. And we also could catch up with chat a little bit. General question regarding trade change. Do you think it's a finally viable strategy to go for a world conquest run without declaring a single war? I think this was already possible. Was it not? I haven't looked too far into like that as a run in terms of possibility. Yeah, so Great Britain's 5 here. And we could sway them. Perfect. Right, we don't want to fail that JE, but selective enforcement maybe is okay here. And then we could sway Great Britain by offering them a treaty port as well. And then we could show off the treaty ports. Fantastic. Sway with open market. They actually don't want a treaty port? I think we actually just want to offer an obligation. I don't think we want the market opened. Enforce money transfer. Let's see how much we can get. Wow, they've really changed this. You used to be able to get like so much money. Now they're really infamy it down. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna liberate some countries then, maybe. So keep in mind keep in mind that you're using construction that could grow your industries, so it's not always good. Wait, what? How do I know when I need more trade capacity? I don't think there's like a red light, green light for that. If your trade centers are making more money than your industries, it's almost certainly going to be the case that it's good, right? That I guess is the simplest heuristic. Pre-drag 11, they give the follow big dice. But I think it's more complicated than that. But you could look at it like that. So on a per level basis, this is making 380, or it's not 380. It's making like 50 ducats per level, and it costs 1,000 or 100 construction. Like construction costs are very cheap. So you just look at that from a ratio perspective, and then you look at like your iron frame buildings per level or something like this, or like this per level. And this has twice the construction cost, but we're making 50 per level versus this. And so if we have this value, it's like 86 per level. So in theory, another logging camp is going to be better than the trade center. Something like this, right? Would be like that's the most straightforward, I think, way to think about it, but... you had minus 1800 meters China. Ayo. With new pop growth, there's not enough arable land. This is going to be a hilarious patch. Pop growth gets substantively changed? I didn't even notice that. Protectionism best on smaller countries trying to grow their industries, while free trade best on developing countries, much like IRL. I generally agree, yeah. Or I think that this is kind of this is the way I was looking. Well, free trade actually might just be better if you're dominant, specifically in multiplayer. Yeah. It's only for 5 years. If we could get that permanently, we would be super on top of that. So we want North Jilin and North Heilongjiang. Heilongjiang? And then kind of want to maybe make something primary. And the main idea is not that we actually super want to release stuff from them, but it makes it less likely they back down. We actually kind of don't want to release stuff from them specifically. So maybe liberate Korea is something we're into, and then we make that primary. So they're less likely to back down, and Great Britain can slap them around for us. Just notice, because the AI's economic growth. Yeah, I think the very, very significant decrease to government labor costs helps the AI a lot. Noticing my market is short on small arms, so my armies are not raising their full organization. I love this change. Yeah, you have to supply your armies. I think having a company for small arms is now pretty good. So, like, that feels really good as a change. Let's get some more trade centers here. Also, the trade centers interact with local prices rather than, like, your own market prices. So, like, if we have an area that has a huge shortage of iron versus an area that doesn't, it's going to make a bigger difference in terms of importing the iron. That's wild. Look at the infamy cost. Might as well conquer the lands. Yeah. Their armies get big. The AIs, yeah, because they have way less. The AI snowballs way better because they like can add way more construction. It definitely feels pretty good. Great Britain, fight our war for us, please. They don't have any war goals, so hopefully they do fight our war for us. This is our understanding of how this works. If they don't fight our war for us, that is not the way it works on previous patches. Kind of don't see them moving in, and we don't see a landing. There it is. Alright, there it is. I was getting worried there for a second, boy. We'll try and land Manchuria as well. I was worried there for a second, boy. And since we're on the same side of a play, now might be a good time to go for a treaty with them. How much do they value trade privileges? Mutual, not really that high. But power block embassy. Can we get investment rights from you? We can, in theory. 20% chance. Mummies market. No. 20% roll, but it do be what it is. I think in theory you could save scum that as well, so. So, 40% roll. Okay. We can probably also rival Netherlands. Although investment agreement with Netherlands is actually kind of okay. Let's do this. We'll get less infamy decay, but that's probably okay. Probably fine. Liberate countries should increase relative to the quantity of states. Yeah. We probably just won't enforce Lib Korea. We might end up doing it. Notice a pair of possible bugs. Can't get Panama Canal or United Fruit because of odd demand. Because of odd demand? I'm not sure what that means. Also, if you get a dynamic prestige good like precision tools, then disband, you can't get it back. Oh, interesting. Report it on the forums, I would suggest. May I ask, a few countries are meta fun for this trading patch. Belgium, Sweden, I think Panama is hyper playable. We have a video coming on that out on that tomorrow. Unfortunately, we made a little bit of a boo-boo, and we have like we used our overlay that we use for streaming, so we have like the chat box on the screen for the first half of the Panama vid. I hope that it doesn't crush the vid, but it might. If a good is cheap on your market but expensive on the world market, shouldn't you rapidly increase tariffs or exports to decrease the amount of the good that is placed in the market? Well, if a good is cheap in your market and expensive on the world market, you kind of want to export it. Unless you have a reason for wanting to keep it cheap, specifically, like to pay extra to keep it cheap. Let's actually stop bolster this and instead start suppressing the pro-slavery movement. And we have to get some stuff building. Build some trade centers there. Looking forward to Belgium, Netherlands, Krakow, and Ukraine. Ukraine's always fun. Notice they removed banned slavery as a war goal, invalidating current meta for removing slavery on the US day one. Do you know of any alternative methods? New patch? If you agree to ban slavery via drafting a treaty, they won't necessarily want it from you, but if you agree to do it, like this, I think it gives you plus 25% to passing it. But you might just have to, you know, like fight the civil war like you're supposed to. Starting pop rates are doubled for some countries. I have to look up what the pop growth changes were exactly. So this is the second comment. I don't know what it exactly is. They don't have rival Bavaria? You're right. I didn't realize that we weren't. I think I just saw that they were big and didn't want to rival them. Or I confused them for, yeah, I just confused them for Prussia. 100%. Getting grocery company and prestige grocery might be very broken this patch on China. I think rice and groceries is maybe, like, insane on China, yeah. China gets a ton of pop growth. Take care, Hamcuts. So we'll update the PMs. And our trade centers will figure it out. I don't think we have a way to stop that. They're not in government. Intelligentsia in government. Alright, we could hold off for a bit. Marginalized armed forces. Hell yeah, brother. If we have voting, it's hard for them to demarginalize as well. So that'll be good. 5-5 AA magic. Thank you for the follow, big nice. Let's go. I don't know what this bug is that's like making it so that we have to like double click. I can see in multiplayer people would say good treaty suggestions with terrible names like Billy sucks ass. Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of that, I think. Hey Scrooge, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. How's the patch? The patch is insanely fun. I encountered so in the Panama run, I encountered a death spiral for like the first time since like 1.4. I think 1.4 was the last patch you could death spiral on. And I was very, very excited. We had so many ownership pops. They were like 10 to 20% of our population, the upper strata. We had so much ownership pops that it was they were demanding so many goods that it was pushing up the price of all of the food goods to plus 75. And our food security was such that 75% of our pops were starving. In order to solve the problem, we needed more pops. We had negative pop growth. So our upper class was eating our lower class to death. Cement, thank you for the follow-up, which is just like actually like the coolest thing ever. And we couldn't solve it through trade because we were on free trade, and we could not even with max subventions, we couldn't force more trade of basic food goods because the demand for the luxury goods was so high that those imports were getting in first. It was very, very exciting. Here, let's make things a little bit straightforward for us, and just auto expand all, because our queue keeps idling. We're trying to answer questions mainly, so let's do that. Which should keep the queue busy for a while. Chris, thank you for the 8 Canadian. I just compared 1.8 to 1.9 growth numbers. France goes from 0.7 to 1.42. Mortality from Japan goes from 1.1% to 1.8%. Wow, that's crazy. The patch, this is the first patch that they've actually accelerated the economy a ton then. Because not only are you getting the pop growth, you're also getting the decreased wages and this type of thing. Can you do a run where you tear tariffs on and off every month in America and see what happens? You can't do that every month because there's a cooldown on changing tariffs. Ban slavery isn't removed, it's just cost infamy now? Okay. The pop growth changes are that 15 is the new 20 and 20 is the new 25, I think. Oh! I gotta update that spreadsheet then. Rip the dream. Oh, that spreadsheet one was kind of... I kind of like that change, though. 15 is the new 10 and 25 in terms of the equilibriums. So generally 15 SOL is going to be good. The like, pattern... Okay, cool. So we should be getting positive progress on this now. Yeah, hell yeah, brother. Yeah, I think I like that, that change. Because the gameplay pattern of intentionally depressing your SOL to get more pop growth felt weird. Not necessarily as ahistoric, but like a gameplay perspective, it was just weird. I thought the important breakpoints were 10 and 20. Yeah, he's saying that they're 15 and 25 now. Now, is it worth getting investment rights from other countries before 40 million GDP? It's turbo worth it. I think it's really, really strong. I think it might be one of the things that's like giga broken on the patch. Is force-feeding goods to other treaty via treaty deal worth the influence cost? I don't think so. I don't really know. We get our PB, boyo. Is our PB very strong? It is. Hell yeah. I think they're currently influencing, so we can just promote. We will finish... Actually, let's promote so he doesn't get randomly exiled. That's always the worst when some dude just gets randomly exiled, so we'll grant him leadership. Did they finally fix the loud car outside? Nope, it's even louder than before. We're gonna get a bit of it today. They've lowered the world's starting pop by 10% as well. I mean, when you consider compounding growth, that's like, it's the population target by end date is going to be way higher. That's interesting, though. I've been out of the loop for Vic 3 for a while. What are the big changes? This patch completely overhauls trade, and now trade's automated, and you influence it through other means, and you can also do diplomatic treaties, and this patch feels way, way different. In terms of substantively, like, feeling different, I think this is the most different feeling patch since ever? Sorry, we meant to click draft a treaty. You can now do a bunch of different agreements. I think that, like, there's a lot of stuff's overpowered here, but yeah. OPB will be happy? Yeah, OPB will be happy. OPB will I was gonna say he'll stop shaking his fist at the air, but we all know that's not true. Oh, they refused that recently. I think we specifically... Well, maybe we don't want to give up power block for that, actually. Maybe we want to give up power block for money. And trade privileges for investment rights. We don't need the investment rights yet. We need it later. For my first impressions, DLC seems absolutely worth it. Oh man, I'm getting behind on chat, but I'm still on the fence. Is it amazing as it seems? Well, so this question is a DLC versus free patch thing. I think the free patch DLC combo is just absolutely insane. I don't know the differences between the free patch and the DLC that well off the top of my head. So I don't know if, like, the DLC specifically is worth it in terms of how you want to think about it. Probably add more construction. No, we can't. Well, we can run a little bit of a deficit. We can we can peak a little bit. We can get a little naughty here. All right. Just like the new pop growth, since it disincentivizes high SOL even more than before. Disincentivizes? I thought you said it was 1525 breakpoints. You mean incentivizes? We're a little bit behind. Meta TLDR, I hope the market's crazy different. I think some things are up in the air and that I need a bigger sample size. Like, to feel confident about my opinion on some things. So, I don't really know yet. I think that, so there's a bunch of things that are just turbo OP with the treaties, one of which is getting people to take your debt, and then companies are just insane because you can steal everyone's investment pool. And but between the two of those, you could just play like turbo tall and actually just get massive. Bad spreadsheet awareness, true. Sulu naval landing is broken. It's stuck at 99.9%. What's your org look like? Did your org go down as a consequence of you running a shortage of military goods? That might be what's going on. Another dumb question to ask because it's trying to understand. If I want to import the good I need, do I increase subventions? You could increase subventions. Subventions seem expensive. You could also just tariff stuff you don't want to be trading. I think the better practice is tariffing stuff you don't want to be trading. And then once you get really big and you're running a lot of volume of trade and you have a lot of trade centers, free trade's probably just better, and then you kind of just cry or you subvention. Have you found a way to get rid of a bad company executive? I haven't taken a close look at this, so no, I have not. I only have about 20 or 30 hours on the patch. Have you played a full game in 1.9? No. I've played several partial games. I've done a ton of, like, practice runs, like, first 5 to 10 years, and then I've done, like, the first 40 or 50 years on Panama, and then I've done the Russia video. So I'm, like, my sample size is relatively small right now. He's playing the biggest difference in the trade systems. Yeah, you don't create individual trades, it's all automated. It's enormous. This is my favorite patch, even if it's unbalanced, yeah. OPB released non-review impressions vid, he's finally happy. I haven't had this much fun since release. With the Panama thing. Very, very delighted at actually 2 different types of death spirals. I can't remember the other one exactly. Do we actually want to live with this? Or we want to keep it in the market? We don't have an oh, we do have an adjacency to it. Maybe we do want to do this, so. Okay. Okay. So now we have this, which is a treaty port. With no trade centers, but these trade centers... bound for 4 years. Can they just withdraw for nothing? Surely not. But we're going to build some trade centers there, and the trade centers in that location will operate as if they were part of Qing's market, which allows us to functionally unlock Qing trade. Qing is currently not trading with anyone except using Portugal's market, and so we'll see a much different behavior from their trade centers than we do our own domestic trade centers. Unfortunately, it's going to take a little while to construct them, but you can see, for example, they are exporting from the Qing market tea. We don't really produce that much tea, and so this is the first initial example here. Regional HQs are awesome if you get in Russia. Yes, this is what we're talking about that I think is turbo OP. You just, like, scoop up an enormous percentage of other people's economies. They're turbo OP if you're really small. If you're big, the thing that's probably turbo OP is getting people to take on your debt. They changed pop growth, yeah. Don't question DLC, only buy. Yeah. In general, I think if there's a free patch you really like, and the DLC accompanying it is not worth it, you should buy it anyways to support the game. Is kind of the way I look at it. So, we of course have gold in them hills. Let's get an interest with England. Something like this. Let's go. Annex country button. Wow, they have 22 battalions now? Not like this. Let's do some of that too. 15 and 25 instead of 20 and 30, not instead of 10 and 20. Oh, the upper end breakpoints, not the max growth breakpoints. Oh, I don't know if I like that change. So you want to stay between... You want to stay at like 12 SOL to maximize growth. Thank you for the clarification. Jesus. I thought you were saying that the... Yeah, I thought you were saying 10 and 20 got shifted to 15 and 25, where, like, 10 is... If you have enough growth rate in mortality modifiers, 10 is and was the old number, and if you don't, 20 was the old number, but now it's 15. Yeah, I think I'm with you that I don't like this. How's performance? We haven't had a deep enough run to really know. The new trade stuff seems influenced by what they developed for EU5. Is that the case? No, absolutely not. The, like, EU5 is, like, market-to-market, regional, and this is globalized. Like, I would say it's, like, is very different. I think EU5's system is way better for EU5, and this system here is way better for this. We want more iron coming in. We're actually almost done with Atmo engine, though, so that should be fine. Still devastation here. I think we're going to start getting a couple of these rolling as well in the queue. Maybe us doing mineral expansion here doesn't make sense. Because we can't increase infra here. Have you tried the newsletter paper map? I looked for a paper map in the early access version, or an additional map into the early access on theme, and I didn't see one. Is that just included in the release version? Am I blind? Oh, this. Bro, this looks so cool. Oh, I just missed this because this was under here. It wasn't in the under the spheres icon. Oh! Dude bros. Front hops to Korea and inland China. Yeah, there's much less spaghetti. There's still some spaghetti though. The spaghetti has not been gotten rid of. I gave Brazil a go, but couldn't get rid of the slavery law, and now Britain won't do it for me. How do you proc corn laws? We just procced it naturally. But in theory, you could subvention exports super hard, and tariff imports. So is Vicky 3 fun now? I've been having a lot of fun. We're trying to catch up on chat, and maybe think about where we're expanding next. Are we really making that much money? Holy hell. Construction sector, Sao Paulo. Given its effect on migration, I think there's incentive for still incentive for good SOL. I would generally agree with you, Lazy Katie, but I think it also depends on how you're playing quite a bit. Connor is generally conquering a lot of territory. The more territory you own, the more important pop growth becomes relative to migration. I think it depends. Yeah, okay, yeah. You followed up with the exact correct evaluation, I think, which is that it depends on if you're trying to play tall or world conquest. Can you force a deal for longer than 5 years? I don't know what happens if they need to deck us to get rid of this deal, or if they could just get rid of it unilaterally. I hope it's that they can't just get rid of it unilaterally. That'd be kind of annoying. Imagine if Paradox waited until 2025 to release Victoria 3 in the state. Well, I mean, some of their changes are a consequence of like feedback from the players and this type of thing. That's why I'm really thrilled with the way that Tinto has handled the entire thing for EU5, because I think that they've had so much community involvement. I mean, I've given tons and tons of feedback, personally. Apparently, if you demand a treaty port and they just press accept, you don't get the war goal. I was having... So you were talking... You left feedback regarding, like, war goals not gotten enforced. In our Russia game, like, we had a treaty port alongside a couple of these, and then one of North Jailin didn't get enforced for whatever reason, even when we clicked enforce. And even if we swapped sides to China and capitulated, it still didn't give us the war goals. So war goals were a little bit screwy on the, like, super early access version we got, but I think they seem better now. I mean, we got all our war goals, so... using treaties to get certain law passes seems really good, yeah. Just forcing multiculturalism... I mean, I think that's kind of how you force multiculturalism through now. Well, I mean, like, the thing where you make the general the leaders probably... Yeah, I mean, that's gonna still be good, but... Let's make sure that we aren't tariffing imports of any of the foodstuffs, I think. I think we're okay with this coming in. If stuff starts to look a little bit... We're actually just traumatized, low-key. 7 infamy. Bolivia is likely to side against us. Oh my god, it's been a while since I've gone to subject interaction. Alright, so let's decrease autonomy so you can't join a war against us. Great Britain might side against us. We could wait for them to declare another war, or we could just go once more into the breach. Okay, I was about to say, I actually hope they decline it so we can name it something funny. Ideological similarities. I think we kind of want it over 50 to not get sided against. We're trying not to reload a whole bunch, although we should just try and catch up with chat, actually. Yeah, we're just gonna deck and then reload if we get sided against. I think we're not getting sided against too often here, but under 50 you still can. Especially because they have the desire to ban our slavery and this type of thing. To anyone using the new map, you need to sign up for the Vic3 newsletter. Yeah. I think we just got it because the creator, I don't think we're signed up for the newsletter, but I think creator just gets everything. Is City-State Megatall gameplay viable now? It's much better. It's much better. Taking everything is still probably still going to be, like, ideal. Let's do this. We shouldn't have mobilized the conscripts. Please no side against us. 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 I still wish you could just give up the thing that they side in for just to make it go away. Pretty sure they could withdraw after the 5 years. Oh, that's annoying. Probably need to keep some subventions on exporting grain to get the market liberal. Yeah, this is one thing we can do. The war goal problems haven't been solved, I'm pretty sure. Just very specific conditions. Interesting. Yeah, I think we've had it happen with us like twice on a war against China. A war against time, if you will. Obligation is always nice, but Russia sides with Prussia, and we could reset attitudes with both these guys. They side in. They're protective though, so that's kind of fine. Cautious. Yes. Not sure how important that is. Yeah, we can't really... I don't think we could grab money without it costing, like, infinite infamy. Man, they really stomped out that. That was, like, really good on one of the versions, right? Or one of the early access versions. You used to really be able to just extract a lot of money from people. Now it's, like, 0. Do treaties help you get certain laws passed? Yeah. If you agree to pass it. I was playing as Prussia, thought I was cooking when I paid Russia for a defense pact before declaring on Austria, just to have them break it and join. Yep, you should have gotten an alliance instead. Kind of tight on money this month. Can you buy me the DLC? Also, NASA PC, please, so that I can play 40 more years in the game. I don't even have a good PC. We could pull the viewers, though. Should we get this guy's PC before we upgrade our own? Let us know. Alright, so I think we're in pretty good shape here. We're still like, yeah, the corporate chart is what we're like, oh baby, let's go ing for. We're gonna research it to 10k and then switch to masscom, finish masscom, and then we'll be there. I think we can probably speed 5 here. We're caught up on chat. Big. I mean, it'd be really funny for me to just drop $1,000 on the viewer's computer. But it would also make it so that we would not be getting a new computer for EU5. Sometimes the memes do really hit hard though. The amount of shit I've done before hitting on pause has me worried. Always save before unpausing, the first unpause. It's super annoying if you have something weird happen and then you're just bricked. I mean, I guess it's really annoying if you have potential crashes. If you have an Intel chip, it's probably worth doing right now. Where's this from? Oh, did this get bricked somehow? Okay, cool. Is the slavery movement gone? Is that what happened? That is what happened. Oh. Huh. Because suppress the supremacist movement. I think I kind of like that. Wow, I don't know if I've ever made a movement like hard disappear like that. As far as I mean, I probably have, but I can't remember it. Crazy. Take a look at laws and institutions here. We've had our jets a little bit cooled on some stuff. I think that we just really want to get off of mercantilism because it really gimps our imports. We don't want to make anyone revolutionary. We could pass something that the landowners like. Currently have a moderate, he's spineless. We have a decent chance to roll a Democrat. We would like that. We do want to take things just a little bit slow. There's nothing the landowners want that we could pass. I think we're just gonna go colonial exploitation. We would like to get onto some of the better laissez-faire stuff, but it's harder. We're gonna try and play straightforward to do magnanimous monarch without paying the closest attention to it. Year 1 France death spiral. Ooh, what death spiral do? I'm so excited that some death spirals are back. I actually got a newspaper map skin. It's the best one I know. I'm kind of digging it here. They just packed up and left. I've disappeared a movement many a time. My memory must be foggy. I'm sure I've done it. You need a PC mostly for Paradox games and streaming. Try testing Mac or Mac Studio. Wait, what? Runs Victoria Speed 5. Well, EU5 doesn't have Mac support. So there might be some problems with that. Unfortunately. There might be... I might run into some issues when I've at this point I'm kind of hard committing to adding EU5 to the mix. For those of you who haven't been following what I've been doing the past 2 months. Up until last week, probably had 20 times the amount of hours played in EU5 than I did in Vic. I guess we have to upgrade Lele's PC though. Oh man. Live by the pole, die by the pole. I don't know who's in that, but we're just kind of clicking buttons. good to see the landowners getting kind of gimped out here. They should get like weaker and weaker and weaker progressively. Oh, we could do this. Oh, we have the market liberal guy in there though. Yeah, so we don't want to do that. Why do we have not a lot of pass chance on the market liberal stuff? Wait, what? Am I just blind? I am just blind, aren't I? Son of a bizzle. Well, we don't want to get too much revolution stuff happening. Maybe we could decrease taxes. Kinda can't right now, though. How are you doing, Generals? Hey, Neff, how's it going? I just finished recording some Vic 3 gameplay. Boys, this update is fun. This update is so much fun. I think that this is my... I don't know if I'd say that this is my favorite update, because that's kind of like a different question than, is it the one you've had the most fun on? But I think I've had the most fun playing in a long time for this one. Having a lot of fun with a Panama run that I'm recording right now. Not everyone was here when we kind of talked about it last, but we managed to death spiral on Panama by having 10 to 20% of our population as ownership class, and then demanding so many goods that we ran into problems in that all of the food was plus 75%, and the rich could afford to eat it, but no one else could, so 75% of our pops started starving, and in order to solve the problem, we needed more pop, but we had negative pop growth. And so we were just slowly bleeding off. And we were max subventioning all of the food. Is this update better than Spheres? Probably. This update shakes things up way more than Spheres. I think that I need a bigger hour count to really feel confident in my answer, but it's more of a shakeup because trade is dramatically different and the treaties are wildly different. We haven't really exploited anyone or bonked anyone with treaties yet, because kind of trying to move things along to some extent in order to get to that idiot that some later stuff, but I think that we actually want to give up embassies for gold for now. They want to guarantee our independence? Okay, well, if you're really small, giving away power block embassies seems super good. In exchange for money. So like 50% chance or 52% chance that this passes. We're batting very low percentage here. But if you're really small, this represents a very big thing. We could also give obligations, but... Recommending a Mac for gaming? I don't know, he might have been... It might run fine on... Might run fine. This isn't Paraguay. What charters are to your liking? The company charters? Well, the one where you can use other people's investment pool seems turbo insane. Are we enjoying EU5 or Vic 3 more at the moment? That's a tough one. At this, like, exact moment, probably Vic 3. Over the past 6 weeks, for sure EU5. But I'm having a lot of fun right now. I'm waiting. I'm so excited to get this company so I could show how insane this stuff is. I wonder if we've had any of these complete here in China. I see an arts academy coming in. We see a trade center, and here's the thing. We see what's getting imported and exported is way different than our market, and we see what's going out. We are trading the Chinese goods, and as a consequence, in terms of import-export revenue, this should be relatively good. But also, are we trading any of these things to ourselves? Not really. You could see here we are exporting glass, and then we are importing it on our side. So you get a big trade advantage, is my understanding, when this is occurring. So let's take a look at the trade advantage that is currently for glass. Yikes. We do have some issues. What's going on here? Let's look at the one where we aren't doing too well. Yeah, we lack interest in some of the best markets. Where's our bonus from China being an exporter? Maybe China's not a huge exporter of glass. Alright. No way they will not release EU5 on Mac. Bro, go to Reddit, type in Mac. In the EU5 subreddit. It's not going to be on Mac. So it's been like, unless I'm horribly mistaken, it's been confirmed by the devs to not be on Mac, so. You can use like some sort of emulator or whatever to like bridge the gap, but a base, it's not going to be on Mac. Rip Panama, basically. I haven't killed a run like dead in a long time. Caused a temporary famine in USA today because everyone wanted groceries. Yeah, it seems way easier to famine up. So we made sure to stop tariffing all the foodstuffs like pretty early on in what we were doing, and still we're running some starvation here, eh? Honestly, considering subventioning import of grain. Because I think this is the most significant one for not starving to death. Maybe let's do that. And let's see if we get rid of the starvation that we're currently running here. Captain Crossbones, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Someone found a near infinite money strategy. When you have no here, let's read this. I said let's read this, but slow down the game. Because we have stuff going on. Someone found a near infinite money strategy. When you have no convoy goods, transfers won't affect your market price, so you can use goods transfers for absurd money. Oh, interesting. I saw Corn Laws was nerfed. Yeah, it was nerfed. It still seems... so for really backward countries, it seems bad, because now it's tied to the PV, but for relatively advanced countries, it seems fine. We want to keep them marginalized. I think we don't like Protectionist Boyo, so he can leave. Ottomans are kind of a good one to have anti-on. They said they fixed it on the next patch. Womp womp. They sucked on release compared to any Windows. I'm programming in C, and I could say ARM Mac is better than Windows Intel for that. Well, I mean, it's not going to be on there. Does the force good transfer and trading them back the good to your work? I think that's kind of something... So, I think Connor was referring to receiving the goods and it not affecting the price means that you can get like a free money like loot by sending and receiving them or something like this. I don't know exactly what he's referring to. Maybe that is it. I haven't experimented too much with goods transfer as a thing. Hello, Elroher. Eloher. Do they change how interest works? Because they seem really strong. Yeah, interests really help you to get way more trade. If you put subventions on imports and exports of the same good, won't that work against Mappy? I'm not sure I follow the logic. It will push the goods price towards base price if you both import and export the same good. I think that what will end up happening, though, is you will import the good in some locations and export it in others. Probably not out of the same trade center, although I think it's theoretically possible. Technically, self-arbitrage is possible, where you can technically make it so you're the only one trading in the market, exporting iron and also importing iron. You would have to, I think, subvention both directions and like really, really push the good, but technically you can do it, I think. Law commitment taking the place of corn laws, I think. Yeah. Yeah, we could do that to pass laissez-faire. Because it gives like, what, like 25%? Could find someone that's on laissez-faire, maybe. I think they would actually be interested in pushing it towards us. I feel like I've not checked in a while how often the AI passes laissez-faire. But we could make it so... we do something like this, right? And she's likely to accept, and then we get a bonus for passing laissez-faire. Yeah. As per usual, you can send 2,000 opium to China at the start, despite only having 162 sell orders. Then, since your price doesn't skyrocket, you get a free gov income of 60k. Of 80k? Where's the free income, though? I'm not sure I understand this. Will they agree to send us money for the thing? Is that what you're saying? And then it doesn't increase the price, so we buy it at base price. And then they... or we buy it for less than base price, and then they buy it at base price, and so we get a bunch of free money. Is that the idea? Probably we're missing trade capacity in your failed run. Yeah, that's what we were talking about, where we said the solution was more pops. We had trade centers, but not enough pops to employ them, and the pops were dying. What happens if you fail to pass the law commitment? Do they attack you? The treaty doesn't turn online until you pass it. There are other parts of the treaty. That's my understanding. Texas currently has a natural pop growth of 4.6%. Yeah, but some of that's just going to go away very quickly, because that is based on the, like, the turbo arable land modifier. You not see it in here? We hover tooltips? No, we have to look at a pop. Let's look at a pop that's not discriminated, maybe. It's from the sparsely populated modifier, which is insane. They've kind of always gonna have a really big one at game start, but now it's bigger, I suppose. The free income is you are selling what you don't have. The free income's from you not getting buy orders due to no convoys, so the price in your market is hyper low. Good transfers give you money based on the difference. Gotcha. I haven't fiddled around with it, so yeah, that makes sense. So they buy at base price, and then the difference. Okay, so in theory, we'd actually want a good transfer, like a bunch of coffee. But it's just a bunch of free money. That's kind of interesting. So, us sending... coffee, in theory, would be good for us, right? Or we could do this, and then they're buying it at base price. They, of course, don't want to accept... Weird that that's between the governments. Does CSA pop up almost every game? We've seen it every single game we've played. On this patch. How do you know you need to increase the numbers of your trade centers? There's no, like, route limit size thing. You can build more trade centers and then you'll do more trade. But each trade will be less profitable, or you could build fewer and they will be more profitable. You maybe want to look at it from the perspective of, is this the most profitable building I could build at this current point in time? And if the answer is no, then you build something else instead. Except for this will make all the buildings in your market more profitable, because that's how, like, trade will generally work. Or it'll generally do it. If your buildings are already insanely profitable, technically it'll make them less profitable, but then the trade center will generally be wildly profitable. Exports will generally make your stuff more profitable, but if you have really efficient industries, you will generally be exporting, but if you don't, you will generally be making a lot more money importing, and so importing might be worth it. Kind of an interesting tension, though, because you actually kind of want to be more on exports, so, like, just in terms of how math shakes out, like, tariffs might actually be good. A terrible blow. Not necessarily at base price, it depends on their market price. Oh, okay, fair enough. The difference in price. It says your price stays low, they pay a huge sum of money. Sounds busted, yeah. It does sound busted. I don't think we're gonna do that. I mean, there's other stuff we're gonna do that's busted, so maybe it's okay. Did we forget to do the thing? We did. Let's finish this, and then we get our charter, and then we can commerce. Because of that, we want to do this. I don't know why we're doing it like that. Let's just finish the port. How do you build up trade advantage? There's a bunch of different ways you can get trade advantage. Trading a larger volume of the goods will do it. Having interests in the other side of the trade will do it. So, for example, let's take a look at an example. Taking a look at this trade center here, we see that we don't have that good a trade advantage in iron. One of the reasons why is we don't have an interest where Sweden is, and Sweden is one of the major exporters of it. There's other modifiers we have as well. Generally speaking, we suck at imports because we're on mercantilism. So we actually want to get off of mercantilism. We're just looking to play things a little bit slow and steady, though, because we are trying not to spark revs so that we can finish Magnanimous Monarch without too much friction. And we also don't want to hyper sweat it, because we want to try and generally respond to chat. So, yeah, the issue for us is I think these guys are upset with us right now. Oh, suppressing slave trade. We're not we're suppressing slave trade elsewhere. In here. We're gaining 1.2. Let's do that so they're not as upset. And then we'll -5 upset them. So we don't want to -10 upset them, but we'll -5 upset them to go for free trade. No, we can't. We could go for protectionism. I just fear protectionism is going to be a little bit hard to get off of. Catholic Church isn't huge. And then we can gimp them once we're on total separation. So we can kind of pull at the strings a little bit of some of the other stuff. Just making sure that the PMs are on secular. Hey Nick P, how's it going? The broken version won't be happening as long as you keep your ports, so you can do it how it's supposed to work. Oh, that's true. Can't wait to see another 3v3v3. Multiplayer is going to be bananas. We might have to get back on that train. Multiplayer is going to be insane to see the economic strategies. I'm definitely very excited for it. Kind of a classic. It's been fun. You gotta go. See ya. See you in a minute. Oh, we're so close to getting our company. We need to have 4 steel or 5 steel mills in here, so that's why we're pushing this. I think we can go a little bit faster. Could also see how the poll's going. Making some money here, so I think we'll add some construction. Enforcing monopolies on other country worth it? I don't know the answer to this question, and whether or not the answer to this question is like a big driver of if interventionism is better than laissez-faire. I suspect laissez-faire is still the best, but I think that margin's probably smaller, and maybe it's even conditional. We will always spread the word. No, we want to do mine all mine right now. ETA to company when we finish this tech. Or when we finish enough steel mills. So like really soon. We technically should have started on steel mills a little bit earlier. The answer is industry ban. Not like this, Neff. Please no. So now this decreases the cost by 2.5k, and so corporate charters will pop. I think that we'll just go for joint stock companies. And then we can establish not the company we want. We want the steel, the company that requires the steel iron company. We want to take a look at this. We want to peel this one off. Arms Industries throughput's kind of nice too. But Sao Paulo needs to have 5 steel mills. Sure. What's your name, girl? What's your ideology? I think we want that. But technically, you're supposed to juggle these, I think. This should be fine. I missed what the vote is about. Someone suggested that we should buy them a new computer. And then I said, bro, we haven't even bought ourselves a new computer. And then now we're polling to see if we should upgrade a viewer's computer before we upgrade ours. And not gonna lie, it would feel a little bit painful to send someone a couple grand to update their computer while we're sitting on 24 gigs of RAM. Total separation should be relatively painless. Yeah, we're doing things nice and slow so we don't brick the JE for Magnanimous Monarch. Technically, I think the meta is to abdicate on Pedro as quickly as you can. Are you supposed to royal marriage fast? Let's do this. Sure. Oh wow, it still is fruit. Fruit's still the best. It's crazy. Remote social mobility is probably not going to be very good for us here. Yeah. I think we'll just float to run a little bit better on the enactment time. That's probably incorrect, but, yeah. 50-50 tie, we buy both computers, half a computer. We build a computer and then we cut it in half. Was it Hammurabi would be proud. Am I just like wildly like misremembering this? This is to prevent the overflow going onto the port, and instead you complete all the steel mills in the shortest amount of time as possible. Because I don't think the steel mill is even fully employed here. I don't even think we have demand for steel. Yeah. Not only is it not fully employed, it's not employed at all. Buy a computer and break it in two, exactly. Just download more RAM. If I had a gig of RAM for every time I heard that joke, I wouldn't need any more RAM. Probably the smallest, most inconsequential change, but I love the construction sector, gov, admin, etc. now under the production lens. Yeah, the UI here is a lot better for that. I'm not used to it though. My brain is also like, I'm trying to like, my brain is telling me to press hotkeys for EU5 right now as well. We're very EU5 build in terms of like play patterns. Null state? Where the fuck's that? Well, we would want the migration if it's back home. I guess we'll just look up how happy the PB are. Yeah, we would rather have the PB bonus, I think. It was kind of random considering Vic 3 has released a huge update, but Victoria 3's economics somewhat similar to EU5. I haven't watched any EU5 materials. It's diverged more from EU5. So EU5 is market to market. This is now using a global market. It's way different than EU5 relative to what it was before. The way prices are done is very similar to EU5. So prices are similar, markets are quite dissimilar. EU5 is much more regional, where there's much more globalization in this. We're going to set these on auto-expand, not because this will necessarily lead to the best outcomes, but because we'll idle the queue the least doing this. And we kind of don't want our pops to starve. Yeah, fish are probably actually just insane anyways. It's probably good. Null state is Paraguay, not like this. We know EU5 is better than Vic. I don't think it's like a strictly better, doing everything better than the other one type of thing. I think EU5 is doing a lot of things better, but that's not, Do we have colonization? We do, okay. Rip. Oh, we declared war on this dude, bro. We're trying to, like, pay attention to chat. Completely forgot that we declared a war. Also, for a Panama run, we're doing 0 wars, so, like, that also just has a completely different feel. Great patch, good DLC. I'm a huge fan of this patch. I think that this might be my favorite. Of course, no one trusts me anymore, because I said 1.8 was probably my favorite outside of 1.7. Everyone's like, this guy liked 1.8. We're not listening to him. Me and the boys on our way to Null State digging for gold. Ayo. Welcome back, Tarkus. You finished working on your video, or are you taking a break? Ba-ba-da-dee-da. All the steel mills will finish at once. Is there a way to disband a company that owns a colony without annexing or granting independence? I don't think so. I experienced this with Russia. It did not seem to be the case. We just, like, released the company when we were playing as Russia. Or I think that we released and then we reloaded and we're just kind of like, whatever. It wasn't chopping as... The wood chop was not chopping as much wood as wood could chop if a wood chop could chop wood. I know this is the best Vic 3 Vic 3 has ever been, and I know people shit on Vic 3 a lot. Yeah, but is the margin between this patch and the previous patch the biggest margin ever? Is the more important question, I think. Trade is peak now? Trade is peak. It's automated, and the way you think through it is entirely different, and it allows for specialization. Rather than just this weird autarkic, and trade does literally... Well, not literally nothing, but trade sucked super hard. When you would get big, it would become irrelevant. And now it doesn't. Now you can just dominate, like, certain markets and this type of thing. What are we doing? We should have just gotten the... We should have just gotten... We know we want the other coffee company, which we know is suboptimal, but we should have just gone for the coffee company. I guess we'll go for that next. Brazil. Yeah. This is also in Sao Paulo. Oh wait, is this gonna be... Yeah, no, it's in Sao Paulo. Perfect. Alright, so now we want to get investment rights in other countries, but first let's see what industry rights we can add to this. We could add tea plantations. Alright, fair enough. So let's do that. And then what we want to do is now we will give anything. We will give anything to Mummy in exchange for... Except we're going to give this. In exchange for investment rights. Do we already owe her an obligation? Oh. She's indifferent to that. Alright, fair. Trade privileges don't move the needle. Fair. We will say... We will not subvention tobacco. We will not subvention wine. We won't do it. And we will not subvention, because we really want this to go through. I think we won't subvention dies. Oh, she doesn't care about the marginal one. Alright, will us offering a non-tariff on something move the needle for her? We will not tariff Merchant Marine. 92% chance. We'll take those odds. Mummy's pie. Finally, we'll have someone else's pie. Delicious. It'll go for 5 years, but it'll go until it gets canceled. So now, we have this agreement This Mummy's Pie agreement. We now have investment rights within her nation. Let's give investment rights to our company. So now, this company will start investing in Great Britain. Our favorite. Incidentally, let's... No, this works. This works. So, we'll see where they go first, exactly. It'll take a little bit for this to cook. It'll take a little bit for this to cook. But what's going to happen is we're going to get foreign investment HQs in both Great Britain and in the East India Company, and we're going to steal all their money. I know subventions suck ass, but I want the game to let me play suboptimally in creative ways. Vic 3, this update, you could simply not have an arms export-oriented economy. I think subventioning small arms is actually just probably optimal, considering the infamy refund, right? You lose infamy, yeah, exactly. My point is, though, although you can, is that you can make a specialized economy, although currently specialization isn't really a good strat. I don't know about that, Tarkus. Or, well, you're supposed to specialize in the best industries anyways, but if everyone goes tools in a multiplayer lobby and you go clothes, I think that's good for you. Whereas I don't think that was necessarily the case before. I'm still open to the possibility that subventions might actually be good, though. I think most other people just think they're bad. I think they're bad, too, but, like, I think it's possible they're good. Just unlikely. So, that should gimp the Catholic Church quite a bit. Has it begun? Not yet. It would be a little fast. It also... The logic takes place every time you complete a building, so... We have 23 months till we get the actual company we want. Subventing our small arms is OP late game, yeah. You'll have to do a treaty with Egypt, now called Mummy's Pie. Oh my god, that actually is amazing. Autarky still kind of dominates. I think it depends. So I think there's two phases of the game. There's a phase of the game before you have like 10-20% of the global GDP, and then the game afterwards. If you start out as a big country and you just go off into the space, then specialization will be bad, yeah? But like, it was like categorically impossible before, basically. But now I think specialization's actually pretty good early on. Feels like it's smart to have domestic sources of iron, coal, steel, etc. I think that those are the best industries to specialize in, probably, generally speaking. Because they're, like, just generally the best industries, but... you can disproportionately make your economy skewed towards those things. It's not like you'll play a game where you just don't make any mines and rely on imports. Yeah, but you're now going to be making way more mines and relying on imports for your consumer goods. It's like you've shifted it in a different direct. Like now instead of like mines being, let's say, 15% of your economy, you can more easily make them 20% or 30% or something like this. Do you see yourself enjoying EU5 economically as much as Vic 3? I think they're a lot different. Vic 3 has like a really in-depth system that has like a lot of nuance and like connections and stuff like this. EU5 is more complex. And there's like a distinction between complexity and depth. EU5 has more levers going on and is more city builder-ish. Vic 3 has more like emergent and downstream effects, I think. I haven't taken a close look at EU5 with spreadsheets, so it's a bit difficult for me to know. Like, for sure, but that's intuitively how I think it's going to be. Or is. Persia drug run when? We might have to do an EIC drug run. This is the drug running patch. Imagine running a truly... So agrarianism sucks for a different reason, because... agrarianism sucks because you're capitalists, or like the owners of your agrarian stuff. So it begins here. We have coffee plantations in Mysore. The owner of your agrarian stuff is still capitalists rather than at least I don't think they changed that. This guy is a landowner. That'd be insane if they changed that and I didn't notice. But this is employed by capitalists, not landowners, or not landowners, aristocrats. And so aristocrat investment pool is like bad. So agrarianism is just bad because your companies, when you lean into it, are capitalists. And like, yeah. I think the odds of it being strong are under 10%. I think they're about 10%, so... Like I said earlier in the stream, it's 60, 30, 10. Like 60, they're just bad. 30, they're like kind of okay in some circumstances. And although, after playing a little bit more, I think it's maybe a bigger share that they're kind of okay in some circumstances, but those circumstances are like... Or, well, 60% they're just bad, and then, like, if you're starving to death, you want to subvention food or stuff like this. 30% they're maybe, like, kind of conditionally okay, and then 10% they're, like, actually just strong, and you want to build a strategy around it. Something like that. Integration of the Amazons. Hell yeah, brother. Well, Nantong's not incorporated, so... Not sure if it's been asked, but is Monster Energy, White Caffeine, Superpower, Brazil possible now? Are you asking if going coffee is good? I don't think it's good. I think it's better. Depends what you mean by possible. Feels really unintuitive to me as to when you should expand your trade centers. If you just like, if they're just making a ton of money and you expand them then, that's probably an okay heuristic. And then if they're not making a ton of money, you just build other industries instead to give them better margins, either by increasing the price of inputs for you to import or by increasing the price of things for you to export or something like this. I'm gonna start pushing the iron a little bit here. I have state atheism and Shinto as a religion. I think state atheism doesn't override your boyos. So if you switch back, you'll be Shinto. We need a company type that's like aristocrat for agrarian style playthroughs. Yeah, well, for balance perspective you do, but for like a simulation perspective, I think that doesn't make sense, and the capitalist should just be better. So I don't know if I disagree with the decision. Just from a gameplay perspective, it makes agrarianism suck, but agrarianism does suck, so. Agrarian anti-synergizes with itself? Yes. Companies are awful with agrarianism. Agrarianism should have an alternative option for companies, maybe. Like, they don't do companies, they do something else, and that something else is more decentralized than, like, what a company is, but also maybe just, like, yeah. What's the highest company profit you've had? Oh, I don't know. For me, subventions are more the, yay, I can do a meme run. Yeah, I mean, it actually lets you push consumer goods. So before you like actually categorically could not export consumer goods, but now you can. So it definitely does that. Whether or not it's good, I think it's probably bad. Realm of Exler is already updated. That's crazy. Can your company buy from a financial center in a country you have a monopoly in? Yes. What's the base price of Monster Energy in 1.9? What is the base price? We're gonna take the trade capacity. I think that's the best one. Yeah, but now you don't have to build the tools where you're building your other stuff. Grade companies equal farmer co-ops. Think that does what you want us to do? That happened here. Oh, we want investment rights in Ottoman Empire too. What did we agree not to trade? Tobacco and wine and merchant marine. Or we agreed not to tariff those things. Can agree not to tariff fabric. Can agree not to subvention fabric. Can agree not to trade fabric, but I think we want to import it. Could send him some coffee. Not quite it. Who are going to be the best people to get this on? Almost certainly. Oh, this doesn't auto-cancel. Hot damn. Not extremely good. How much do they value this ish? Kind of a decent amount. Can agree not to subvention dyes. Can agree not to subvention silk, like we're gonna export some silk. Can agree not to tariff dyes. Can agree not to tariff silk? Non-colonization agreement. I don't think that they'll care about any of that, no. Prohibit trade of what? I don't think there's anything we want to prohibit trade of. So, a little bit off. They want to send us furniture, maybe. Send the poll. Karasak, thank you for the 100 rated. Wow, you're killing it today. How's it going? Your stream just end? Or, well, obviously your stream just ended. That was a stupid question. How was your stream? Trade centers have very low employment because they are high productivity. Doesn't necessarily mean they are construction efficient. Yes, but they're also only 100 construction, no? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, wood and other stuff like that are gonna be beating them out a lot, I think. We're trying to figure out how to get investment rights into, in China. But maybe that's not gonna happen for us. But these guys, it's easy peasy. Is there any sense to play Vic 3 without Spheres of Influence and Chapters of Commerce? I'm playing without Chapters of Commerce, but if you mean Charters of Commerce, I think there's enough on the free patch. I don't know exactly what's on the free patch and what's not. Is Mappy dead? No, Mappy's still important / good. Let's get a bunch of investment agreements with the people who don't own construction sectors, which is super OP, and it's fun, and it's good, and we just guarantee independence of the Victorian little places, and what they're going to do is they're going to give us unlimited investment pool. Yay! Yay! So, the way that this works is, taking a look in here, these guys will almost never have a construction sector. If you don't have a construction sector, you don't unlock your investment pool. If we, with our company, get in someone else's nation as a result of giving it investment rights, our own, regional company HQ, in here, it unlocks their investment pool, and we can use their investment pool to build in their nation. So, these will be kind of super free, and you know what they say, if it's free, it's for me. We unlock the free money. And it's just like super free, because all we're doing is just guaranteeing their independence. We could try and extract like more from them than this, but I think that this is fine. I don't think we got one with Rwanda. And we could cancel these eventually, because it is costing us 100 Diplo, but for now... Maybe we should have tried to get... we probably should have done that a little bit differently, actually. We should have waited until we got our charter fully with... the EIC via Mysore, but that's fine. Banjanalist for Cursed Map? What do you mean? This map's great. It was great. I love this new update in DLC. Where are you trying to do in your run? We're going to try and do the coffee stuff. We're going to subvention coffee and try and actually specialize in coffee and actually do the journal entry. Hey, Chris Thompson, thank you for the 5 Canadian. 3.07% pop growth is France, 1847. Yeah, the France pop growth is always a bit of a decision / thing / vibe. People do argue about that one. The free patch is good. Hell yeah, brother. So here we see coffee in Burundi. And there's our additional marginal company. We're gonna do this company, which is Brazilian, which will go up in Sao Paulo as well, which is the capital. And let's see what we can cook up with this company. Which does have a prestige good, which is very nice. We could add coal mines industry. We kind of wanted tools, but coal mines is also going to work for us. And then we'll also give them investment rights. And then we could give them monopoly rights, but we don't have the juice. We want to give one of these guys trade rights. I don't know which one's better. Now I think we're going to subvention coffee. Now, at this point, I do not think subventioning coffee is good. Actually, we're not going to. We're going to wait a little bit. We're going to get our feet underneath ourselves a little bit. Of course, not having a limit is great to build tall early. It's so nice not feeling like you have to rush railways on every single run. Speaking of, let's get railways. Russia's likely to join against us. Okay. I think we'll be fine. Great Britain can't get in there anyways, even if they join against us. If they join against us, though, we lose our investment rights, so that's kind of actually really not ideal. Early game pop growth is high, but late game pop growth is bad unless you are really SOL min-maxing. Yeah, because of the changes. When you get to like 20 SOL, pop growth starts being way lower than before. You just gotta starve your pops. That's the solution. Can trade centers in one state export goods from the whole market or just that state? They create buy or sell orders in that state. So the way that this works is that, taking a look here, we're importing 160 iron. If we take a look at the iron price, we see that, hey, that's our sell orders in this location. So we have a price in Sao Paulo that's actually lower than our market price, despite us not actually producing iron in Sao Paulo, because it's effectively getting produced in trade centers. So it gets added to the market and local price. So it affects market price, but it affects it by creating the local price. So it's like as if you had produced the iron in Sao Paulo, in terms of where it ends up or how it ends up. Construction sectors being limited is the new cap on tall gameplay. You just build them in your treaty ports. But actually, the negative construction efficiency in treaty ports sucks super hard. I mean, we're still getting some of these built because it just lets us run trade in and out of China. I wish you could put the trade centers on auto-expand, though. Let's add some more construction. National hero of Brazil. Let's pass protectionism. It's a little bit of a in-betweener, but I actually think protectionism might just be better, so... And it won't make the landowners super pissed, so let's get on it. Oh, so good. Now, instead of earning... up our trade quantity by 50%. That's actually what we should have been researching. Mistakes were made. Is laissez-faire still better? I don't know. I think it is, though. But I'm not sure. It depends on how good a monopoly is. I don't have the answer to that question. $26 SOL is 0.041. Yikes. It's weird if you get a regional HQ in your country, you can become the lead producer of prestige good without having the company for it. That is weird. It should be based on company owner rather than regional building. And you can see we now have a regional HQ in Mysore. So, we built these 5 here. Now, every marginal thing that gets produced in the EIC will be paid for by their investment pool, or at least the stuff that goes to this regional company. And this is the absolutely bananas thing. So, let's try and get more of these agreements with other people. Excuse me, sir. How much do you value this? Why does no one want a power block embassy from us? What is this? Cohesion reduction. Oh, it's because we're so big. With Panama, they always really wanted it, the power block embassy. So we'll have to maybe take a little bit of a different approach. If we have a lot of volume of trade with them, though, we can get a big amount from plussing from that. So we could get quite a bit here. I was gonna make a German joke, but I was told not to, and I'm just following orders. Okay. And then we can also get a money transfer for them. And this is because we have a lot of trade going back and forth. We're just going to go for the guarantee one. We're like, the money's not really that important to us, fundamentally. We bound them for 25 years. And so now, we're going to get investment rights in Prussia. Which, that's not going to really help with the plantation fellowship that much, but this is going to be able to buy up all the stuff in Prussia. And you can see we're already buying up stuff in the UK here with the investment rights. Oh, it's magic. It's so magical. What does the regional headquarters bring to your country? You get to use their investment pool to build stuff. And buy stuff. It's insane. What do trade privileges give? It makes it so that you have a really big bonus to trade advantage if you are on opposite sides of the trades with that country. So they might be exporting iron or something. Let's take a look. We're currently importing iron. And we look at the world market. We look at who's exporting the most iron. It's Prussia. And we are importing the most iron. And doing that, that agreement has given us both more trade advantage. Which allows us to buy iron for cheaper and them to export it for more expensive. But soon we'll own all the iron in their country, so... yeah. You would like a power block embassy, sir? Of course, we would like to get this without giving a power block embassy. We'd like to get it through other means. Can we say we won't tariff a bunch of stuff? Surely they don't care about any of our laws. They don't. Well, we wouldn't mind doing an obligation to get this through. And then we can offer no tariffs. That's kind of free. We will not tariff hardwood. But I don't think we're going to make up this difference very easily. I think in theory we could money transfer them super hard, but... The ones that is going to be really good are the ones where we have a ton of mutual trade, and trade advantage in both directions is going to be good. We don't want to give up power block embassy. So this is kind of good. You know what we're going to do in order to maximize this? We're just going to super overbuild the trade centers. And this will increase our volume of trade everywhere. Are you subsidizing the trade center? We are. I'm not sure it's necessary. But we kind of want the trade centers to really be operative, but they're really not taking that many subsidies. They start out automatically subsidized, as do the ports. I think they're a little fiddly, so, like, one time we took off the subsidy, and then they fired everybody, the trade center, and then they started rehiring people, and they rehired to 100%. So I think that they're, like, a little temperamental, and so... yeah. I don't really get how trade advantage is calculated. It's calculated in a whole bunch of different ways. Or, like, there's a whole bunch of different modifiers for it. But what it is that you get a value, right? And this is your base trade advantage, right? And it's done through all the modifiers. So all these modifiers together, you get your base trade advantage. And then... your base trade advantage is compared to everyone else who's on the same side of the trade. So our base trade advantage is compared to everyone else, their trade advantage on the world market. And the people with the most trade advantage get the most favorable prices. So it's not important that this is 100 or over 100 or 145. It's important that this is bigger relative to other people's numbers. And when that happens, you get positive advantage, and when it's the reverse, obviously you get negative advantage. So we are paying less for our iron, so we have minus 6% on our import price relative to, like, Egypt, which has poor trade advantage, that's paying plus 20%. Does that make sense? Well, you know what? We could probably force a bunch of trade. See, this is also, like, one of the things where, like, we're not sure if something's good and it's, like, a weird type of way. But, like, if we start subventioning coffee, right? And then everyone starts eating our coffee exports, right? Then that might make it easier for us to get trade agreements with everyone. If we get trade agreements with everyone and get investment rights on everyone, then we can buy up all their iron and coal. Like, in terms of, like, are the subventions good? Types of considerations. I still think they're not, but... who is the current biggest exporter? We are. And watch us choke out the other markets out of here as well. So also acquiring market share will give you a better, see, this is another, like, weird thing, is that you can get more trade advantage by acquiring a larger market share. And you can get more trade advantage by subventions. And so to the extent that you increase your margin by increasing your trade advantage, this means that the subvention is paying out value. However, why is that clicking not clacking? What? Shift 2? Excuse me? Bueller? What the hell? Well, okay, I mean, we know what we want to do, so... and we want to see how the trade changes. So we have 300, and we immediately go up to 337, and now they're at 135, 130. We're expecting to see them drop. Oh. Over time. But this does go up, and then our trade advantage went up by a little bit. by 1% because the volume went up. Right? So it's like, I don't know what all these weird cascading effects are. How do you get those advantages? Because France, I'm struggling. By running more trade. So the big thing is we're importing a ton of iron from Prussia. I wish there was a better way to check, like, your total, like, balance of trade, but what we could do, in order to see who we have good trade advantage with, we could just, like, be, like, looking like, okay, we're importing a lot of clothes. Who are we importing clothes from? Austria is a big seller of clothes. Austria might be willing to give us a pretty nice deal. We'll also actually make it so that more volume might happen. But, for example, Austria... You can see that we're doing pretty well. Oh, you're saying how to get trade advantage as France? You want to have interests in the area that are relevant. And in particular, we do have a trade agreement with Prussia. Both ways. World market tab is goods bugged. I go max subventions or no balls. I think max subventions is very likely to be freaking awful. But, and we could just keep proposing stuff. Yeah. But we see trade privileges now starting to crop up. After we do our subvention, now our trade privileges are coming in. And so, like, in terms of a possibility, we maybe also want to make a power block at this point. The thing is, we can't give up the power block embassy if we do that, and we'll hit relations really hard with everyone. But I think we're at the point where we're kind of okay with that, and we have enough subjects that, yeah. I think we'll go Trade League. We'll call it the Brazilian League. What's the most... let's do this one. Oh, you could do this now. Chicka what? Bro. Amazing. Netherlands is probably okay. Costa Rica's definitely okay, though. And let's check in on regional companies. I think we haven't gotten much time spent yet. I think here we got livestock that we need to swap, and of course, tools. Yikes, we missed a couple things, huh? Oh! We lost our investment rights. No, not like this. Alright, we'll figure it out. Let's improve relations with Arge as well here. Alright, we'll go for the rivalry with the Ottomans. So we get enough to improve relations with them. Yo, free CSA? It's the freest CSA there is, except it's not free at all. Oh, getting treaties is a decent reason for subventions? Yeah. But that's like, that's a temporary reason, so that would fit under like my 30% where it's like, oh, it's conditional and like maneuvering and like this type of thing, rather than just like actually being good. How's performance? We haven't gotten deep enough to really have a substantive opinion on performance. Wow, we're making so much money after subventioning our goods? That's crazy. Subventions must be good then, huh? Do want to get this treaty back. She doesn't want trade agreement there? I mean, we're not gonna... Let's just withdraw from this. Oh. Bound for 15 months. Okay. British articles are frozen because we aren't fulfilling the power block embassy. God, we're making so much money. Is it our industries that are overseas? Maybe. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Where all is our iron? Bahia. Alright. Not that it matters as much anyways anymore. Let's do that. We'll start losing money. That's what we want. I have a regional headquarters in the country. I don't have treaty anymore. Will they keep expanding? I actually am not 100% sure with this. I think that they don't. But I don't know if we had this before or after. If they keep expanding, even if you after you lose rights, that's insane. I guess maybe we'll experiment. We'll find that out. If this expands again, it's nuts. Apparently the 10% lower pop is a bug caused by workforce ratio. 10% lower pop. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. Captain Crossbones, thank you for the follow, big nice. Oh no, wait. Swaggo G0, thank you for the follow. Just kidding, wrong guy. 4 hours in and only 1850. Dude is doing the paradox work over here with the QA. Appreciate it. You're very welcome. I'm trying to answer questions mainly and focus more on that than necessarily pushing the run as fast as possible. We're getting some work done though. Are we still making money? What the frick? Hey, why are we making so much money? This is just more reinvestment getting covered. What's very cool is trade centers don't increase your GDP, but they're still super good and they give you money. So if you turbo invest in trade centers when you're small, you don't increase your GDP, so you get more reinvestment ratio. So we need to get rid of legal guardianship. Okay. Yeah, she don't like it. Oh, the world starts with 10% less. Okay, got it. It's a bug caused by the workforce ratio. Oh, that's interesting. How do you know how many trade centers to build? Just until expected productivity is no longer green? No, it just depends on your overall strategy regarding trade. Pushing more trade, like, in some circumstances, could be, like, strategically useful. I don't think there's, like, a hard and fast, simplistic rule. I apologize. Like, we're trying to uber push trade so that we get... Because we want to get value from trade agreements with other people. Would you say, how many loud cars could a loud car if a loud car could car loud? I'm not sure. That's kind of a weird question. Would you say that loud cars are a prestige good provided by your stream? Yes. Some of my states get company headquarters, but I have no company. When I open them, I see pink bug visual instead of... Yeah, if you see the pink head, it's going to be, at the very least, a UI bug. Is this a mod? Why does Victoria 3 look different? You say that, you know, in joke, because you think it's not a mod, but it is a mod, Palea. It is a mod. Wow, we own 6 million GDP overseas. Crazy. Can AI renegotiate treaties? They can, but they never try to. I think they also never cancel them, which is just bad for them, but... The AI's logic surrounding treaties is not spectacular right now. So, yeah. I wish I could make some loud cars from the generalist market, but your trade advantage is crap. Get wrecked. The truth hurts. So now we have 11 of these, and we're doing more trade volume. And who are we trading with? Trading with CSA. So let's see how much they value the trade privileges now. The double-double. 41. Wow! I thought 40 was the cap. I thought that was the cap. That's crazy. Oh no, we're used to playing on Panama where we just had unlimited Diplo. We managed our resources poorly, not like this. No, no, no. We don't have enough Diplo. Another reason why I kind of think that, don't call it a comeback, except it is a comeback. For, Are we supposed to rival Belgium? I think so. Can you annex Corsica? I suppose if we wanted to. There's an evade button like naval invade? That's because there's land invasions too. AI cancels if banding period is over and their acceptance is below 0, or if acceptance is below 1,000. I haven't seen them cancel yet. I believe you though. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I haven't seen it. Remember when generals good at Victoria 3? Now I can't even manage Diplo, not like this. Play is just out to hurt me. Play never misses a chance to throw shade. Truth hurts. Are we on both sides of the trade with this guy? Not really. So, yeah. We are rivaling this guy. We would actually really like investment rights, but I don't think we're going to be able to get them on him. We actually kind of want them with the CSA, though. Let's go, let's go, let's go. So still haven't gotten a new thing. We have a regional company here. It's got 12 things in the UK. Right, we can count. So if that goes up, we're in for a good time. I think Generalist is almost as bad as Tarkus. Probably worse, honestly. It's a low bar, but Generalist is the Limbo Master, yeah. The true thirds. With plus 20 relations, they will almost always give one-sided investment now. Someone told me they're getting stuttering still here because of restarted laptop fix it. Yeah, apparently Intel has some issues. Yikes. What's this election about? Oh my god, it feels so good to actually have income. Instead of this weird parasitic only income. We're mainly just doing this because we know it's okay and get a war going. I think that in theory we should actually be shopping around South America. How's performance? We haven't played deep enough to really get to test it. So far, we haven't seen anything too crazy. You just became GP8 and lost rivals? No! Don't worry, we'll decay down. There's the strat. Depress it. Yeah, I think we're gonna cancel a bunch of these. We were talking about hyping up how they're OP. Technically, they're like pseudo OP, but we're not gonna get level 5 in them very easily. Okay, has this bought another? No. Has this one bought another? No. No, wait. Are we blind? I think we said it was 16. It's still 16. We get a regional company in... So now we are stealing their investment pool as well. Intel and Nvidia, yeah. It feels like victory is a lot faster paced with this patch. I don't know exactly why. It just feels like economies are so much faster. This is why, Tarkus. Government wages are so fucking low. All the buildings, instead of having 5k pops employed, they go down to 1k. To be fair, it's not like a 1/5 thing, because they kept, they got rid of most of the lower wage multiplier pops. But that's what's going on here. And the pop growth. At least early. I don't have a full handle on that, though. Are you noticing any meta cheesy stress? There's so much cheese right now. Getting them to accept your debt is cheese. I think that... I don't know if I'd call it cheese, but this is just super overpowered, getting regional companies and stealing people's... Like, it's reminiscent of the 1.7, 1.6, 1.7 metagame, where it's like the bankroll meta, where now it's just the investment rights meta, I feel like. I think this is one of the times where you don't scrap, because we don't want the setback. But like, this is for the regional company here. It's Prussian investment pool that's paying for that. What are you doing? You were supposed to drink coffee. Do you guys want me to pause the stream to get coffee? What do you need, girl? Nowhere near accepting. She doesn't have a lot of trade privilege stuff in the other direction. So I guess we're just going to try and increase trade by quite a lot. We have to just be throwing them up in the bad spots, actually. Yeah, we're just running into huge infrastructure problems. Yeah, yikes, yikes. Yeah, I think comparing to the bankroll meta is probably reasonable. Yeah. Like, I think external trade is probably really good. Enough taxes a bit well to make up for it. Minus 5% income tax amongst the laws. Yeah. But now running low... Well, I don't think it makes up for it. I think that you just actually get more money. You heard this place is a place I want to experience live cars. Is that correct? That is correct. You've come to the right place, my friend. We just got our Brazilian coffee good. Shout out to coffee. Ooh, yeah. How's it going, Hannibal? / Lino. How's the update treating us? All good? Any particular issues? Most obvious issues? Maybe this? So UI issue, if you go to world market, you can't go back to Brazilian market. You have to go back to applications. Some people with Intel are experiencing problems, but you guys are already aware of that. Very much enjoying the new patch. But yeah, that UI bug's probably just one of the more... Wow, we're making 70k in reinvestment. This is from all of our overseas nonsense. Yeah. And now, like, because wages are proportionally less, it's such a big deal because this makes construction sectors, like, the fact that you're getting reinvestment is, like, way bigger a deal. Or it's way easier to drain reinvestment. You have fewer periods of time where you're prevented from increasing constructions because of reinvestment. Or sorry, you're prevented from increasing construction because wages are too high that you can't afford to drain them just by expanding way high. Even though, because the wages cause you to run too negative a balance. What place is your company globally? It's probably pretty high already, which is insane considering... where's the UI for checking global companies? Statistics. I forget where it is in the UI to check global. We're keeping an eye. It looks like, yeah, the British ones can't expand unless we have property rights, it looks like, or expansion rights. This was at 16. Oh, just kidding. This is now at 17. So it looks like you do get to still keep using their reinvestment, even as long as you get a regional HQ, it stays in. Companies panel, not tab. Got it. Thank you. So we are in, what is this, 6th and 7th place with our 2 companies. He'll never find it. Not like this, yeah. Don't help him out, chat. Make him suffer. No. No, it's the thing where I ask chat to help me out and then I proceed to not read chat and just try and solve it myself. Your help will fall on deaf ears, basically. Chile still colonizing the south? What the heck? What do you mean? They would if they could. Alright, perfect. Our GDP, we're pulling it down. Exactly the outcome we wanted. This is the low GDP meta. Welcome to the new world. I'm not really joking. I think low GDP might be better now. Just like perma run it. Oop. Rare journalist reading his chat, huge W. Yeah, journalist gave up and decided he wanted to read chat. He's like, I don't need to see the thing. One day we'll get railways. That actually maybe should be what we... Oh, okay, we are researching it. We're having huge infrastructure problems. What's our mass migration attraction look like? We went higher. Damn. I keep track though. Let's move some of these to the top and some of these to the top. Any books you're reading these days, journalists? Not currently. The last 6 weeks have just been kind of insane in terms of like playing my brains out in games. What was the baboop? Not like this. Someone babooped and I don't know what it is. Oh my god. What was that notification for? Was it someone did bits? No, no, no. Was it an achievement and I'm just an idiot? Was that the achievement noise? It might have been. The franchising achievement. Okay, okay. It sounds a lot like the notification for stream elements. Achievement, yeah. Some automated investment in Alsace-Lorraine. Now we do have a mod. Oh, Lino, this I absolutely love the foreign ownership mod. In terms of UI display, I think I actually might just stop not playing or playing. I might just never play without this one, but it is super cool because it shows where your ownership is, like foreign. And you can see we own 4% of France's GDP now. We probably have a regional company. We don't even have a regional company in France yet. Yeah, France is very likely to eat a lot of the reinvestment if they have happy... Not necessarily the case that they do, but if they have happy industrialists with the state construction efficiency, because they care about state construction efficiency. Yeah, I've looked at it before. Need more headspace to see what we can do in that regard. How are we doing on this? We're doing bad because everyone hates us. Oh, we want to increase our GDP for cohesion reasons, kind of. Wait, why is this isolated? Has this been isolated the whole time? Am I just an idiot? Has this really just been isolated the entire time and I'm just stupid? Oh my god. That's insane. There's some quality of life mods at this point the game can't do without. Hey, Jackie boy. Yeah. I mean, I still generally prefer to play vanilla, because but that's mainly because I feel like if you have one mod on, people assume you have more than one mod on. Or like, you know what I mean? Like, if they see any UI difference, they assume it's all modded. Nothing counts. We want gantry cranes, kinda. We don't want to suffer malice to get it, though. That's probably good. That's not the achievement noise. Jackie Boy, thank you for the follow, big nice. Classic generals forgetting to build ports. I can't believe that. Like, that's actually just like a huge, like... That's pretty bad. Oh, we can rival up people again. Hanover, check. Denmark, check. Get wrecked, idiot. Bavaria, check. New Granada's a subject. I don't know why it lets us do that, but I don't think we want to rival our subject. Alright, cool. Now let's improve relations with our subjects. They are a subject, right? Oh, they're not. Yeah, we didn't want Russia to join. I remember what happened now. Alright, okay. Did the 100k you spend establish the colony, not build the port automatically? We didn't spend that here in Lourenco Marks, whatever. Only 139 construction, you're falling off, not like this. Is that really that bad? It might be. I don't know, we haven't tried to do anything too bananas or like super uber exploit the trade agreements or the treaties from the start. We maybe could have done a little bit better though. Go trade capacity. I think that one's the better one. Gotta run elsewhere. Okay, see you, Lena. If you have more feedback in the coming days, you know where to reach us, you. Okay. I assume you mean on the feedback in the Discord rather than DMing. Hey, Jesso18, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? How do you get the GDP ownership mod to work? Mine doesn't. I didn't do anything, so I don't know. Yeah, no, we own 90% of our GDP now overseas. Unfortunately, we became a GP again. This might not be avoidable. We're about to lose access to the Diplo we do have here. So that's a plus 10. We could also maybe... say we won't tariff something. Yeah, let's do this. I mean... What should we name the CSA treaty? Wherever you went, DM's fine too. Alright, see ya, Lino. Well, you're probably gone by now. Get that 200 construction. Yeah, I guess we probably should have 200 construction by now. Bro has access to Victoria 3+. It's called being really good looking. That's our secret. Oh, they want to give us trade privileges. You maybe don't need to guarantee independence then. Treaty of Peace, Amity, and Commerce. I blanked out on what we were going to name it something. The South Americans shall rise again. We are rising. We are really rising if you look at our GDP ownership overseas. But this just gets completely out of hand once you have a bunch of these regional companies. We get one in Alsace. So, the idea is, we start getting access to their entire queue. I think it still runs through our their investment pool. It still runs through our construction, but when they put something up for sale, their own queue buys it for us. Just to clarify, that's what's going on with these. They finish a building. Yeah? And then their own investment pool privatizes the building for us. And then it feeds our investment pool. We are plus 79,000. We are about to become nothing but construction sectors and trade things. We're just going to be a walking trade center / construction sector / capitalists. And that's going to be it. What's wrong with American colonies on the map? You mean the CSA? Oh, that. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. They're just vibing? Having those $500 a week feels like an insult. Give me them ducats. Give me them. Mexico likely joins. Russia kind of likely joins. which are pretty likely to join there. Wow, we're somehow taking Brazilian naval power. That's crazy. Let's talk about it. I guess maybe we clean up the map a little bit. Yeah, let's just clean up the borders a little bit. I don't think this is the correct expansion spot, but I don't think we care enough. And we get to clean things up a little bit. So, do you give monopolies to companies? We can. We weren't doing it. In some of our test runs, we've been laissez-faire, but we're not laissez-faire now. We could give them a monopoly on iron. Gives the company monopoly on specific industry. Any future building levels may not be constructed by private sectors other than the company. Any nationally owned levels will automatically be available to the company. To privatize existing privately owned buildings may not be affected. Wow! Knock knock, thank you for the $100. Big nice. Donated to the Ukrainian Defense Fund. We are in fact always and still raising money for the Ukrainian Defense Fund. If you are interested in giving, it is on the Twitch. The money goes to fund for non-lethal aid for the people fighting in Ukraine. Specifically, I believe it is going to the people who are fighting as part of the volunteer force. So we can take a look at it real quick. Thank you so very much. But they do supply stuff like radios, body armor, helmets, but you can't give lethal weaponry because it's a charity. And so if you're interested, it is available up on the Twitch. Thank you so very much. Big nice. Poggers. Poggers. Mr. Generalist, when you establish regional headquarters, they use the nation's investment queue to build? Are you saying they do? I was under the impression they didn't. They were just buying stuff that was purchased. Do the dividends come to you? Regional company headquarters. Coming to us. But the ownership pops are in their country. How does one add country monopolies instead of company ones? I think that's via agreement. So here, like with Prussia. Oh, maybe we need to already have a monopoly. See, we could offer them a monopoly to Friedrich Krupp. And so I assume we could do the reverse as well. Oh, we don't have trade centers going up. Because we weren't sure which one we wanted to do. I mean, I think that this one's just better for us to do it on, so let's give these guys trade rights. And now they can buy trade centers, and they will buy trade centers in other people's country. I don't think we can I think we can only monopoly iron or steel here, though. If I had money to give, I'd be okay with lethal aid. I would too, but that's you can't get a tax rate off sending people guns. I think you need to charter them to use the investment pool. I think you need a charter for them to use the investment pool. I don't think that's how that works, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. I believe they are buying these marginal levels with investment pool from the nation. And then it's not using our investment pool. Oh, Jesus, dude. We don't have the investment agreement with them anymore, but it still expands. Holy. Seeing who we can improve relations with. You can monopoly trade centers too? Wait, that's so bonkers. Actually. Bro. Alright, well, I think we do that. Oh, we shouldn't have done that. I think we want to give that to Panama or something like that. CRZ11, thank you for the follow. Tommy, thank you for the follow. Big nice. We do want to get off agrarianism. Landowners are still so big. We can nationalize and resell all the landowner stuff, though, actually. Just to Uber Gimp them. I don't think it's almost certainly bad for us to do this, but we want to nationalize specifically. Located in Brazil. What filter is on right now? We have more buildings than this. What the frick? Excuse me? And then we want to have... Can we not filter by... Can we really not filter by Manor House? We specifically only want Manor House. I'm pretty sure we could do it, we just don't remember how to do it in the UI. Trade Charter Monopoly. Poggers. You know how goods in treaties are handled? If I have to pay 100 steel in a treaty, does that mean you, as a state, pay for the goods and hand them over? You get, like... You have to buy the goods in your market and then you sell them in their market, I think is my understanding of how that works. And so if it's cheaper in your market, then you actually net money. Is the prestige coffee created in all company coffee buildings or just the proportion? I think it specifically has to be company coffee buildings in your nation. I don't... Or just company coffee buildings, but it doesn't have to be in your nation. I got investment rights in GB as Belgium, and the British guys stole my #1 leading prestige goods producer bonus because the tools company is so profitable there. Yeah, it hurts. But you're also probably doing okay with that happening. Do we really have to... We want to do specifically owned by the Manor House. Are we just blind? We're almost certainly blind, right? Employment, subsidies, cash reserves, input shortage, hiring, not hiring. We could do them one at a time. Yeah, I want to not nationalize the capitalist level too. I feel like there's a way to do this. And it's just going to increase our investment pool. Our investment pool is almost functionally unlimited, so maybe you're actually supposed to do gov ownership stuff. Bro, that's so wild. That might actually just be better. Because, well, but there's been buffs to... I don't have the answer, sway. I think this will help out, though. Surely there's a privatize all button somewhere. I think it'll just be automatic once we like swap over though. And our investment pool should scoop all of this up and we'll make a ton of money. Or we'll get returned a ton of money. We don't have philosophy department yet? The truth hurts. My kingdom to have this automatically subsidized. Okay. Oh, Kurt. So we should just get a huge uptick in gold reserves, 750k. It has to, we have to wait for a building to complete though, if I recall correctly. $850k. The button on the left, the one with the squares, not like this. See, this is the, I'm so bad at this. I like, I ask chat a question and then I really try hard to figure it out myself. It is just so stupid. Is the prestige coffee created all in the coffee company buildings, or is it just a proportion? I think it's in all of them, proportionate to the ownership level of ownership they have. So they produce only the prestige coffee, but if the company only owns half the buildings in a location or in a state, it's going to be half. Thank you, Lazy Katie. We don't have a philosophy department yet, the truth hurts. We need it for the philosophy factory. We clicked so many times. Yeah. So, we will nationalize all the manor house buildings. I think this is bad, but... And now, They should get a very small portion of the buildings on the crackback, and so this should really gimp the oh, not like this. Oh, is it not saving our settings? No, no, what a world. I think it did. Okay, yeah. So now, all these buildings will resell, but they will be way more capitalist oriented. And the idea here is we're trying to weaken the landowners by a lot. You can see their clout, 31%. You can see it kind of dropping off here a little bit. And expecting as the pops demote for it to drop off even more. And as they lose SOL, or as they lose wealth levels, for it to drop even more. Yeah, it's just collapsing. At least you have another country to take your debt now, at least. Oh yeah, that's right. Take on debt is OP. Who do we want to send our 5 million debt to? I think that we could just do it for, like, money. Oh, did they nerf it already? Yeah, we're probably okay with this amount of debt anyway. Let's run it up a little bit. I think we're going to come in here and we're going to build a motor industry because we're about to have a bunch of railways all over the place. Add some more of this to the back of the queue. So we have investment rights there. We lost investment rights with Great Britain, but we're still getting a lot done. We never had it with Austria, if I recall correctly. But now they're valuing both sides of trade privileges to some extent. But we have minus 800 of this, yeah. Do some of that, and maybe our prestige will drop enough that we'll go major power. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. We gotta try and figure out a way to stall out our GDP so we stop becoming a GP, so that we can do more agreements. It's all very technical, but it's called the low GDP meta. Where's the coffee, by the way? Yeah, let's take a look at the coffee. Oh, did you guys actually vote for me to stop the stream to get coffee? Okay. You're right. I was not joking, so now we're gonna go get some coffee. We'll be back in, like, 5 minutes, so if you want to, walk around, get some water, now's a good time. Alright, coffee's been acquired. Oop. I almost clicked end stream instead of end poll. That'd actually be the funniest time to end the stream, though. Just get the coffee, come back to stream. Imagine getting coffee. Imagine not getting coffee. Can I show the coffee? Put a couple ice cubes so it'd be easier to drink. That's the good stuff. Alright. We can take a look at our prestige good, right? What's the best way in the UI to get to our prestige good? Paradigm 2. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. The reserve coffee. Wait. We clicked one too many clacks. Reserve coffee. So it sells at a higher price, right? Prestige, there's more reserve coffee than there's more of the prestigious coffee than there is regular coffee on the market. We're exporting quite a bit. And then Pops, once it's in the market, will overconsume it. So we're flooding the markets with coffee. And so that's like, maybe we can take a look at that? Let's find someone who's got a decent SOL. So, what are you buying, girl? I guess we need more decent SOL. So we take a look. The coffee, proportionate to the sell orders of coffee, they should be consuming more of this than they are the other drinks, which are tea. Tea's at minus 75% price. Coffee's at plus 1% price. That's crazy. Part of that's because we're exporting so much coffee. It's pushing down the SOL of our pops. They're really not spending a lot on tea or consuming a lot of tea, but normally it's proportionate to the goods in the market. In here there's 800 sell orders. Let's see the sell orders of tea. Let's see Paul Allen's luxury drink. But once it's there, then that starts to be what they demand, so it pushes the price up. Can we not even see tea in here? Oh, there it is. I'm just blind. Blind generalist is blind. Wow, look at the price collapse of that tea. I wonder when that was. Maybe when we put the subventions in? This might have been when we put the subventions in. No, it wouldn't be right when we put the subventions in. How much is that subvention costing? Probably a decent penny. 3K. 3.2K. We're paying more for our small arms subvention. Very curious thing. We're actually selling a ton of units. Oh, wait, are we just subventioning regular coffee? No. Yeah, 800 units. That seems cheap. Is that not the right amount? So we are sending 12.5% of the base price. The base price of coffee is like 30, I think. So let's call it 35. Or sorry, 3.5 per unit. 800 units. Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Wonder where we're exporting it from. We're exporting some from here. And so it gets paid out here, the subvention. So the subvention itself returns into the economy. The thing is though, you're replacing a trade route that would have been profitable as well. But the subvention doesn't just get deleted. He made the joke, damn it. Yeah. Got him. Cool now. I think we'll just add construction sectors in areas that are at home and have peasants. Maybe we add a couple in Nantong? The construct kind of slow. Let's add one. They'll start to overcome the construction malice there, though. Just add some. Uruguay making tea. Oh, that's probably it. That makes sense. Tools gotta be the best prestige good. I kind of think that it is tools. Railway, if it was possible, would maybe be interesting. And coal, if it existed, would be good. But it is not existent. So we just need to integrate the Palistas. We can reduce autonomy on Orange or Peru. I think we want to decrease autonomy on Peru so they don't, so if they rebel against us rather than against Bolivia. Because then they can't, like, you can't join on the side of Bolivia because you can't side against your subject. It's really stupid. Only certain companies get prestige goods. You can see if they have one or not before you make the company. Yeah, just some are also generic and some aren't, and none get coal. Can you do a prestige good of tools or industrial goods? Yes. There's a prestige good of sulfur, by the way. It's a company in Italy, I think Venice. Sulfur prestige good is somewhat interesting. How many things is it an input for? Is the question. I think it's not too prolific an input. These guys are still so powerful, man. Maybe we purge them and just pass shit they don't like and stop worrying about it. The problem is if they give a revolutionary movement that's too strong. God, we have 2 executives that are landowner. That kind of sucks. It's giving plus 25% clout. That actually is a big deal. Can we replace you? It's called managed economies, sweetie. We have no interactions from them. Other than disbanding the whole company, we don't want to do that. I think we'll get out of these agreements. We'll stay in the Dynam one. That doesn't cost us anything. It's probably fine. Now we are running positive Diplo. We want to get more Diplo. It's probably Sicily. Sicily is the place with the 100 sulfur state. And like, I think one of the only state bonuses for sulfur. I think there's like 2. I think it's that and, that one. Update's crazy. Ottoman succeeded with reforms. Persia's Qing protectorate. Afghanistan exists. Japan is industrializing. The earth is healing. Do you ever subsidize the import? Yes. Yes, we do. We subvention imports when our pops are starving to death. Boy, do we subvention them. Right, we're going to subvention grain a little bit more there. If our rich pops are driving up all the consumer good prices, we subvention. Good, we've started to stall out the GDP. Does anyone also get a slight feeling of discomfort when resource doesn't pass the 50 amount checkmark? I'm always experiencing a slight one of discomfort. There's one in Ecuador as well. I think you're right, you're right. Or not, maybe not Ecuador, but it's not Ecuador, but it's like down here. Yeah. You're right, you're right. What do the prestige goods do as compared to the prestige industrial goods? The consumer goods get overconsumed. So right now in our market, the tea is very, very cheap because their alternative, which is the prestige coffee, is a prestige good. And so if given the choice between a prestige good and a non-prestige good, they'll prefer to consume the prestige good. And so it just generally drives up demand a lot. Simon, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Yeah, we're trying to get some of these railroads online. Chinga Islands, yeah. Or however it's pronounced. Lima. A bunch of people left when I went to get coffee, yeah, pretty much. Okay, so external trade 2. What does this give us? Unlocks influential trade center. Let's go, baby. Now, this is going to allow us to run more volume of trade. Right now we're at 570, so they significantly nerfed the amount of influence you get, but we're so back, baby. Sovereign Empire is probably just still better, but it's fine. We wanted to go trade Empire because we haven't done it in a while. But now, oh thank God, this didn't used to swap automatically, but we're also getting another 550 trade capacity. Let's actually see what our trade capacity would be without it, if we can. God, we can't see the other PM? It gives us like 10% more trade or something. Isn't that a bad thing? Doesn't it make the market more inefficient? Ooh, I'm not sure what you're asking me. You're talking about the consumption? Well, it lowers SOL. It lowers SOL when they consume the thing, but the idea is if you are exporting it to someone else, it causes them to overconsume it, which increases your export route, which increases demand, which raises the price, which increases the profitability of you producing that in your own country. You can still just build trade centers on demand. Yeah, we're getting 35 from 90-ish trade centers. So, like, each one gives you, like, a third-ish or something. Which is not too bad. I mean, eventually we'll get to... I mean, we're running a big excess right now. They don't want our trade privileges. They don't really want them. We do want investment rights on Great Qing eventually. How much is this trade center making? Just absolute hand over fist. So what is this doing? It's importing tobacco. And exporting fabric to a variety of places. It's supposed to give us trade advantage, the trade that we're like doing with ourselves on these ones. Because it operates as if it's in China's market. So it's exporting. Sorry, it's importing this. From us. But it's not giving us an advantage in it. I think this actually isn't working properly. We're supposed to have advantage. Oh no, we are getting it. Treaty ports. Yeah, okay, fair. Fair. See, says Vashtar. Have a good one. Now, how do I make use of your trade capacity? Do we just rush industrial goods? You kind of try and specialize in something. Although right now, in terms of our active construction, we're just mainly just building infrastructure and this type of stuff. And that's actually what we're going to do. We're going to stall out our economy intentionally, or this is preferable. So we do want to get more overseas investments if we can. Yeah, but the idea is we're trying to increase trade so that we can get more points from trade privileges when it comes to that type of thing. So España, we're not that scared of, to be honest. They have more battalions than us. Maybe we should be scared of them, except I think the AI is just better or something like this. Yeah, Russia's been the crux of the problem. I gotta find a war that Russia's in and join on their side. And get mass migration somehow. I think we're pushing up SOL though. On the net. I wish you could create tariffs just in the treaty port. Because it's not helping our industry what's going on in the treaty port in Qing. We want to have them have taxation without representation. Trade advantage is still very obscure to you. We can maybe try and talk through it. I'm trying to think of how to word it. So, let's take a look at a trade center and try and talk through it. So, the trade center, you're going to have this trade advantage score. And what this score is nominally, like what the actual number is not important. What is important is how big that number is relative to other people who are engaged in the same trade. So if we take a look at the iron, we're importing a ton of iron. There are, if we look at the world market, a few players in iron import, or quite a lot of people importing iron, right? Austria is a player in iron import. We see that Denmark, I almost said Daneland. Daneland is a player, Dutch, Russia, all these guys are importing, right? And we have a much bigger trade advantage number than them, and because we have a bigger one, I wish they used the word relative in more spots, because they have a bigger one, we have a bigger one relative to their scores, not because we're over a certain number, but because ours is a certain size relative to theirs, we get trade advantage. And what that does is that allows us to have a cheaper import price. You can see here it's saying export price. I think if we hover and we take a look, I think that's just poor reflection in the UI. But if you take a look here, we might be able to see what exactly is going on. So we take a look at Sao Paulo and we look at this trade center. We will see that our import price is lower. So that's the benefit we've gained from having a high iron price. And this always comes at the expense of someone else. So if we take a look at the world market trade again, and we look at someone who has a low trade advantage, like New Granada. I said like New Granada. Let's find their trade center. So here they have a very low trade advantage, and if we take a look at what's going on there, what's going to be going on is that they are going to be, their import price is going to be 18% higher. So our benefit is coming at their expense, and this is modifying the price. Incidentally, technically I think it creates free money if it's close to the threshold, but what this is doing is it's modifying the price that they are spending as it relates to this. Ignore this. This local price is mixed up with this. If we take a look... oh, no, wait, they fixed it. The import price is 48. So they are paying more for the import. If we take a look at us in Sao Paulo, we will be paying less than 48, considerably less. We are paying 37 for our import. And this is because we have more trade advantage than them. But the average price of everyone, roughly speaking, is going to come out to 40.7. So there are going to be winners and losers, and the winners are the ones with the trade advantage. Would you say that tax nerf means a buff for government dividends? In some sense. I also think that your ability to generate investment pool is just super uncapped right now, because you can get foreign investment, and that makes government dividends better too. And I don't know how I feel about it. Maybe a win for interventionism. I almost said Daneland. Daneland is a player. I realized I preferred Daneland. I assume most of you guys don't follow Magic the Gathering, but there was a Magic the Gathering tournament, and there was a Danish team, because there was various national teams, and they won with a card called Dune Blast, which is a card from Khans of Tarkir, so this is like close to a decade ago. And I remember when that happened, the announcer went wild and called it Dane Blast. And it was a card that they probably shouldn't have been playing, but I think they were playing for the memes. Like, the memes alone, they were like, Dane Blast. What's the deal with the different PMs and trade centers? So the things that used to give different port PMs, or used to give you more port levels are now unlimited. The different PMs here are just going to be a higher quant and increase in merchant marine, but the increase in merchant marine is the increase in quant is much larger. And then this is influential or non-influential, but we can't take a look at the non-influential at this point. Or I guess we could take a look. But, like, it's poorly represented in terms of the... Well, it's not poorly represented here. We get half an influence, but if we have a level 1 thing, it doesn't show. So we're getting roughly half an influence. I don't even know if it's exactly half. But if we look at someone else's trade center, we will see they're not getting influence. Regular trade center, just trade capacity. Smaller amount, too. But they're not on bulk trading yet. Trade centers help to generate trade advantage. Okay, back to the trade advantage. There's various sources of trade advantage, like a wide variety in terms of the sources of trade advantage. And a lot of it has to do with what's going on in terms of how big a player you are in the market and how big a player the other side is in the market, and your relationship with the other people on the other side of the market. You can see here we are getting plus 99 from... So the idea is we want this advantage to be high. Advantage to be high relative to other scores, and this gives us a better price. If you take a look here, we are getting quite a bit from trade privileges we have with the Confederacy, Prussians, and the French. That is because Confederacy, Prussians, and the French are all part of the exporters of this. If we take a look at the exporters, we see France is exporting, Confederacy is exporting, and Prussia is exporting. So you specifically having certain relations with the person on the opposite side, or all the countries on the opposite side, is important. Another one that is important is us having an interest in the markets of the people on the opposite side. We have an interest in most of them, but not Sweden. We also have percent modifiers here. For example, we are getting some from external trade as our power block thing. And then we also have, if you have more trade capacity, this also pushes it up. And so trade capacity is going to be useful. We have less because we have poor world market access, which is why we're building infrastructure right now. Actually, about to play Magic in 15 minutes. Pog. Is it Friday? No, it's not Friday. Blast to the past with that one. Yeah. Want some general MTG videos? We discussed Magic the Gathering and Risk a little bit in one of the videos that we have. Comparing, like, strategy in those to Victoria 3 multiplayer strategy. We're kind of running out of labor, but maybe we're not. I guess we're maybe kind of not. I think it's all, like, overseas in our treaty part, though. It's not where we need it. Have you made a treaty with Monopoly? We have not. We maybe want to get on that if we... Or we haven't this run. Thought we gave a Monopoly to... this company? Yeah, we did. So in theory, I think we should be able to get company monopoly. I don't know why we can't get company monopoly here. Why we can't ask for company monopoly. Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one. Hey, hey, hey! Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Now we're gonna start scooping up their trade centers, coal and iron. Yeah, this doesn't affect them unless we, like, give over the exclusivity somehow. Maybe this is a UI thing. Oop, not that one. That one? Bueller? No, I guess if we have bad relations, they don't love it. Is laissez-faire still best? I don't know. Why is low government wages worse? Because the level of employment in government buildings is 1/5 the way it used to be. It's not 1/5 the cost, because it mainly cut out lower tier guys, but we have a level 5 and only 5k employees instead of 25k. So because you have proportionally much smaller government wages in terms of expenses, being able to lower those is not as valuable. Is higher trade quantity always better? Yes, I think so. On a generalist deadlift stream, do PR every week, or you donate subs to chat. Bro, you can't PR every week once you have a lot of trading age. It's just, like, impossible. You can only do that with the newbie gains. Let's kind of just actually just get it through. Oh, I meant to click the plus 30% one. I like this. We do want to ban slavery eventually. We'll get around to it. Happy Tuesday, Alex. How's it going? Alex from Paradox. Which Alex is this? There's two Alexes, right? Bro, just put 1 more gram on the bar each week. Even that's, like, not tenable, because, like, you peak and then you, like, trough. I would not be able to lift 1 gram over my deadlift max right now, because I couldn't lift my deadlift max right now. And when you go through a training cycle, well, also maxing out every week would just, like, absolutely fry your central nervous system. you'd burn out, and then you would actually start getting lower and lower. I mean, I kind of think we just go for it, boys. If Russia goes for us, they go for us, I guess. We'll do some of that. Eric Chaz, thank you for... Eric Chaz? Thank you for the follow. Or is it Eric Easy? Can we read these? We can't. Eric has. Not sure. Thank you for the follow. Put a quarter in your mouse and double it every day until your hands become super strong. This is the way. I actually do have a weighted mouse. 2 birds with 1 stone, maybe. We could protectorate them as well. Oh, what do you want? Transfer state. Ah! Bro, this reminds me so much of the old meta. You used to not want to take this stuff because it would make it harder to get a bankroll from Russia. Now I think we actually don't want to take it because it makes it harder for us to... Unless we, like, want to give this over. Hold up. Yeah, he's super into it, right? Except we would want it for a really long time. Because we're giving him a flat thing and he has to give us a maintenance thing. As for the deadlift stream, not the excuse stream, not like this. Reaches. I exported coal with low subventions from Japan as Japan from Kyushu, and I'm importing coal from France. Is this bad? Probably not ideal. In a technical sense, you're importing it from yourself as well. We don't need to go after Ecuador here. I think this is fine. Look at that. Look at that. One front. Let's land Panama. We maybe annex them and go for Antofagasta relatively soon. As a company. What's the Navy meta now that blockades and boat sharing are a thing? Oh, I mean, I don't even... I think I missed the patch note bit where the boat sharing... What is the meta's probably actually to care about the amount of Navy you have. I haven't gotten into a conflict with the AI where, like, it's been super important, so I actually don't know. Are you building a lot of ports? Building quite a bit, yeah. Because they help the trade centers. They are independent. They're a strong independent nation that don't need no man. Scandi so that we can get the iron trade a little bit better. I second the deadlift stream. We wouldn't be able to PR every week. If I had gym equipment at home, I would so stream a bunch of workouts. Are we losing this? Oh, I think the Navy's on the wrong side for that. So we'll naval invade here. It was on in the patch notes, it was mentioned in the comments of the dev diaries. Okay. That's super good. That's like been one of the most insipid and like silly things for forever. You just build a 100-stack Navy and then you like turbo don't care anymore. And now you care. If they could borrow, you care, right? It's been like kind of one of the worst or more egregious like things where like an aspect of the game just completely trivializes the entire system. Also, congrats for Charter's Commerce tutorial, the World Market vid. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that one came out, what is it? The bitrate in some portions of the video was not as good as I would have wanted it to be. When I put in the software to cut out the sound better, and then also like upgraded to 1080 instead of like 720, and then just upscaling, and then like when I put all the things I thought I could run in all together, it like crimped to the bitrate a little bit on some of the like sections, which I was a bit bummed about. I also upload 45 FPS, but that was 60 FPS. Worth noting they got rid of a lot of restrictions on Navy too. What type of restrictions? Squat stream? This would be the one. Bent press stream? Nobody's here for that. Yeah, just cool, what is it? 600-pound squat. And then play some video games after. When I played earlier, the world market price was up, although there were more exports than imports. Is that a bug, or did I miss something? It was positive, but there are more imports than exports. That was probably a bug. I think the world market's kind of fiddly in some ways sometimes. That's probably a bug, though. Here, this is working properly. There are more buy orders than sell orders, and it's expensive. Let's reread that. Price was up, although there were more exports than imports. Yeah, I did read that right. Hey, Rationalist, have people been pinging you on Discord? I really hope they have. I tried to encourage them to ping you on the Mod Jam stream. Find myself building livestock because my pops are demanding meat. Yeah, your pops start starving if they don't get it. This is like the problem is you can't solve starvation super easy. Right now we're subventioning food, like quite a bit. I wonder what we're actually paying the most on subventions for. We're paying a little bit for grain, a little bit for artillery. Wait, why are we subventioning artillery? The small arms is the one that matters. I don't think we want to subvention artillery. Why can't we... Are we paying for the French subventions? Okay, no. I thought we were paying for the... That would be a wild ride if we were paying for their subventions. We were paying to subvention the small arms because you can get that event. But maybe we shouldn't be paying like that. How much freedom do you have to... Do you have in a video like that? Do you get to script from Paradox? No, I made the script myself. I think I should have gone slower. I was trying to keep the video under 10 minutes. I actually forgot to outro it. I was supposed to outro it to tell them to subscribe to the Paradox channel. You guys should go subscribe to the Paradox channel. But I was trying pretty hard to keep the time low because I think that was one of the concerns why they were less interested in me, just as a general sense. And so I tried to fix that as an issue. Huas? Joas? Thank you for the follow, big nice. I let them starve? That's a lot of starving. There's no restrictions on your boats anymore, like you can upgrade from modern. Oh, thank God. The restriction was always so silly. Like, it wouldn't be silly if you built the actual boats and then you had the boats and you had boats of a certain kind. But the restriction was silly because it led to like gameplay patterns that were unfun, where you would just delete the thing and rebuild the thing, and it's like, oh, dude. We want our GDP to stall harder. We also got to get onto... Next law we want to pass is going to be property of women. The pump fake. That bug's kind of annoying. When you have stuff from... that's helping your current pass, it shows up in like the new pass, and you get excited, then you're like, oh, never mind, just kidding. I didn't mean any of it. I wish it still wasn't like infinite infamy to annex a subject. Or not infamy, negative relations with all your subjects. They really hates it. Yeah, we don't have high enough cohesion. And we're just now starting to generate a lot of this. What do we even get from external trade 3? I don't think we're going to go external trade 3. Ignores trade advantage penalty from interest. I don't know how useful that is for us. Let's check and see. We have recently gotten Austrian investment rights. Let's see what's going on here. So the regional company in Mysore is starting to pick up a little bit more. Tonkin. We have one in La Paz as well. This one's, I think, going to be the one that, if it has Austria buildings, it's going to be this one. We see that we got a couple Austria buildings just around it in the normal ownership. Interesting to see it in our subjects, and we do see it in Crane. So, taking a look at our GDP, we now, 120% of our GDP we own in overseas GDP. So effectively, our GDP is actually much closer to 38 million in terms of investment pool income. And we take a look here, you can see our investment pool is really turbo growing. And I think that actually, maybe we want to let Jesus take the wheel and end all of our auto expands. I think that we're going to do that because we would rather let the investment pool take over given how much money it has. Maybe we leave it on for fish. I hate that that's in the same spot. Button-wise. Nobody pinged you? Terrible. You're paying for coffee? We're paying to export more of it, yeah. Because we're playing Brazil. And we have, as part of a journal entry, some coffee stuff. we use the exploit here? I kind of don't want to deal with the thing where we overflow by turning down the PM. I don't want to build a bunch and then delete a bunch. I mean, that's what we'll do if we have to, but... So that's 1/5 the bureaucracy. We're gonna lose 1,000. This is 2,000, 4,600, 5,600, 6,100, 7,100. Yeah, this'll work. Whee! I just finished the Russia video. Want to check what more do you have? We have 2 Panama videos already recorded. What does transit rights do? It allows you to gain access to the ocean through their ports, which for us is not relevant because all of our areas have access to the ocean. So... but if you were Switzerland, for example, you could gain access to the world market through France, because if you don't have a port connected to the ocean, you don't have access to the world market. So you can engage in global trade by utilizing that. In a little bit of an awkward spot. Kind of want to go for gantry cranes and kind of want to go for... civilizing mission. I guess we'll grab this and this. We kind of want both civilizing mission and also steel frame buildings, especially considering our investment pool being so big. I'm still getting coal from France even after I stopped the subventions. Is it good now because I'm overcoming Mappy? Your trade centers will import they will trade the most profitable things. So if that's what they're trading still, they're probably just trading it, but just at a much smaller volume. But yeah, I mean, you probably got dependent on French coal, so like you probably now need coal from someone. So it makes sense. How do market areas work? Are they separate from each other? Yes. Because there only seems to be one market price. Market areas are distinct from each other. They do not have their own price difference, but they have their own access to the market difference. So you can see here, these places have bad market access because there's not enough convoys in Great Britain to handle it. So that is like kind of thing one, but if you blockade this, you'll isolate this specifically, and each market area needs a port with which to connect to the world market for its stuff to be counted. And I do believe that trade advantage occurs on a market area basis. So you are going to see, if Great Britain owned the Raj, like all of it, and they own the home counties, you would see basically 0 exports of opium from here and a ton of exports of opium from here, because you would be getting a much better rate on your trade advantage for opium, because this is going to be like production in the market area. So locations in an individual market area will be much better at trading the stuff that is produced in that entire market area. Where do I apply company charters? You click here, and you click on the company, and then here are the charters. What I've been doing is I've been building trade centers in places I export, so they buy more. It's kind of good. Yeah, this is good. I think that, yeah, I agree. No! We do want to get other people on board. Wow. You don't have enough maintenance costs to support it. Who could we rival? We could rival Spain and then try and send them an agreement. We're probably past the point where we can decay ourselves to major power. As much as we'd like to. We give enough more trade, we can do more. We could also cancel some of these. And it's probably better for us to have something other than the Dynam one. Yeah, the guarantee is kind of expensive. Is there something else we could give you, dog? Will you give us money to give us investment rights, man? Why are they so keen on giving us investment rights now? Should you let companies build trade centers? I think you should let one of them, probably, but not all of them. I don't know what the strategy is. All of them seems like a waste of authority, maybe. Oh, now you're not interested. Okay, okay. I see how it is. 65% market access on the EIC. Switch to Great Britain. I want to see how bad their convoy deficit is. We don't want to switch because we want to keep our ability to earn achievements open. I guess maybe it doesn't matter that much. I guess we could save and take a look. And then reload. And then I guess I could catch up on chat. Giving individual armies strategic objectives is a welcome change as well. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I kind of like the old system. Not a strong preference, though. I think in some situations it's going to be one way and in others it's going to be another. Hey, Charles, is it better to give coal and iron to coal sulfur company or to give coal to an iron lead company? I'm not sure the answer to this question. Because sulfur's better than lead, but iron's better than coal. Yeah, minus 4K convoys. Are Canal companies good now? Canal companies are banana nuts insane because not only can you make them prosperous without too much difficulty, you are going to... not only can you make them prosperous, they give you an additional company slot, so they're free. They're nuts. They're slot in every game. If you save, switch, then reload, you keep the achievements. Yeah, it just takes a while to save and reload, is the thing. As Greece, I made shipbuilding company, gave it a monopoly, and let it build trade centers, and now Athens is #1 trade capital, POG. Athens, I think, is one of the ones... where it's here that has the one of the 25% capacities. God, I keep on using the hotkey for freaking U5 to like do the thing I want to do. I haven't really used this exploit before. I've been aware of it for a very long time, though. Insane how the canal companies are just free now. I freaking love it because they as a company, like, they should just be insane, right? Oh, we probably. I don't think either of these guys support. We have a big abolitionist movement, though, or big abolitionist with this. The thing is, we don't really want to step on the landowners that much. They'll get really mad if we ban the slavery. And they'll rev, and the rev will be big enough. We could just test it to see where it goes. We try and suppress this pro-slavery movement. Yeah, authority seems actually super good now. We should have gone sovereign empire vassalization. Authority is just giga, like, important. Because we're just thinking, we don't even have all our companies. We still want to use more of these charters. So I'm not sure that monopoly rights is really doing anything for us, so we can maybe cancel it. And this will refund us some authority. Do your Excel tabs change numbers after this update? No. What's the exploit? It's an overflow exploit. We had enough. We had over 1,000 bureaucracy with the PMs all the way turned up on the government administration. We had over 1,000 bureaucracy. So this means we can do this, the survey for the Suez Canal by virtue of having over 1,000 bureaucracy, right? But we had it on filing cabinets. We then start doing the survey, right? And then we decrease this to simple organization. Now we have negative bureaucracy in excess of our entire bureaucracy production. And effectively taking us into generation of negative bureaucracy. You can see here we are generating negative bureaucracy before we even consider, or like the way the math like looks at it, we're generating negative bureaucracy. And so because we're generating negative bureaucracy, it like puts a negative number in like the denominator or whatever, because of an overflow, or effectively like it overflows into negative. And yeah, you don't get the deficit penalty. We're running minus 1.7k. This is more than enough, but it doesn't matter because it's by 0 or whatever. Yeah. We've known about this for some time. Technically speaking, you should just start the survey and keep canceling it. But that's not only tedious, it's also just like not the type of exploit we like. Also, you can't turn up institutions, for example, while that's going on. But at the same time, I didn't feel like building 10 of the things and then deleting 10 of the things just to push through the survey, so... But the real exploity thing is just to not finish it. Except for the canal's so insane, it's probably just... you just turbo rush it, probably. In terms of, like, what's actually correct. I don't think we're gonna go external trade. I don't even know if construction is the answer. Maybe we go vassalization, honestly. 10 authority per subject. We don't need it quite yet, though. I mean, I think the correct one's probably colonial offices, but we'll let it lie. This is something that we've not even, like, really explored, but, I think it's so much easier to get your, like, hooks in that this might be good. Maybe we go for this, not immediately, but we go for this next, and we look to play in a little bit more in an experimental way. I know they turbo buffed this, I forget how. Yeah, the economy of scale building level cap. I don't know how good this is. It'll also port throughput's nice. But that's an interesting one as well. Quite a strong buff. What is the company's one? It's kind of pretty vanilla-esque, but it is new. Oh, can we... I don't think you guys can read this. I'll read it out loud to you. My big fat head is blocking it. All block members get +1 free company charter, +1 max number of companies, and plus 10% company throughput bonus. I don't know how good this is. I know almost certainly we want freedom of movement on Brazil. Well, actually, I think you can run these weird tall economies where you intentionally keep your GDP super low by going only trade, and you keep your population low to facilitate this, and it might actually be good. It's just a very weird thing. Our Panama run is kind of messing with our head right now. In our Panama run, we have like 200k pops currently, and we own 30 million GDP. And it's just basically only ownership pops. Seems meh. Yeah, I mean it's super vanilla, but like companies are really strong. It might just be worth. Wholly one company. I mean it might be good. Is the Protestant company throughput bonus good now? Wanted to try Heavenly Kingdom. Did they buff it? I think 10% is just kind of not a lot, you know? We'll get a bigger migration quota, though. We'll go freedom of movement first. Oh, my kingdom for just a little bit more cohesion. Oh, I said it, but I didn't qualify it. I meant 2 more cohesion, not just 1. What a world. Oh, we're so good at this game. Look at us. Look at us. Oh, is it just increasing because... Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, we still gotta add more and more construction. Jesus. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh my god. Just show me domestic only, please. So we'll just be building this stuff and then let the private queue pick up the other stuff. Yeah, but companies are insane, aren't they? Yeah, companies are insane. You're caring less about the throughput and more about the company. The plus 10% is nice, though, but the thing is the company throughput bonus is a lot less valuable than it used to be. Back when it was 20% or additional, because the more throughput you already have, the less valuable marginal is. But in my game, 1.1 million Russians are starving a year. Now this is the Victorian age. This is pod racing. Yeah, you can actually death spiral and kill all your pops. It's possible now. We have the technology. So in theory, for the Suez survey, the exploit to do would be to cancel this and just restart it a bunch. We're not going to do that. But in theory, this is what you do. Theory is practice in theory, but not in practice, as one, of course, knows. We're a little bit aggressive with the labor-saving PMs right now. Oh, let's swap up our this. And let's go for this. Landowners don't like it. Suez, we will make a suitable offer. I think we'll just buy this. Just make everything a little bit more straightforward. So we can't let this get to 50%. And it's going to go to 50%, so we can't try and pass this. We would love to be on laissez-faire. Rural folk get super pissed. Let's see if this sparks a rev. We probably could have taken a closer look at our movements to see if it would. And then we have the journal entry. Wait a second, do we have to buy that location? Through treaty? Is it now no longer JE? Okay. Oh, we have to have over 50 million GDP? God, what a scam. What a scam. We should just be able to buy it if we have enough money. I guess we maybe don't have enough money. I don't know. We tell him to kick rocks? I don't know. I want to get the Magnanimous Monarch. We're going to save and do the option where we don't lose the thing. How is your tax? The tax was low because our bureaucracy went to super negative because the Suez Canal finished, so the exploit turned off. They did buff pop growth, yeah. I watched your retro vid, thank you. Can you give a quick overview of what you've been doing in Brazil? Good starting move, I want to try it out. So we've been going for South America, just kind of general. It's on theme and it helps a lot for developing, just generally speaking, your mandate. And in particular, we have been trying to, through companies, really get a lot done. Specifically, investment rights in companies is super, super, super strong. With this, we can, if we get investment rights in other people's countries, we can get a a regional HQ, which utilizes their investment pool. So this is using the investment pool of the nation that is in there, and so to buy the stuff. And this one's, the rural one's not popping off so hard, but this one's popping off really, really hard. And so France's investment pool is paying for all this. And this is kind of the thing that we've been showing off most. We haven't been doing too many insane moves that you can. I think that the treaty stuff is like really strong. We've been underutilizing it relative to like what you can maybe get done. Actually, they want to give us military assistance? No, surely not. I think we don't have from Great Britain anymore. But, like, we would be trying to get this type of thing going. We're actually checking now, so see if we can get it. We could try and get treaty ports. We could try and get a treaty port from this way. Oh, they hate that. No, there's no port in Sinai, so we can't do it. Well, they might just give us the free, but we can also just offer them an embassy and they will accept. We get investment rights. Nice. Let's take a little bit of money from them. Oh, we have to think of a good name. I'm gonna look in the next, like, 30 seconds after I respond to some stuff in chat if you guys have a good name for Egypt. How's performance patch? Seems pretty good. Anyone else having trouble with doing Monopoly through treaties? Yes, I haven't been able to access it in terms of taking it, only giving it. I don't know if that's bugged or what. I remember being able to see it below. So treaty ports are OP now? Treaty ports, I think, are really good. I think there's other stuff going on that's new that's, like, insane. Oh, wait! So what's our... Yeah. That's what it was. Because we did Mummy's Pie for Great Britain. Yeah, that's the stuff. Oh, baby. Maybe we shouldn't even put the money transfer on here. Because if they go bankrupt, they'll hate transferring us money. So maybe we just do this. Oh, we're gonna pop off so hard because of that. This thing is gonna build so many things in China. And then we'll get a regional HQ. We have a mod. We have 120% extra GDP overseas that we own. Oh, this one we saved in order to see if what can do. All right, we're gonna add this journal to the thing. Oh, this just depletes it by 1. Okay. Wait, can we... I would like just a state from you, please. Antofagasta, please. I guess we'll annex them. I guess we'll need to improve relations with them. Or the exempt from service should help. Is this map art new? Yeah, if you sign up for their newsletter, you unlock it. So it is free to anyone if you subscribe to the Victoria 3 newsletter. Does the plantation company feel good? No, not particularly. We're doing it so we can do the coffee journal entry. Do you think they fixed the trade center amount for the start for some countries? I don't know. You could just build more if they're really profitable. If I was maxing the capitalist welfare of capitalists in Brazil, would regional HQs help or be a detriment? Oh. I think technically a detriment. Because this creates capitalists overseas. These are overseas capitalists. They're not our pops. They just send us the money. They just send us the bag. Which is why we can't deplete our investment pool. You can see we have some company HQs, company HQ financial district, and then the next one up in terms of investment pool contribution is regional company headquarters. So, yeah. Yeah, big Sag. Technically, it like eats into the profitable opportunities for your own capitalists by virtue of adding other capitalists, I think. So, technically. Someone's gonna attack Persia, so we're gonna actually, like, have to defend them if we do that. Well, guarantee independence is really expensive, that's right. No, UCAN's holding pretty strong here. Mainly because I think we have a lot of people on Twitch now. Yeah, Twitch viewers are steadily increasing, and the YouTube viewers are slightly decreasing. I'm just thinking to myself, you guys can ignore that. People will probably keep going for a bit. I do want to get a video out for tomorrow, though. Or a couple of videos. Then we're doing something tomorrow. Playing some EDH. For Magic the Gathering. I think we want to add more. Construction. Oh, so disgusting us having construction rights in China. Wonder how long it is before we have regional HQ there. Where do we want to go with this? I guess here was kind of fine. Time to get more regional HQs. Let's check this regional HQ, which I think is the one that's more likely to pick up a spot in China. Wow, look at all the buildings it owns. Crazy. Is there a way to not show all this? Oh, there's not. And we don't even have a laissez-faire, and we're getting infinite investment pool. So if that's the case, laissez-faire actually might suck, because intervention might be better just by virtue of like your investment pool just being like super uncapped. Like you're just kind of getting unlimited money. Although maybe we just need to get more taxes and more construction, and we should, you know, suck it up. I think we're trying to get this guy's loyalty coming down, but where's it coming to? Relative prestige. Relative prestige is bad. That we can work with. Well, considering apparently they can borrow now, we don't have to actively avoid having a bunch in one thing, so let's just recruit. We won't promote him in case we want to get rid of him for reasons. I think we can promote. Very tempted to also just fire off all of our landowner guys. To decrease their clout, but... So let's do that. And then I think that we maybe are running low government wages. Let's stop, because that'll increase our prestige. And then those two things together... Obviously the ships aren't finished yet, but just the prestige alone, yeah. You can see that really kicks up our prestige, so... Bolivia should sit the fuck down. I don't normally curse on stream. Very much. It's not that I don't do it, but... I'm really trying to resist the urge to make the dad joke. What mod is this? Technically, we are using a mod. This is a mod. The GDP ownership thing, which shows our overseas ownership. It's a really nice mod, too. I'm a big fan. We have to get our GDP up to 50 million. Like our actual GDP. This should also help our cohesion to come back to 60 plus. Oh, what's this? What's all this? Yeah, we're not going to guarantee independence of Persia. Because of... that's going to be nonsense. But... yeah, they're willing to do this. I think we have more construction. Where are we running shortages of? Ammo and that stuff. Do we have sulfur? Nope. We have to go after Antofagasta for that. I guess in the capital is probably a fine place to add a little bit. We don't have any use for it, but we're encouraging manufacturing there. The other place is maybe here because we have mines here. I'll put that on auto expand. And maybe add a few trade centers. Yikes. Aren't we subsidizing them? No. Coffee and milk time. We kind of want to get the additional company. And we also want civilizing mission. So I guess we're just in the society tree for like forever. Can you chug the whole piss jug, journalists? I've drunk a gallon of fluids in under an hour before, but it makes you so uncomfortable. Lots of words in Persia nowadays? Yeah, it's because the... whatchamacallem. The great game mechanics. The thingamadoodle. Hopefully laissez-faire gets through. This also will give us effectively 100 authority, because we get a free charter. I guess before this goes through, we maybe want to nationalize. All the manor house buildings. Yeah, we can eat that. Not a big deal. Or well, we probably don't want to do it. Oh, look! Did you see laissez-faire? Went from being like super passable to not. The landowners got real pissed. They went from a 1x multiplier to 1.5 because they all got super mad from us taking away their jobs. But we're trying to destroy the clout. Is the main idea here. Hopefully laissez-faire. No, 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 no. Interventionism also okay for us. We're on agrarianism right now, so. Yeah, let's go labor first. And then let's have a look-see. We're gonna get freedom of movement 2 pretty soon. Does that give us the... Gives us 50% mass migration attraction. Alright, fair enough. Doesn't give us the building where we have to build... I forget which it is. It's either Arts Academy or oh, it's both Arts Academy or University. So what we can do is ahead of time kind of try and have one university in a lot of these places so that they'll get mass migration attraction. And we kind of are happy to have more universities anyways. But just the one. Oh, this place is struggling, actually, because this can't employ up. Let's do that. This is just to free up workers and make it less profitable so it fires down to free up the workers. Start employing, please. But let's also delete a couple of these universities that are above level 1. Oh, I forget they only employ 1k pop now. Oh, that's so free. The thing that's going to be really expensive is going to be well, we actually don't have to subsidize them. It's just going to cost a lot of construction. The arts academies. Why is this in development, man? It's kind of weird. Oh, we might. Did we crash? No. Let's start with that. Because that's still not what we're going to have next. We're getting ahead of ourselves. That's like 5 years from now. We're going to get all that. 6 months, yeah. Well, pop attraction for the landowners. He just reduced the size of his construction sectors. That's an admission of weakness. That's true. That is true. The good old no market access decreases the size of construction sectors. Not like this. It didn't even solve the problem. Can't decrease the size of that stuff. That has no one there. You got bad news, Tarkus. Increasing the size of a lot of things here. I think that makes the yeah, we're in infrastructure positive now. The coffee machine, hell yeah, brother. You have to lead produce meat and sugar as well. I think we'll just, I think we're currently not, I think we're currently tariffing the beef. I think we just stop. Where's the beef? Our academies only employ 1K too. No, they employ 5K. Total journalist defeat, not like this. Not like this. No, my gumdrop buttons. Well, we don't have a reformer. We're gonna have to do this into... Oh, he just revs. We need like a reformer idiot. We need a reformer landowner. My kingdom for a reformer landowner. I wonder what they even roll. %, trad. But a chance to roll a unique character. I think we stay on protectionism for now. Hey Gene, how's it going? It's been a while since you've been around while we've been streaming. How are you finding the new update? I think this is the most fun I've had since release, probably, with the new patch. It's hard to say between this and 1.7. 1.7 we were having a lot of fun. 1.7 we were uber popping off on YouTube too, so we're just like generally like super like hype. I mean, so we could just try and completely curb the landowners. The thing is we don't want to eat revs over 50. Maybe we just don't care enough. We can eat one rev over... Let's see what we get negative condition. Default or bankruptcy. Any revolution has progressed above 50% progress. So I think we can eat one negative rev. Right? So maybe we purge. Let's save and try and see if a purge is good. I really don't know if a purge is good here. I think it is. I could be mistaken. We purge and then we ban slavery. I think. But with the new trade is super cool. It's automated. You pull on levers in an indirect way. It's very nice. The new agreements are very neat as well. They're super overtuned in terms of like the treaties. Right now we have, in terms of percent GDP ownership, we have 150% of our GDP and global overseas ownership. So we own 50 million GDP. And I kind of think this is really strong, but it felt a lot stronger when we were playing Panama. But you also can give investment rights, and these are using their investment pool, not ours. So you kind of unlock unlimited money on the investment pool side of things. This is nice, actually. Maybe we don't purge yet, just because we got that event, and we're still gonna go all the way down. So, oh, can you only fire one general? Did they change that? Oh, the purge isn't gonna work. The owners of our companies are still landowners. We're actually kind of okay with the Democrat. And we could dilute them out with these guys. Is he unpopular? No, he's popular. We're not gonna promote the popular guy. We will promote him. And him. Anti-Ottoman society? Oh, so who got marginalized? No shot the landowners got marginalized. If they got marginalized, that's a bug. Oh, real? The Catholic Church? They got diluted out by the industrialist cloud increase, I guess? Get wrecked, idiot. Right before the election, too. That's great. Alright. I think that'll be it for us for now. Given quite a bit. We're diluted out quite a bit from them, I think. We also are down to only one exec to the company. It's not two anymore. A little surprised that didn't boost us over the legitimacy threshold here. Take a little bit of a nip at their clout. Maybe we also have to wait a little bit. Although their clout should return as some manor houses pick up some buildings. Although they have... There are aristocrat pops that are still, from all the buildings that we privatized, there are aristocrat that are still, I think, not from this knockoff, but they're still losing they're demoting. Can't play myself, the game keeps crashing. Do you have an Intel chip? If you do, updating the BIOS should help. My work schedule's not been conducive to catch streams. I just got home from work and 12-hour stream now. Oof. Put your feet up. What happened to the US? Did you intervene? No, that was all US. CSA kind of goes hard this patch. You can only fire generals who have been in service at least a year. Yeah. It's the church. Yeah. Only got to play a little bit, but holy shit, this update's been incredible at first glance. Yeah, it's this is the most fun I've had on an update in quite a long time. I don't know if I want to get a bigger sample before I say definitive stuff like best or something like this, but extra mass migration attraction should help us out quite a bit. Of course, we're like committing now to not playing tall as much, but yeah, we're fine. Let's take a look at the clout. I mean, we can try and squeeze it through by doing this. Oh, they're to 4? So this will only get them to -9. I think we might be able to do it through that. If we put them in Gov, they won't get out of... They won't leave Gov to Rev. We can't try and do it with them in Gov, though. I think we do this. I think we're going to try and curb the pro-slavery movement as well. High gov wages might be good now, because you have only 1/5 of the government workers as well. What's with the wind chimes? I don't know. That's not me. That's the us side. How about that? Let's take a look at how much infrastructure we have. We have quite a bit. Okay. Catholic traditionalist movement. Too much activism. Well, we have to pass this through. Oh, can we just abdicate to her? Oh, she's hated right now because why? Because she has Princess Isabel. Bruh, that's tough. A hard time being a kid, eh? If we abdicate, do we just complete this? I think that we can maybe abdicate after this and tolerate 1 rev going above the threshold. We are going to try and push it through really hard, though. GDP is steadily climbing. I do wonder how we are doing in terms of owning stuff overseas. Netsky86, thank you for the follow, big nice. I feel like deja vu. I feel like someone with that name is already subscribed. We don't yet have a thing for them in China. But for these guys, we do. Incredible. We're using the Chinese investment pool here to buy these buildings. This should expand really fast because their investment pool is really huge, I imagine. China, unless they started actually building construction. The cars now have wind chimes, the truth hurts. Women equals king, no property, women, no. It says she's my heir, so I don't know. But I'm going to assume that it's, like, reasonable, so... Yeah, if this somehow gives us multiple of these things, we're gonna be in a bad time. We're gonna have a bad time. Or multiple negative ticks. Continue to expand the prestige. Oh, we have 0 infamy. What are we doing? Netherlands is fine, Ecuador is fine, Great Britain's not, but they don't have a lot. Alright, here we go. Oh, we don't have a front. We can force New Granada to intervene, though. Yeah, Netherlands is whatever. Or is it? I think it is. Maybe it's not. Oh no, Russia sides automatically. We don't have an agreement with Russia, so I think this is fine, but Great Britain's not fine. Investment rights on Russia would be super worth. We don't want to kick things over that threshold. I don't like any of this. Don't like any of this at all. Hey, Gene, thank you for the 50. A little bit of help for your computer fund. Thank you so very much. Thanks for all the good video, great video content for Vic 3 and EU5. Thank you so very much. I hope you have a good, I know you're tired and just getting home. Is this fightable for us? It's probably fightable. Kind of don't want to fight this massive nonsense. Actually, this is totally not fightable. 6 times the troops, and like they fight better now. I don't think we could make any magic moves to make this work. Interesting to see what they go for. Like, we want to humiliate Brazil and enforce investment rights on Peru. I wish we could just give the investment rights of Peru over to Russia. In terms of, or like somehow negotiate this out. I still dislike the way Diplo plays play out. To some degree, the unpredictability is actually kind of nice, though. Like, knowing exactly who's going to be in the war, like, always, and it not being dynamic. See, the thing is, I want dynamism. Like, things just get locked and then they're random. They're not locked with, like, any sort of agency to change anything after they've been locked in. So, like, these guys are locked on the sides. You can't sway to the other side. You can't offer stuff. You can't change what it is you're going for. And playing a bit of EU5, like, where you know exactly what's going to happen, I don't think that that's ideal either in terms of wars. And also, like, people can't jump in. I think that the mechanics of Vic 3 where people can jump in is actually kind of nice. It's just the complete lack of agency afterwards regarding the Diplo play. I don't know. I think we're gonna reload here. I don't think we're gonna try and fight this. Honestly, it's not that bad if we lose all these war goals, though. And I don't think Great Britain is currently giving us investment rights. Maybe we just fight it, try and enforce on Venezuela, and then capitulate. Us getting humiliated is not that bad. Us getting investment rights enforced on Peru is really not that bad. Having to give up 10k a week to our subjects, not that bad. It's not like apocalyptic. I'd like to see some numbers of GDP of the entire world increases after this patch, like by like 1900 or whatever. It should. Way less government expenses. This is the first patch where they hyper-accelerated economies in a long time. Do you research corporate charters or establish companies to establish companies? Yes. Past laissez-faire and can't establish? Yeah, laissez-faire doesn't give a company a slot anymore. Didn't they change around how supply works for armies, and wasn't Russia supposed to stop meddling in the New World? Well, I guess Russia actually, they will have supply problems. And Great Britain currently has issues, actually. Kabul and Herat is hilarious. Maybe we could actually get something weird done. Because they actually... They're already hurting on the... Can we see... On the Axis. I'm shocked Russia didn't go for this stuff. They want investment rights. I mean, I'd gladly capitulate just to that to just get Russia out of there. I guess maybe we can fight this. Yeah, let's make sure we actually select everyone. Nobody wanted to do that. Not like this. Let's do some of that. It's going to mess up a lot of trade, which I think is going to hurt their economy more than ours, to be honest. We'll use those guys to land behind. We're actually going to need more guys on this front. Some years the sound different. Is that a different sound? I guess we'll continue to dilute out the other guy. The landowners there. Wait, what the wait, what happened? Why is it 1,000? I don't know about that. Holy shit, they built a lot of military now. I don't know about all this anymore. I don't know about any of this, chat. I guess it's not apocalyptic if we lose this. I think we're gonna lose this, though. I don't think we win this. Move selected is nice. I forgot we had France on our side. I was thinking it was just us. Because France actually mobilized. Yeah, we only have war goals on Venezuela, so we actually should be. I think we're probably actually okay. I don't know, dynamic, unpredictable Depla players are cool. I like them being dynamic. I wish that there was more agency and levers on which you had to pull. I don't like the randomness into complete lack of agency. And it's like, it's really frustrating when someone joins for something that you're willing to just full stop give them for free, you know what I mean? Like that's like where the particularly frustrating experiences come in. You know what I mean? So I think Miranda's their capital. Oh, you know what? We're actually not gonna be, this is gonna be so much less effective because front spaghetti is not a thing, really. As much anymore. So we're just trying to hold on. Gonna break this front. Mayhaps. Oh, they're borrowing. I think we have to cancel this, this though. Oh, maybe we're just toasted. We actually haven't seen the AI behave like this before, where they actually defend the other person's coastline. I just realized, yeah, if they defend the coastline intelligently, we're just toasted. Call an ambulance, it's for us. Yeah, this is just, I think we'll take our licks here, but... yeah, there's not much we can do here. Also, even if we break this front, we don't actually break it. They're still on over here. They're still attached. See where their navy decides to park up at, but if it's anywhere near here, we're gonna have a hard time. Somehow we're doing okay on the front. We have a lot of people defending. I think we'll take this opportunity to build a... We don't have a pew-pew. Are we really winning this? Well, this guy's not going to do anything up there. I think they're going to keep bricking our landing. What's the 102? Maybe we get it in? Different noises here. Yeah, that's a land army. I wish it was more distinctive whether it was navy or not. Yeah, here's the 100 stack coming in to stop us. Right? Oh, they were just kidding? Do they teleport back? Oh, it's this thing. It's just visually, like, not... Big navies are important? Yeah. Yeah, visually he hadn't gotten there yet, but he is in fact there, so... we will cancel the naval invasion then. But also supply is important, and I think the only reason we're winning here, or doing okay here, is because they have a lack of supply. I mean, this is advantage, not who's actually winning. Should be about the right numbers. We should have just counted. That way we'd know what to do. Wow, our advantage didn't shift at all by putting a 31 stack on the front. That's crazy. Wow, that passed real quick. Succession is secure. So now we just have to get rid of Pedro. I don't think we want to abdicate to this though, do we? It matters what you abdicate to. Don't they get to pass a law? I think they still get to pass a law. No, we might be lost here. Oh, we actually control that? Manchuria HQ. Oh. I mean, I guess if you're there, smoke if you got him, right? Unable to invade Germany in a game right now, but I can blockade them, watching their GDP tick down by 1 million each week. Nice. Hey, Nick. Adrian's been thinking of single-state nations play tall with the trade-focused new update. Do you think Brittany's potential releasable this role? I think the one to play is Panama. 24-hour stream? We're going to stream for quite a while. I think probably until we get under 200 viewers, or like 10, 11 hours. Whichever comes out later. Or whichever comes first, sorry. No, our Navy got bricked, huh? Yeah. These guys are still defending. Might be one of these deals, huh? Let's test the AI a little bit. Because this is actually kind of stalematey. Since we have no war goals also in Great Britain, eventually they will capitulate out. Trying to keep an eye for a naval landing. We're super vulnerable to that. If the AI is strong, like if the AI were strong, they'd just navally land us and we'd have no chance. But let's see here. They got a 9-stack defending. It seems like they're pretty good at generally just having the stack, but maybe less so at, Alright, Bueller. There's 100%. Their Navy's trying to get there. Their army somehow has gotten there. Visually, no army there. Why do we have an advantage here? Traveling. The guy who's traveling here can fight us? Color me is slightly confused. Okay, so here's a Navy coming to intercept. And they're doing well, so we'll cancel the invasion. Oh, that's so nice. You can't just do this nonsense land, reland nonsense disgusting stuff no more. Look at this. They have to return to friendly territory first. Cuba's fun? Oh yeah, Cuba's a good one. Another banger generalist scream to write video scripts to? Bruh. Dude, this is so good. Oh, and France is getting landed. Yikes. But they're going to France. Okay, so it's not like all the way back, but yeah, we are just like losing here. I guess what we could do here is that. So we do see some front splitting, right? But that is a maneuver that's somewhat strange to split it. We'll say you go there. We are pushing Russia. So Russia is gonna retreat. I think we're occupying more guys doing this than we are investing. Because it seems like they brought their entire navy back there. What is this? 10 years state construction efficiency. Alright, these guys are pushing the cap. Is anyone gonna come here? Actually, while this rev is brewing, can't we just do another rev? I know we could fake pass something. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to pretend like we're going to pass this, and then we don't actually pass it. Could also try and squeeze in banning slavery. Oh no, did we break the stream? We break the chat. This guy thinks attrition is a meaningful number in victory. It kind of is. Give me my dysentery simulator. I have to double check that the stream's working right. It is. Probably gonna order food soon. So when we do that, we gotta pick out a video to watch. Alright. Great success. Oh yeah, we definitely want to put this as the next one. Stream is fine. I clicked back, the back button on my mouse on the restream window. You're gonna clopen? Bro, that sucks. Godspeed. Godspeed, Gavin. The clopening. If we give up... something like this? No. Alright, we're still kind of able to make moves, but the nonsense moves that we can make significantly diminished, right? And look, Great Britain's actually like fighting multiple fronts too. They landed France rather than just... They didn't land us because they think that they have a front with us, but they went out of their way to land France. So is the AI improved too? Bro. Did they just improve the AI and then literally not talk about it? Dog. Dog. France is out? Come on, dude. Why is Russia not out? Well, Russia's gonna be out soon, I guess. Bro, these guys got shadow roamed? Hell nah. Oh, you can't teleport the troops either. So good. It just stands them down. Demobilizing for 80 days. No more teleporting the troops. If you do 24 hours, I'll order pizza for you. I can't do 24 hours on YouTube. It, like, actually doesn't let me. New DLC is going great. Me at the dog park? Dog. True. Me on the new patch. Gutted. I mean, we're enforcing fast enough here. Bro, this is sweet. I'm so glad they got rid of that cheese. No more cheese, it's nice. Here we are, holding on for dear life. Oh, these guys can't... Can we do this? To move them around? Yeah, we can. So you can still do that. Alright, we have a peace deal that we could do. We really don't care about getting humiliated, so... Unless, wait, did Venezuela become a subject? No, they didn't. Okay, cool. As long as that didn't happen, we Gucci, fam. Looks like they decided to unassign from the front. Is that a spaghetti? That is a spagoot. Looks like it split it kind of reasonably. I think that's how we want it. We don't mind the turmoil as much as we don't want them to get the stuff. Yeah, they're still getting pretty significant kick in here. Not anywhere near as much from occupation as it used to be, right? It's weird that it's taking into account the other occupation. Okay. We might have to actually peace out and give up concessions here. We can do this one. I think we'll save and try and see if we can push it the rest of the way. This has been delightful. Just a whole bunch of nonsense is just gone. Oh, the Technocrat's in chat. Hey, how's it going? I finished the script, and I'm voice recording it. Now I'm on break while I make food. Oh, we gotta order food, that's right. What do you think is the best pressy oud? I'm not sure. You might have to rephrase that. I had prepped more content in advance, but the early access was so buggy. Yeah, the early access was a bit of a vibe on like the earlier versions. The version that I did almost everything in the last few days, and that version was kind of okay. But the like super early version that I made the tutorial on was hella weird. And the UI, like a bunch of stuff was saying stuff in the wrong spot. I tried not to show too much of that. Hell yeah. Oh, now we're just trying to hold out on this. I think we just eat this. I don't think we can avoid it. Sierra Leone's, yeah, I think we avoid some turmoil and just eat the other stuff. Amazing. AI's improved and it's harder to exploit. You can't like teleport troops around. Bro actually lives outside an F1 track. Meow. The version we got like 3 days before release was pretty good, but before that it was dead. Yeah. San Fran, no longer state trait. We actually haven't looked at Cali. Let's take a look. I'm not sure which trait you're talking about. But that was a fun one. The UK like moved around their troops a little bit better than like we still got some front spaghetti. Let's see, they used their navy to actually defend their allies. That's something they don't normally do. That was like different. We were like, oh, we had this because we just land Venezuela and enforce. But then the UK stopped us from landing. We had to pull New Granada into the war. Amazing. Spectacular. Stunning. Oh, I think if we do that, we might be able to do this. The trifecta would be hitting a... was it one of these guys who wants slavery banned? Oh, how are they're leading the rev when they're marginalized? Womp womp. Demarginalized trade union is also super nice for us. Try and pass prop tax. We would want a modernizer. Modernizer. I think we could kind of just go for it. Right? This is still going to -10, and this was the rev that it doesn't have the landowners on it. Unless I'm misunderstanding or misremembering how this works. But the landowners won't attach themselves to this rev, so a new rev has to spawn to actually, like, get things done, and we're just gonna pass slavery ban pretty quick. Wasn't San Francisco a harbor? I don't think so. Need more trade centers for more influence? I was kind of thinking the same thing, but I also want the AI to take the wheel. The AI is building a decent amount of trade centers. So I think that we just want construction sectors and to actually manually handle some of the infra issues that we get. This thing never sorts right. That's not true. It doesn't never sort right. It's just sometimes a little bit temperamental. ALD Sofa, thank you for the follow. Nice. Do you have any issue keeping opinion on keeping your trade centers subsidized? They start out subsidized. I think in theory you don't need to subsidize them. In practice, they do weird stuff when you... They behave in a weird way that I don't like. Like if you take off the subsidy, if we take off the subsidy, they will fire everyone and then they'll kind of employ back up and they'll like be making money but not employing. And so it seems very fiddly, and so I'd rather just subsidize everything to prevent it from being weird. So, like, look, it has a weekly balance of 17k. This shouldn't fire off a bunch of pops, right? It should not fire off any pops because it's making just insane money. And maybe it isn't fiddly, but look, it's going to fire literally everyone. So, and then it's going to rehire everyone, and then it's going to kind of behave in a way that is a little bit weird, and then like once the quantity of people employed changes, it fiddles too much. Like too much weird stuff's going on because the numbers on it adjust dynamically according to a bunch of different stuff. I think that like just force pushing it. The subsidy tends not to be too big. Well, I mean, here we are. So. Yeah, I don't know. What's the new state trait in New York? It's the old one plus Mappy. The big ones, Lazy Katie, are that this is 25% trade capacity, and there's like 3 locations that have that. This has that. There's one more. Forget where it's at. Or I think it's 3. I'm not 100% sure. Is it this one? Yeah. A couple in Chile get this 25% one. Which is like... What? we were making a top tier list for like nations to play tall as trade empires with. I guess we have to add Chile to the mix. I didn't even realize this was the vibe. Is there a way to disable going to dark mode when you zoom in? I think there's mods for that. Akura Jiba, thank you for the follow. Shebia? Yeah. That's just the update of the harbor trades, yeah. Holland is the only location in the game, as far as I know, that has a Mappy harbor bonus and a Mappy river bonus simultaneously. I think what we're going to do, though, is we're going to set you guys up with a video while we order food and then use the restroom. So, I think there was a Charters of Commerce release video.
Peggy 12.
Not the release trailer. Yeah, this 12-minute one. So, let's do that. I'm gonna use the restroom first, and then order food. But we will give you guys something.
Hello Victorians, and welcome to Update 1.9. In this video, we'll be discussing the world market, diplomatic treaties, military quality of life, and companies. So let's get started. What is the world market? The world market is where autonomous trades take place. Every good traded in the world has a world market price based on supply and demand. Now, if you're wondering where the world market exists, it exists conceptually in the ocean. Once you have access to the sea, you have the ability to trade on the world market, which is broken up into national markets and subdivided into market areas. Now, a market area consists of a number of states that are all connected by land or by straits. For example, the Spanish market has several market areas in it. One for Spain itself, one for Cuba, one for Puerto Rico, and another one for the Philippines. Prussia, on the other hand, only has a single market area, which contains not only Prussia itself, but all the states and the countries in the Zollverein. If you would like to trade with the world market, a market area must have at least one port, and then a world market hub will be established. When there are multiple ports in a market area, the hub is factored based on variables such as port level and state GDP. Hubs are not completely static, but do not generally move around unless a much more suitable candidate state emerges to eclipse the old hub state. We also now have trade centers. The trade centers are the buildings that allow states to trade on the world market, both importing and exporting. Trade is state dependent, and the buildings can be built manually or by private investors in each state. Trade centers provide trade capacity, which allows states to trade with the world market. Each trade capacity allows for a certain quantity of a good to be imported or exported, and the amount varies by good. Imported goods are purchased from the world market and sold in the state, so they are profitable when the goods are cheaper in the world market than they are in the state, with the opposite being true for exports. Trade uses local prices, so it is more profitable to import goods to a state where there is high demand. For example, luxury clothes into a state with a large number of wealthy pops. Weekly trades are a value created by the trade center. They will increase or decrease trade volumes to create profit for themselves. Trade centers will also have a preference weight with all other trade centers based on a number of factors, such as interests, relations, diplomatic agreements, and geographic distance, and will have a tendency to trade more with a higher weight trade center than with a lower weight trade center. And they are not reliant on convoys or any government-produced resources. Instead, they purchase merchant marines, a new type of good created by ports, which are no longer government-only buildings and no longer have a limit to how many you can build. The convoys are now used for military supply, army transport, and goods transfer, a treaty article which we'll talk about more soon. The trades are autonomous, but can be influenced by tariffs and subventions. Tariffs will collect a fee from your trade centers for each good of the relevant type, imported or exported, and so effectively serve to reduce trade volume of that good by making it less profitable to trade. Subventions, on the other hand, function in the opposite manner, paying the trade center a certain amount of money for each trade in a specific direction, and can be used in a variety of ways, such as subsidizing a critical import of military goods or to muzzle out the competition for one of your principal exports. Now let's talk about trade advantage.
That, by the way, is something that's super hard to, like, quantify the value of, forcing other people off the good. And that's, like, one of the... There's a bunch of things about subventions that are hard to evaluate whether or not they're good, and that's one of them.
Trade advantage is calculated for each trade center, for each good, in each direction. For example, a trade center in Lancaster...
He said that so well. I think I said it way too fast in my video.
Will have a different amount of trade advantage when exporting luxury clothes, which is different from coffee, which is different from dyes. Trade advantage is multiplied by the amount of traded units and then compared to the trade advantage of all other trade centers trading the same good in the same direction. The higher a trade center's share of global trade advantage compared to its share of global trade volume, the higher its relative advantage, which in turn translates to a better price. Advantage is a zero-sum game. The average price on imports and exports is always equal to the world market price.
Except when
So
it's
any
not.
improvement on prices a trade center gains always comes at the expense of its competitors. The key takeaway here is that a high advantage is a better price. But how do you trade as a landlocked nation? You will need transit rights with a foreign nation in order to be able to trade through their world market hub. For example,
I wonder if they
Switzerland could
used our
negotiate
video to
transit
make notes
rights
for
with
this.
Austria to be able to use their market hubs to trade to the world market, or with Sardinia Piedmont to trade into a Mediterranean port. Diplomatic treaties. So what are diplomatic treaties? Diplomatic treaties are a new way for you to interact with other countries diplomatically with more negotiation involved. You can now negotiate with other countries to find a deal that satisfies both parties or to force through unequal treaties. Maintenance cost for each article is added in influence and depends on the article.
Oh my god.
And like many other things in the game, can be customized. Each article in the treaty can be mutual or can be directional, i.e. it only applies one way. This will replicate the functionality of the old system, but giving the player more options such as military assistance, state transfer, money transfer, military access, transit rights, treaty ports, and transfer goods. A treaty port is now a coastal split state held under a
Can you share with us the three
and is
back
part
numbers?
of the
Yeah,
market of the country
basically.
that cedes the port, allowing trade with the world market. Tariffs and subventions do not affect a treaty port, and if the treaty is broken, then the treaty port becomes
Oh my
a
God.
regular
Maybe
split
we won't
state.
be getting pizza
A
today.
treaty is ended when either side withdraws from the treaty.
Oh, like
You can choose
this.
to end a treaty during the binding period,
No,
but
no,
there will
no.
be penalties. If you withdraw from a treaty prior to its binding period ending, either voluntarily or because it breaks as a result of you not fulfilling
It was under
your
something
part of the
else.
deal, you will receive a penalty which scales based on the nature of the treaty. Different articles within the treaty may come with different penalties. The binding period is the period of time in which you cannot withdraw freely from the treaty. After this time expires, either side can freely withdraw without consequences. Renegotiations can take place, however, to alter existing treaties. If the other party agrees, then the old treaty is replaced with the new one. Non-fulfillment is a serious breach of the treaty, such as not
Do you guys
answering
want to
a
finish
call to
this?
arms. This will break the treaty, and the party at fault will receive all penalties tied to an early withdrawal. For less serious breaches, what happens is the other side of the treaty will be inactive until the breach is addressed, at which point the treaty resumes as usual. There are also enforced treaties, which are treaty articles enforced through a war goal. On to the military. We have attempted to address front splitting. Fewer fronts should now be generated, resulting in less fronts that could then split. Army marching from one side of a front to another has been heavily reduced due to changes in the front camp logic.
There is a lot less
Formation
marching from
teleportation
one
has
side to
been
the
addressed
other.
as well. Once an army finds itself in a situation where they do not have access to an HQ, now they'll enter an exiled status and have to walk or ship themselves home. An exiled army has a few special rules. They can march through neutral and enemy territory. They are not able to attach themselves to a front. They need to regroup at a friendly HQ first.
Oh, we can finish
They
it
will
when I'm eating.
automatically
That's
target
true.
the nearest valid HQ and go there. They will suffer from attrition as if they were present at the front. And attrition will be higher in enemy territory than in neutral. Their organization value will drift towards 0 over time, and once the exiled army reaches the targeted HQ, they will lose their exiled status and act.
Okay, we're not gonna let the poll go for too long because you guys are almost unanimous. We're gonna jump back into game. Romanticized terror, indeed. Amidst the storm of bandit violence known as the Canal, elements of the local rural folk in Rio de Sul have been inspired to romanticize tales. Something. Landowner violence. Okay, this is just one location. Yeah, surely that's better for us. Sorry, one state. Oh man, I'm so screwed up because like there are locations in EU5 and there's states, and like I just can't do it, man. I can't keep track of like calling it a state or a location. I keep on calling it the wrong one in the wrong circumstance. Great Britain maybe sides against us. How are we doing on market? Oh, that's not the one. So we do need to at some point grab this off of them. And Ecuador is the last bastion that we would actually want to protectorate. If we go for that, Spain may side against us. Argentina's likely to. Alright. Almost unanimous? Wait, really? Why is it 50-50? No! No! God. I think you're just all trolls and you're just, like, voting to make it 50-50, to be honest. It's 4:20 p.m. Indeed it is. The pizza place I order from doesn't deliver before 4. Which is why we always, like, otherwise we'd order earlier in the stream, generally. Because we're ordering when we're, like, 2/3 through the stream. Instead of half, but... I also didn't eat, this morning, but... What is that bug that makes it so I have to, like, click off the screen to, like, get the thing? Okay, you guys are for jumping in the game. Cool. We will also just, when the food arrives, we will also just finish. You'll take our phone off silent mode, too, because they'll probably call if the... yeah. It's so weird not going for war reps anymore. I think I like the change. War reps being free seems like it shouldn't have been. What toppings on the pizza? So I've come to the realization that if you get double of a particular topping, the pizza place that I go to, or I order from, they will, instead of like giving you double, they'll basically give you triple. So the strategy is to do double stuff. We went for double sausage on 2 of the pies, and then one of the pies is a cheese bread with jalapenos and bacon. Fire truck arriving because the pizza place burned out. You know what? It's actually hot. And I was like, before I started the stream, I was like, oh man, if it gets hot enough that we have to turn on the AC, that's going to be a problem. Because remember, that's what started everything last time. 1 year ago, basically. I was there 1 year ago. When General's house almost burned down. Let's do that. I didn't even read the effects, I was just like... Or I only read the effects, I didn't read any of the flavor. Meat, we're probably going to have to push manually. Let's take a little bit of a look. At the livestock? Oh, no, wait. Let's take a... I wish when you clicked, stuff that applied to the livestock was, like, visible. I suppose it's not too big a deal, but... it's kind of a little bit, let's do a little bit of that. Me and General Sperry know each other. I was young. Indeed. Hey Baxter, how's it going? But overall I like the update. I think the update's insane. Yeah. Especially the autonomous trading feature. Finally, this should have been there from the start. Yeah. It's way less micro. It's a better simulation. It's hard to see on what fronts it's worse, other than you have like less stuff to do. We're actually going to switch off of Steel Frame and onto civilizing mission here. So we add these all together and then divide by 4. So 15 plus 15 divided by 4, 7.5, and the other one's minus 10, so we do this one. State atheism. Dog? I don't think so. So this was one of my least favorite like events, because I always thought it was stupid. You just put in the paper import. It was an event that only led to clicking. Now it's actually significant. You have to put on a subvention and you have to get the price to a certain like level, and so yeah, we could probably do this. And so now it's like way more. I like it so much more now. So we're going to subvention the paper, but that's not, if we do a little subvention on the paper, it's not going to pull the price down enough. So, and the subvention will lock us in for a little bit of time. It's not too crazy, but what you could do is you could start doing a very small subvention for like, import. And that's what we'll do. Unfortunately, you could still just complete the JE basically instantly by doing this. I do love it. Oh, did we not put up the tariff for low subventions? Not like this. We did the export. Oh, we tariffed it. Wait, what did we do? We're an idiot, but you get what the idea was. Or I'm an idiot. I won't bring you into this. Your evening be full of loud cars and motorcycles. For the night is dark and full of terrors. Self-taught lawyer, abolitionist. Hell yeah, brother. I think we'll just make the slavery ban super painless for us to get through. And then that should really gimp the landowners. Then we just need Pedro to die. I'm pretty sure we can step down in a way that's better, but we'll wait for him to die. The Brazilians really hate it when we abdicate as Pedro. Enjoying agricultural export. Economy is dying on right now. Very nice. Can you play Mexico in the future? Yeah, we haven't played Mexico in a hot minute. I think we'll do always spread the word now. We do have this one completed, other than the year's point. We just have to stay above 50%, so we're in pretty good shape for the Magnanimous Monarch. I don't know how we misclicked, like, setting the thing up correctly. I feel really stupid. That should. Or we should have maybe done the other option. That's kind of a lot of clout. They're upset, but they're gonna stall out and crash out. These guys want in on the Liberal Party, unfortunately. Only 50% if we put those guys in. I think this is the last little bit before we actually have to fight GPs to take over. We really don't want Austria to sign against us, because Austria is one of the few that we have investment rights on. No tariffs on what? Do we get no tariff silk? Absolutely. No tariffs on... Kind of okay, no tariffing grain, I think. And then no subventions on something. Non-colonization agreement, actually. Do they want any of this? Oh, baby, they do. We could say we won't colonize North Africa. You're welcome. We won't colonize. We won't colonize Bengal? Oh, I mean, I guess. You're welcome, dog. Oh, we need a... Hold up. We don't need to improve relations with them if we're going to get this treaty with them. And then, maybe we'll say, see, this is an example of nonsense. We will also not colonize Indochina. How's about that? How about we will not colonize, can we put Bengal in twice? No, we can't. Pacific Coast? Where in the Pacific Coast is colonizable? We won't colonize Alaska. Yeah, okay, fair. We will not colonize Alaska. Thanks, Mom. If you guys hear the doorbell, please let me know. Or actually, we still got some time before they get here, but... We really rolled a 3%? Dog. Dog, we clicked so many times. We put in the work and the effort for that. Do you know how to support political parties? I can't find the button anymore. Bolster suppress? You mean, IGs? You can't bolster IGs directly. You bolster movements. How do you stop opposite direction in the same market? Tariffs is how you stop trade. I'm okay with nonsense like this being possible in treaties because it's really easy to limit your own utilization of nonsense treaty terms. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you can just do Turtle Island every run and just annex the whole world if you like, so... This is true. This is fair. God, I can't believe they said no to us. I can't believe it. They want to give us military access. Alright, fair enough. Can we give you non-colonization agreements? Yeah, they don't care about that. We'll say that we won't tariff hardwood, though. Yeah, so we can't quite get there with Russia. I don't think we have enough stuff. Well, we could if we gave them North China, but I think they would just cancel the agreement sometime down the line. We could agree not to subvention the wood and not to tariff it. I don't think we have any law commitment they care about. Although, we might see some... Law commitment was really, really good on one of the earlier versions. I haven't seen willingness to accept, like, any law commitments, basically. Or any... They'll accept it, but it won't help out the thing. You're using the law commitment to help it yourself pass the law, basically. Does anyone know how to earn subventions to use them? I'm a little lost. I can't, and can't use tariffs or subventions. You can't use them at all, or you don't know how to use them? I guess are two different questions. Let's take a look, though. We are currently subventing the import of grain. So we on the import side, we are putting in a subvention at a high level, and what this is doing is increasing grain imports to our country. If we had it here, it would increase grain exports from our country, and we're doing this so our pops don't starve to death. So we're a little bit more food secure. Well, that's the idea. And the way that this works is that in the trade center, if you have a tariff, this increases the cost of the trade, and the trade center pays out to the government. And if you have a subvention, this decreases the cost of the trade, and the government pays out to the trade center. The trade center will try and do the most profitable trades available. By subventing it, you increase the margin between the two price, the world market price and the local price, making it more likely that the trade center is going to select that good to trade. If we eliminated our subvention from grain, for example, we would probably stop importing grain entirely here. I couldn't get monopoly rights for my company run. Does it? You need anything else other than investment rights in the other country? People have been reporting this. I think it's bugged. Is it? We couldn't get it either. Is it just me or government administration costs less now? It is not just you. This only employs 1,000 pups. This only employs 1,000 pups. It did take from the lower rung pups more densely, but all the government buildings only employ 1K pups now, so you pay a lot less for the government overall. For the stuff. Laissez-faire may prevent you from making monopolies. Oh yeah, sorry. You cannot make monopolies on laissez-faire. In addition to that, I do think it's bugged. We couldn't make monopolies on agrarianism either. But I also think it's like on top of that, I think it's also bugged. That might be the better explanation though. For well, actually, I think maybe I'm missing something. But multiple people have come in and said that they can't do it, and we noticed not being able to do it while we were not on laissez-faire. Let's see how our company stuff is doing. We have a bunch of investment rights with other people. And we're getting these regional HQs, for those of you who are kind of just tuning in. And the regional HQs do not use our investment pool. They use the other people's investment pool. So all of this is using our investment pool. And we have, as you can see, a bunch of buildings in other countries. Like, this is in our country, but all of this is other countries, right? Here is a regional company HQ, which is inside of Mysore, and what happens is they pay out to our investment pool. That's why our investment pool is going absolutely ballistic, and we can't drain it as fast as we would like, and we're even getting a fat multiplier on top of this, which I think that intentionally depressing your GDP might be like semi-meta, especially because you can generate a ton of income with just trade centers and ownership, which doesn't increase GDP. But you can see here, regional company headquarters is putting 33K into the investment pool. But we have several of these in other countries, and the ticker is that they use the other country's investment pool. So these buildings are being purchased with the investment pool of Bolivia, which in this case actually makes incorporating Bolivia maybe bad because they will generate more investment pool when they have lower GDP than it would under us. You can see we have one in China as well. We have one in Senegal. We have one in Tabriz. And then this is probably our bigger company overall. And this one, again, we have a lot of overseas ownership. These are all the assets of the company. And boy, oh boy, do we get a whole lot in Great Britain in terms of all these industrial goods. But also Prussia, France. I think we also have it in Austria. So it is reminiscent of the bankroll meta in that you want to play nice with all the GPs, but you want to play nice with all the GPs so that you can get investment rights with all of them. We almost certainly should have gone Sovereign Empire, but that also makes it so that you can get kind of freebies, good dealsies. That should help us get more migration. In terms of pulling people into your market, because investment pool, or the investment rights is the lever by which you're just generating enormous value. We're going to do some of this. Each of these do give us migration attraction. And we are doing this to increase our average. So we get the mass migrations. Game runs slower. I haven't gotten deep enough to really be able to tell the difference. Does export subventions on tools or engines effectively hinder competitors' industrialization? Yes. So this is like... you have to pay, but like my thinking was that it's possible. I think if there's an industry that's like worth subventing just to absolutely completely corner it, it might be logging camps, and this might be playable for the USA / Russia. Playing as Austria today, signed a treaty where for placing an embassy in Bavaria, I got 3.5 weekly. Yeah, exactly. You could sign a bunch of in terms of patches to play turbo small runs on, this is the best one. And you know what? We should just do Indian Territory, because Indian Territory would actually just be a breeze on this patch. I guess we could even swap to it now. But that'd be a turbo easy achievement on this patch, because you could just get a bunch of money from people with a bunch of agreements. I guess maybe if you can't do agreements with people, because you're isolated / a subject, that would be the problem. But if you can, you could also, if you break free, you're fine, because you can get access to the coast for money from someone else, and you could get investment rights with someone by giving up whatever. And then once you have investment rights with someone else, you can like churn and use their pops to generate their economy. I can do it. Oh, the Brazilians will be so mad, though. Non-committal pull. Because, like, yeah, you could get just a ton of money. It's still kind of, like, would be miserable to start, so it makes for a better video than, It makes for a better video than it does, like, a stream, because I think it's still starting, but... I think we maybe sit that one out, because we have investment rights on both these cats, and we would rather keep it that way. But yeah, this reminds me of the bankroll meta. Which is great for Indian Territory. The new RNG seeds, you can guarantee a start where Texas wins, which is great. Yeah, you can. Oh man, you guys are kind of feeling it. But the Brazilians will be so upset. Shout out to the lockout right outside. Can I get some loud cars in chat? Do Indian Territory YouTube trilogy. It makes for a better video because it's a lot of like watching and waiting around and this type of thing, but it's a phrase. It's a big fight. We're gonna sit that one out. We have banned slavery, which I think hurts us for magnanimous monarch, but that's fine. We don't need the prestige, so I think we take this. Increase the buy orders for coffee by 150%. We could subvention coffee harder. It's already getting produced in our country naturally here. You think it'll make a better vid for content that's stowed away for a near future video? Well, so like a lot of it would just be me restarting like over and over. Because I still think you maybe need to restart, but maybe not. I'm hyped for it though. We can do a cool interaction that we can see. Why don't we maybe just take a look at it, okay? And we'll see just how it looks and see if it maybe looks really turbo easy. So maybe we'll do that. Can you still get war reps for free, just not at full value? You can still get war reps. Yeah, you can. It has to be smaller though. And like, if you already have other stuff going on, I think that our getting subject payments maybe prevented, or our getting payments from other people made it so it costs infamy. We were getting diplo payments from other people as a result of agreements. And when you have multiple agreements with other people to siphon off money from them, my understanding is that it makes it cost more infamy. So we're just going to take a look at Indian Territory to see if it's turbo easy, but I think it just should be turbo easy. Unless, like, a lot of stuff is blocked behind subject, being a subject, is the only thing I can think of. You get access to the market, you can generate a lot of power. I think for tall runs, going insanely high war reps amounts is probably meta. Meta right now is just having people accept your debt. You just run it up and then you have people take on your debt. In terms of like generating the most money per like thing you have to give up. Okay, so we can build trade centers. Naturally. We could draft treaties with the USA. I wonder if you could transfer your way out. Okay, let's see what we could get from Mexico. We're just kind of perusing here to try and figure out. But this is... Oh, bro. Dogs. Okay, you can't declare an interest anywhere. Okay, why are you 1K? So you re-roll for a shit attitude towards the France? Maybe? If this is possible? And get support independence from France and Mexico? And then you get independent. And then you wheel and deal. Yeah, this should be just turbo easy. I mean, we would have to. I don't want to re-roll a whole bunch for bad relations between the U.S. and France, if this is possible. You know what I mean? But like, that is just so ungodly straightforward. Let's actually see if we have enough to give Mexico that like they'd be interested in. Did you hear the doorbell? I think so. Okay, we can't do that. We can't get law commitment. I guess we really don't have a lot to give away. Why do you value this? I mean, I still think if you give Mexico plus someone else big at some point in time, this works, right? Maybe you can't do it at the opener. So what's your verdict on the new DLC update? It's super fun. It might be the best patch ever. Still want to play more on it. It's kind of a lot like the Wild West regarding trade and these Diplo agreements. It feels like a lot of things are just super wide open. Playing Turbo Tall is like viable. I mean, I could show you guys where I'm at in the Panama run, but that's like spoilers. But like, just controlling Panama, we own over 30 billion worth of GDP. And only have 50k GDP ourselves. Did the doorbell ring? Oh. Getting paranoid here. Yeah, but this should be doable. We just need... Actually, you know what? If someone's re-rolling this, we probably just wait and see what seed we can do, because now there's a random seed, and see if there's an opener with France plus Mexico that's just turbo easy. The GDPs are credit card meta, yeah. I think the proper Monopoly treaty fixed. It didn't test it yet. Can you make treaties with Great Britain? Great Britain doesn't have an interest, and so this might be. It still might be a long-term endeavor, where you re-roll maybe for Texas winning, and then you. Well, you can re-roll for Texas winning, and then go for Texas. Alright. Yeah, but you could just get 10k from GPs, basically, in terms of income. which makes any start just hyper-playable. What's the basic premise with the Panama game? 0 wars, 0 expansion. Only trade and deals. And so, maybe we show it real quick, just a teaser. You need to be a bigger country and negotiate with smaller ones. Then they agree faster. I mean, you have to be smaller for certain types of agreements. Like the Power Block Embassy. The Power Block Embassy, specifically, requires that you aren't too disruptive for their block, so you actually have to be relatively small. But yeah, this is our GDP. 58,000. Oh, we got a nice looking SOL here. Of our pops, excluding one in an overseas colony, with 10% are upper strata, and then we own 50,000% of our GDP in overseas ownership. We Alright, let's go back to the Brazil game. Slash the video. Because I'm gonna eat some pizza. $32 SOL is insane. Katie, that's it on a low day. That's after we just got 200,000 migrants. It was like 36. You caught me on a low day there. So, like, also 0 wars. Not a single war was fought. Nothing for, like, war reps. Nothing for, like, we get a canal. No, 0. Nothing. Nada. Zip. Zilch. 0. Alright. We will return to our regular scheduled programming, though. Because I'm going to grab pizza. Put the like on the video.
Act like a regular formation again. Some changes have been made to organization and morale. Organization is now a drifting value. So when a commander dies, it will set a new target and slowly drift towards the new value. This will give you time to hire or promote a new general in their place. The low organizational penalty is now slightly different. When you have full organization, you suffer no consequences. If you go down to 0, you will suffer 100% of the penalties. Previously, it was reaching 100% of the penalties at 25 organization instead of 0. The base command limit has now been set to 10. That means that small formations of maximum of 10 units do not require a commander to have full organization anymore. And supply will impact organization. So if the organization target of a formation is currently 100, but the formation supply is only 50, the organization target will be set to 50 instead. Military access. Military access is a one-sided diplomatic pact that two countries have established. For example, Belgium could grant military access to Prussia without being granted the same. This allows establishment of fronts through a neutral country via land invasions, which are very similar to naval invasions in functionality. Additionally, we now have a more compact mobilization window layout for formations by default. We have updated the formations tooltip. It now shows which unit is in said formation. The offense and defense stats of units are now shown in more places. In the military tab, you will find a summary of your military expenses. Another change we've made is to stack all allied and enemy formation markers on the same front to make for a cleaner UI. Your own formations, though, are not affected by this. Hovering over the stack will still allow you to see all the individual formations inside. Admirals have a new order, to blockade, which cuts off trade and convoys in adjacent hostile ports. Strategic objectives have been changed that all generals now care about them and prioritize that target, and the strategic objectives can be set per formation. Companies now have executives. The executive is the head of the company, and a new character role with traits. The company executives will also boost political power for their affiliated interest groups. We have refined the company interface with new company-specific panels. There is now a global display of all companies and a leaderboard of those companies, a company asset tab, and a statistics tab. The company countries like the East India Company, Hudson Bay Company, and Russian Alaska are now related to and originate from the company headquarters in the appropriate country, like Great Britain or Russia. Prosperity is now a target value that you drift towards instead of a constant upward or downward movement. The target value is influenced by the current productivity of the company and also the number of staffed building levels the company owns. The popularity of the executive leading the company can impact the target value too. With a high popularity, it increases, and with a low popularity, it decreases. The speed at which prosperity drifts towards its target value is affected mostly by the size of the company and a base value. Forming a company can be done with privately owned buildings that you pay for, and we are making the establishment of new companies slightly easier by reducing the number of required building levels. They will now be able to buy building levels owned by financial districts and manor houses. And finally, we have removed the trade lens from the game. Thank you for watching, and we hope you enjoy Update 1.9. Hello Victorians, and welcome to Update 1.9. In this video, we'll be discussing the world market, diplomatic treaties, military quality of life, and companies. So let's get started. What is the world market? The world market is where autonomous trades take place. Every good traded in the world has a world market price based on supply and demand. Now, if you're wondering where the world market exists, it exists conceptually in the ocean. Once you have access to the sea, you have the ability to trade on the world market, which is broken up into national markets and subdivided into market areas. Now, a market area consists of a number of states that are all connected by land or by straits. For example, the Spanish market has several market areas.
All right, that pizza's too hot. Gotta let that cool down a little. That's a hot pie. The first one was pepperoni and bacon. The second one was double sausage. We will still be eating double sausage. Or not pepperoni, bacon. Jalapenos and bacon. Globally, we can compare who has the most profit. It's our two companies now. Got some comments on the Panama run. A little behind on. You can with all the small ones too? Well, in theory, what we did on the Panama run, you can kind of do on any just tiny-ass country. We started with 30k GDP and 120k pops, and that's it. And we own 30 million. It's in the 70s, but, like, we also did 0 actual wars. So, your smile was big showcasing that. It was very exciting. It's been very fun to play. We also almost bricked the run. The run almost got bricked. Like, we almost just completely lost the entire run. Because of, like, it's very interesting. We might be able to even see it a little bit here in Brazil. I guess to some extent. The enormous ownership class turbo pushed up all the consumption goods. This led to 75% of the food, or of the pops, being in severe starvation. The only way to resolve this was more trade. The problem is we had too many ownership pops, and they won't switch on to the trade centers, even if they're subsidized, because they're fine where they are. And so the only way for us to get out was to get more pops, to get more trade. But our pops were dying. They were dying, which makes you get less pops. So it seemed like we were going to death spiral where the capitalist class would just cause so much demand, it would just cause everyone else to starve to death. And it's very acute and fast because we just have 150k pops. So we've been trying EIC second time. It's been fun so far. Very nice. But that's just me showing pizza to chat. Chat always wants to see they want to see the food. That's always a request. Does chat not want to see the food? Not like this. But yeah, we will continue eating some pizza, but continue on with the run as well. We could try and mute every time we chew. We also might be able to change the sound gate while we're doing this. Maybe let's try that. Hey, Airtune, thank you for the follow, big nice. Do we not? Filters, that's the one. So this one will use more CPU. But, maybe cut out the sound of me chewing. It'll also cut out the loud cars outside. Normally I don't run this because you'll probably experience bitrate loss. Or if I do it while recording, it normally causes issues when the recording gets too long. But some people get really upset at the sound of chewing, like they've never heard it before. What a social commentary. I know. I think it's great. It reminded me of the potato famine, which was not the case that there wasn't enough food to go around. It was just all going to the wrong place. Or it was going to pops that weren't starving to death. Enforce investment rights. Cuba's trying to get investment rights on us. That's cute. Thank you, Airtune. Oh, sweet. It is cutting out. Or it is... That's amazing. Okay. You guys don't have to hear me chew. I'll try to remember to change that setting back before I record, otherwise it's gonna mess with my videos. I think. BN Zup. Thank you for the follow, big nice. How many people just got here? Maybe run a poll. Because we can explain over stuff again, which is kind of what we do on these release day streams quite a bit, but we'll see where people are at. If people are kind of, if you guys are the long-standing ones. Okay, we do finish the JE there. And we get to integrate these guys. So now everyone's integrated. Shout out, sound off. And then I think that we are on Civilizing Mission. We're almost 10k through. We can either try and micro it and fail, or we can just go central banking into this, into Civilizing Mission. That way we don't have issues. We have psychiatry as well. Why don't we do this? Because we do need this for investment banks. And the idea is we are trying to stay over this amount here, 12,500. We're trying to stay under this so we don't waste any of our NAT spread. Okay, so a lot of people arrived in kind of the last 3 minutes. So we are playing as Brazil. We picked Brazil because the coffee journal, journal entry, which we just completed, is a journal entry that normally is incredibly hard to complete because you functionally, in the old trade system, you could not export consumer goods. But we have 2 things going for us that allow us to export consumer goods. But before we get into that, what would happen is that the way that substitution works is that it's based on the amount of sell orders. So when you would export actively something to someone's market, what it would do is it would enter their market, they would start consuming it, but they would underconsume it relative to something like tea or a replacement good. And so you would never get enough buy orders. So the fact that you were dumping super dirt cheap coffee into someone's market didn't mean anything. Here, let's find a pop to look at. They wouldn't consume the coffee because it's cheap, because that's not how replacement goods work. Instead, they just consume whatever the most sell orders. And so you couldn't get enough stimulation from your export to really drive roots up. And this was the problem. Here you can see a lot of, for our drink, we are consuming mainly coffee, and that's because we have a ton of sell orders of coffee in the market. We have to scroll down quite a lot to find tea or wine, which are the substitutes. And that's because there's so much coffee in the market. Well, now there's a couple of ways in which we can extra dump additional coffee into the market. We are engaging in both of them. First of all, we are subventioning coffee. Here, let's actually just go to coffee. Go straight to the source, which is that we are paying money to export extra coffee. So this causes more coffee to be in their market, and as more coffee is in their market, they consume more of it, and this drives up the price of coffee in their market, which in turn drives up the world market price, which makes our ratio better. So the more coffee we export, the better price we get, because it's pushing out the other industries. This is an example for subventions, by the way, where I think subventions might be good, and it's really hard to evaluate because it just pushes up the price. The second thing is that we have reserve coffee, which we are producing, which is a prestige good where pops will overconsume the reserve coffee as well, relative to the regular coffee or relative to the other goods. They will drink more of this. So if their reserve coffee is in other people's markets, they will eat the coffee at a much higher rate. So we can see that there are buy orders in America for coffee. So let's find an American. Let's find an American that's going to be drinking coffee. Engineer, almost certainly. Especially at that, like, SOL. And so if we look at their consumption, we see their consumption. Man, oh man, they're consuming coffee. They're going for it. And they're not really consuming anywhere near as much tea and this type of thing. What do we think the charters meta is? I think going for a bunch of reinvestment on all of your charters is probably meta. But that's kind of why we picked Brazil. In terms of what's going on with the game, there are several things that just feel super open. Treaties, you can get absolutely insane things off of treaties. Like, we can go for investment rights, exchange trade privileges, because now he's super excited about this, because this will give him a cheaper price on his coffee. We get investment rights. We can own him on obligation. Or we can just say, you know, we won't do something we weren't planning on doing anyways. No tariffs on... We won't tariff guns, because we're more likely to subvention guns anyways. And then we won't... No tariffs on fish. We're not going to tariff fish. Oh, he's not feeling that. No, he was. No tariffs on fish. And then we'll say no subventions on... Well, we might subvention these three. No subvention on artillery. I think I'm down with that. No subvention on this... Yeah, no subvention on artillery, I think I'm down with. So now we have a decent shot at getting acceptance. And we'll call this Panama belongs to South America. Belongs to Brazil, my guy. And maybe let's just get a little bit extra. Let's see if we can get just a little tiny bit extra. No, we want to be able to do subventions to other people. So let's give them a little bit of money, maybe. So this will make the acceptance relatively high, 2/3. And that kind of dovetails into the second idea, which is that companies are kind of insane. And the thing I think is particularly insane is gaining investment rights, because it allows you to use other people's investment pool to build buildings or buy buildings. And so we have investment rights on all of our companies currently. And Katie, I think that's probably the like big one. And what we are, or actually you also almost certainly want one of them, at least one of them, to have trade rights, depending on your sequencing. And if we look at the assets of these companies, one of these companies, we can see that we have all the normal kind of assets in our normal company HQ, but we also have overseas HQs. And these are built entirely out of, we gave 5 levels, but every other level is built off the back of their investment pool. And so this is really an insane way to extract money, and then what happens is they pay out to your investment pool these company HQs, and if we look at reinvestment, you can see that regional company headquarters, which is what these are, is what's paying out. So, I think she might be the only one with whom we do not have investment rights. Any bad bugs? If you are on Intel, there's apparently some issues. Treaties are cheesy, and the world market's entirely automated, and you influence it through trade or subventions and trade centers, and it's a lot of fun. So, Paradox, I think you made a mistake. Right there, it's called the Gulf of Americana. Yeah, basically. It pays out to your country's investment pool. Yeah, but I mean, that's what ownership stuff in your own country does. You don't get to tax the pops overseas. That's fair enough, actually. So, like, to clarify the value of the ownership here, we don't get to tax these guys that are overseas. Currently, we've united most of South America. We use the new annexed country interaction. Austria might join against us. We really hope they don't. That guy's to defend against landings, because we're assigning to a thing. There's a bug where Japan doesn't have its starting treaties, but it has the lead. But it has the lead mine with the treaties would support. Lead mine the treaties would support. Wait, what? So it's not a completely parasitic relationship. No, they also get the goods in their market and stuff like this, and can export them. In the we basically produce nothing ourselves in the Panama run that we're going to. I think we're going to release the first episode tomorrow morning. So let's say I need dyes because I can't produce it. As soon as there are buy orders, trade centers start importing it for me. They will not import stuff to solve shortages. That is not their heuristic. They will import stuff to get the most money. However, generally, if you are running a shortage on something, and the world market price for it is not extremely high, it will import that thing. So it will generally fix your shortages, but not categorically fix your shortages. Because if the world market price of iron... If the world market price of iron is plus 50% and I'm running an iron shortage, it's not going to be that aggressive, because the difference between 50% on the world market and also my own internal and local point amount of iron, or 75 price, is not that big. They just try and get as much money as possible. We could also add a bunch of construction sectors. We're gonna do that. Let me know if there's something off with the audio, like, whatsoever, because I have different settings on right now. Panamanian middleman, 100%. Except for we're creating all the demand, global demand for goods, because we have all the capitalists. See ideals. Hey, Mercy, how's it going? How are you doing? We just kind of finished our 30-minute / hour mark kind of explanation for the people coming in, the new people. Is everything running smooth for the rollout for you on your guys' end? I assume you're off work now, but... Or, well, you, like... You don't have hours, you have responsibilities, right? It's something like that. How shortages actually matter for warfare? That's also a big one. So being... dumping a bunch of... I think small arms companies are probably really good. Thinking through what companies are good is an entire, like new evaluation that needs to be done as well. So how do you fix shortages optimally? Ideally, you expand the trade centers and they pick them up. If they're not picking them up, you can add a subvention. Currently, we really don't want to have food security issues, so we are running an import subvention on grain. And because of that, we have to pay money on grain. And I don't think that's necessarily the most efficient. You can see we're paying out 4.4k, but I think it's fine. We're probably going to get rid of the paper one, though. Yeah, let's get rid of the paper one. We don't need the paper subvention in our lives. Doing well. Hope the stream is going well. The stream is going very well. I'm off work now. Well went, IMO. Very nice. People seem to really like the patch. I really like the patch. I was having a ton of fun yesterday recording Panama video. If you go too hard on that idea, though, like in the Panama run, don't you run the risk of hyper-empowering worker IGs in countries? Which they might try past collectivization and brick ownership. I don't think they brick ownership unless they deck on you. The Ottomans have an oil company, only one I know for. What? You mean for the prestige oil? Yeah, I think they have prestige, or I think Russia has prestige oil. Hey, Scourge, how's it going? Greetings from Europe. A little late for Europe. No? You're like on North American time. Or it's like past midnight. You. We will complete Magnanimous Monarch once he eventually dies. I think we've not gotten a single mass migration event. You have to be running trade. So we might not have any trade routes with Norway. You have to be running trade with someone in order to get a mass migration from them. We'll do something like this. So we might just not have Norwegian targets. Actually, at least one place in Europe isn't that late. Ever heard of Saint Pierre and Miquelon? I have not. What about the Falkland Islands? That's part of the Great Britain, right? I don't think we want this, because I don't think we want to invest our influence like that. I think that she's the only one we don't have investment rights on. Wow, we're so close. We're not planning on tariffing grain. We really offer multiple no tariffs to different people? I thought that was bricking us for everything. Wow. Can't add that. Only one article with the same inputs. Well, we're not tariffing ammunition. And then, well, looks like it doesn't give anything. And then no subventions. We're definitely not going to subvention tobacco. That would be wacky. And then we will also take a look at... We are currently subventioning small arms. There's maybe a world where we subvention... I don't think we're going to subvention liquor. Did we already add tobacco? Say yes. We lost a 3% roll on her. Just played a 6-hour game with a friend. They enjoyed themselves enough. Very nice. Nothing like getting a random Paradox stream at 2 a.m. Yeah, I mean, I think that generally people avoid this time slot. We're seeing, like, a little bit of an uptick in viewership. Maybe that's part of why no one else is streaming right now. Dead zone. Like, a little too early for the evening streamers in the US. And too late for streamers in the, Europe. Does Prussia still have a defense pact with Austria? I think they start with one, yeah. Was hoping for Germany? I think they start with one. Oh, do they have it right now, Doesn't look it. Yeah, we can keep adding construction. We're just having, like... This run feels really weird right now. The, like, unlimited investment pool is, like... and we can't drain it. It was, like, just a weird type of feel. Generally speaking. I guess we're just gonna try and drop a bunch of construction sectors. Never late night, never late for crazy guys who watch Vic 3 at night and play themselves at the same time. Play themselves, not play... Okay, no. Read that almost a little differently. Late morning in Australia, everyone knows that's in Europe. That's true. I arrived all over my keyboard when I saw the world market menu. True. Tarkus calls for mods to ban the guy when he's the only mod. I could probably make Mercy a mod. Let's do that. Mercy's responsible. Not that I'm saying you have to do anything, Mercy. Just, I don't have the best mod coverage at times. I think it's always we can't let him leave. Mom just went to bed, now you can look at some spreadsheets. That's why you be free. Log. I assume you will not frivolous ban anyone. What a world we live in when the auto queue is like doesn't like the gold because it likes other stuff so much. That's insane. We're popping off kind of hard. Are we really not getting mass migrations, or am I just like brain filtering them out? What's going on? Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. So, like, ordering mods around despite being a mod. Yeah, I call the mods on people in Discord when it's my Discord. I'm like, excuse me, moderators? Is this Discord just completely unmoderated? Who's in charge here? Running a ship that's leaky. We do get a mandate. I'm kind of inclined to get external trade. Let's actually take a look at how... So that gets rid of the trade disadvantage we have, but also makes it easier for us to stay above this mark. Gets rid of the trade disadvantage we have for not having interest in a location or region. Which, honestly, that feels a little bit weak. I wish there was something that felt more substantive for when you get bigger, because that's only good if you're really small. But if we take a look at some of these, we can see some of these we will have malices from not having people in the same market, but really not a lot. So, lacking an interest in the relevant market. Lacking an interest in the relevant market. So, I think that let's swap that. I think that we don't go for that, which means we have to now think about what we want to do. Transport to infrastructure got a buff. I think that we kind of wanted to do foreign investment, not necessarily because we think it's best, but because we think we can pull a lot of people into our block this way, maybe. This is probably no good. The increased leverage from economic dependence is actually not that big a buff. It's just having a bigger, like... Just having, like, double the size of your hooks is kind of easier. We could do the new one. Or we could do transport infrastructure. Which increases the EOS cap. And gives you the railway PMs. New railway PMs. Food standardization still winning. Vassalization and advanced research nerfed. Chat, what are we thinking? What principle? The new company's principle, which will give us throughput, effectively 100 authority, and also one free company. We could go transportation infrastructure, which has the new economies of scale building cap. And also, additionally, it is probably a lot more useful to have port building throughput than it was before. This is going to give you both infrastructure, but it's also giving you merchant marine. The merchant marine is helping your trade centers be more profitable, letting you push trade centers a little bit more. What else would be good here? I think that we kind of don't like foreign investment, really, to be honest. Colonial offices is probably actually just really good, but we'll not do that one. I guess we could go food standardization, or what's internal trade giving us? Company throughput bonus. Not terrible. The convoys just kind of suck balls, though, now. We could go vassalization, and still think that the authority per subject is still good enough. And food standardization is the semi-meta one that was, or the relatively meta one that was just not nerfed. And then, yeah, food standard. Considering pops consume a lot more groceries, it's actually going to be much better. It does give you grocery PM and efficient canning. And the +1 SOL minus mortality is quite nice. So we will see what the people think. Trying to get cultural exclusion, maybe the migrants will come. I think the thing is they're like under the threshold. Oh, cultural exclusion will change the threshold. They're under the restrictiveness threshold. I love that one meme that compares how streamers ask for mods to do things, like a king summons his guards. Mods, dispose of him. Get him from my sight. I forgot we have soda, Pog. Why not companies as a principle? I guess I don't really know how good it is. Actually, this is one more company that we can use to sink our hooks into other countries. We can only build the companies right now, or the industries, that we have companies for. So trade centers, steel mills, coal. If we add more industries, we can take more stuff, right, from inside them. And maybe companies is just hyper meta. I don't really know. And maybe that's a reason to try it. Is there a drawback to doing max goods transfer treaties at the start of the game with not enough merchants convoys? It manipulates the prices in your market. You might have to end up paying a lot of money. This queue is never gonna get gone through. We actually don't have any auto building, I don't think, and we have like this queue that's like never completing, and I feel like we're just adding a ton of construction to it and still never completing. I have some feedback for the dev team, Mercy. Can you make this event fire 10 times as often? I'm kidding. Don't do that. What the hell is migration restrictiveness? If a pop is below that level of acceptance, they won't migrate to your nation. Companies that try and wedge in weapons industry, like any peaceful growing power. No drawback, but there will be next patch. Oh, looks like you guys are turbo on companies. Okay. Like, it's not close for you guys. Well, this will give us throughput, which will be kind of nice. So we'll go from like 40% throughput to whatever that number is plus 10%. So currently getting 45% company throughput bonus, so we went from 35 to 45. Because I think this is taking it into account. Yeah. Also, you don't have a Precious Tools company now, losing a lot of throughput. Yeah, Tools is insane. I definitely think that you're not supposed to do... We're doing the coffee company. I think this is, like, super just bad in slot, but we're just doing it. So, Btain, how much better the wars feel? The wars do feel, like, way better. The AI feels a lot smarter. How do you see how much a prestige good is being produced in a building? I only see a generic good. Let's find a building. Let's find a coffee place. So for us, you can see it's the icon is 100% the prestige good. That is because we have 100% of our ownership is that company. It's going to be proportional to the amount the company is producing. So if you're looking at a building that has none of your company owning any buildings, it's just going to produce normal of the good. We decrease autonomy. We want to annex this guy relatively fast. Wow. Did that make us make way more money? Crazy. How much money we're getting from them. wonder if we're supposed to actually just protectorate them instead of annex them like we normally do. Oh, we'll just annex them like we normally do. Is naval invasion cheese still the war meta? Well, AI can, they properly borrow if you have multiple admirals. And AI seems, at least from our experience, we had a fight with Venezuela. We are 100% used to the situation where if you have a fight with someone else, Great Britain sided against us, that Great Britain will not defend the coast of their allies. They defended the coast of Venezuela. So that's a really small sample size. That might have been just because they're shared a node here, and Great Britain thought it was defending its own coast, but we weren't trying to land the other coast. We also saw them be pretty good about defending the home territory after we tried to land over there, which is a classic how you beat Great Britain as China, is you just land the mainland while they have all their guys over here trying to push out of Macau. They seem to be smarter, and then you can't just overwhelm their navy with one 100 stack navy. Which was the previous way you went through things. I mean... Yeah, I mean, it seems a lot better. Why can I make Persia Catholic for 7 cohesion? You're an ideological... Or you chose the religious block. This thing that you chose. You chose the religious one, right? I think. Oh, if you can just convert people, that changes the game a little bit. Not a lot of it, because they don't get a new bonus. We want domestic. We want peasants. This is our treaty port, and man, it's getting a lot of queued up. Its weekly balance isn't all that insane, though. Considering the number of levels. I guess it's okay. It's not employing our pops. Nice that we get trade advantage for capacity as well here. If it's free, it's for me. Baby. I was gonna tell a joke about dying in response to generalists, but I didn't want to stain my reputation. Ayy! Let's go. I got to drop my favorite Germany joke early in the stream. I was gonna make a German joke, but I was told not to, and I'm just following orders. It's like one of my favorite ones of those jokes. They get pop growth, right? Oh, I don't know what you're referring to. Are you referring to food standardization? It would give our subjects pop growth, yeah. By killing or getting rid of mortality. It is the religious block, it seems strong. It is the religious block, it seems strong. Let's take a quick look. Can we not look at the block in UI? Unless we're someone that doesn't have a block? Surely. Religious convocation. Oh, 5% birth rate. With vassalization getting nerfed, so before, Sovereign Empire was like kind of unambiguously the best, but with vassalization getting nerfed, that makes Sovereign Empire worse. It still gives you a bunch of subject loyalty, but honestly, your companies are gonna just turbo build a bunch of stuff in your subjects anyways. The thing is, your mandate generation kind of sucks. Trade advantage is interesting. Increased clergy oversight, I think, is kind of bad. Or, well, I think it's actually good, but, like, not good for, like, a level 3 payoff. I don't think the income transfer is all that good. I mean, I guess you get reduced liberty desire. I think that both divine economics and sacred civics are relatively bad. So I still don't see the prestige good, even in states where I only have a company-owned building. Has your prestige good manifested yet? You have to maintain. You have to maintain for a long enough period of time, 100 prosperity, and then you'll get the prestige good. You'll get a pop-up that says that you get it, and so if you haven't gotten that, you don't have it. You can still subjugate for free with Sovereign Empire. Yeah. I mean, 5% growth is really good, though. I guess we could think of it. We could think through it through two different ways, right? Is being able to subjugate for free better than the 5% growth? It actually just depends on what you're doing. If you're doing like a medium-sized run, if you're doing an absolute max push GDP by end date run, subjugating someone for free is not as good as 5% growth. But in a lot of other contexts, it's better. And I think vassalization's actually probably still really... Actually, I think vassalization actually might be better. Not because it's better, because it got nerfed, but it's better because your authority is actually turbo useful with the companies. And, yeah. Is corporate state goated now? Corporate state? Jeez, I forgot this was even a thing. Almost certainly is, though, right? Free company charter. Whoa, wait, what? What? It was already the best, wasn't it? Did it get worse somehow? Yeah, turbo goated. What the hell? For your 5% growth rate, though, you have to play in a peculiar way that favors the religious folk, which is maybe not good. That's insane. What the hell? Clergy investment, though. But it's like, it's still worse than capitalist investment. I imagine religion would only be good if your entire block is that religion, right? I think it's still not good. I actually think you kind of want your entire block not that religion. That way you get the increased contribution. But then I think it's a meme for maximum contribution from subjects type of run. That's insane, though. Friendship ended with unions, now PV are my best friend? Yeah, basically. Corporate state. That's my thoughts exactly, Katie. I think it lost its size allowance. I mean, it just doesn't matter. This patch is actually just what the people wanted. Fascism's meta. You can now genocide your pops. Much easier. Slavery's good. Slavery's not good. That's EU5. I know, but it's funny. That's fair enough. Real, yeah. There was something else that's like people whinge about Paradox generally not making it good, like other than genocide and the fascism, but. Man, it hurts. It hurts a little bit that fascism is so back, baby. We have to wait for Pedro, though. Yeah, I guess we're going steel frame into civilizing mission into corporatism. Actually, scratch that. We're just going steel frame into corporatism. That's insane, dude. Oligarchical faction, yeah. We'll choose less radicals from overclass. That's why we love Paradox. The desires of the average Paradox gamer. How's fascism better now? Corporatism is like the fascism law. Because it makes the PB really strong. Man, that's insane. I'm gonna write that down. I don't want to forget that when I do. When I talk about laws. Corporatism is... That's insane, dude. Just like turbo meta. That reminds me kind of grimly. Yeah, I was reminded about the same thing. Don't... you live near LA, Generals? Hope you're all good. Yeah, so, like, that... What's actually going on in LA... is like so grossly exaggerated. It's like a 5-block area. It's like 1% of the city or something. At least before the protests on the 14th. Protests on the 14th was a lot larger. I don't know if that continued though. Yeah, it's just misrepresented generally in media, just the exact scope of that. I don't live anywhere near there. So I'm like 100% okay. Like the fires were much more of a concern. But even that, it's like, it's represented like all of LA is on fire, and it's like not all of LA on fire. I was just trying to get off Monarchy when I looked at that and saw all the bonuses. It even has 100 authority for the extra charter. Just... People are gonna whine so much about that. Because people have been whining about laissez-faire being unambiguously better than interventionism for so long. People, like... They have their gamer hat on and not their simulation hat on. You know what I mean? Where... you can't have one thing be way better than the other. And I was like... Laissez-faire kind of was better, my guys. I mean, I kind of want to invite Marx just because it's Marx. In theory, we would want maybe a cautious literary guy. Maybe that's correct, maybe it's not. I don't know. It will help their clout, though. Is advanced research useless now? They turbo kick that in the nuts. It's so much worse than it used to be. And I personally didn't rate it as high as, like, other people did. Yeah, but it used to give, I think they cut it by 2/3, the max investment, which was the best part of it. Like, unambiguously the best part of it. So... well, the anti-ahead of time penalty is fine too, but... How good is a free charter? It's worth 100 authority. I think you spend a lot of authority on charters anyways, so... I think you just think of it as plus 100 authority. It's actually a little bit worse than plus 100 authority, because... you will have percentage modifiers on authority a lot of the time, so... it's worth like 80 or 90 authority. Got cautious marks via an event, and he was so goated. Pog. I want to try a corporate state atheism religious block. I think you cannot do atheist religious block. Sadly. So waiting for the update where whales get a major buff. Whales are... yeah, in terms of a simulation, whaling went from being... in the time period of this game, like pretty... in the time period of the game, whaling went from being the biggest industry in the world to the smallest, basically. The smallest isn't quite accurate. But the, like, invention of just digging oil out from the earth just completely obsoleted it. And before that, that was the only way. That's how you got oil. And so... it was a very strong turnabout, and I think it's a huge bummer that's, like, not really represented in-game. But I also think representing whales properly would actually be a huge pain in the ass. We'll do some of that. How much better does this update make the game? Might have to fix your GPU so I can play it if good. Ugh, you might have to fix your GPU, guy. I mean, I hate making these types of statements with a low sample size. But I am enjoying the game currently more than I think I have since, like, 1.7. Part of that might be, like, I have, like... since last time I played Vic 3, I have, like, 400 EU5 hours sandwiched in between. And it could just be that, like, an extended break from the game effectively, like, made me enjoy it a lot more. But there's, like, stuff that's, like, very cool and interesting that's going on. And what I care about is, like, the interesting relationships between stuff. And having everything figured out is, like, not fun. And now it feels like I don't have everything figured out anymore. And so... that means there's, like, the act of uncovering and discovering and figuring stuff out, for me, is what's really interesting about games. And so, the combination... trade makes everything really fresh in a really interesting way. And then, the treaties make things interesting in, like, a... what's the right word for it? In a degenerate way. Like, the treaties aren't, like... the treaties are interesting, and they let you do some nonsensical stuff. I assume that the power of the treaties will gradually get peeled back, and I think that that's a good thing, but for now, I also think it's really fun that treaties are insane. Religious block agrarianism, 75% clergy investment. I think I'm going to do Pope next run. You can't, Mercy. You can't. Don't do it. Here's the problem, Mercy. And this actually is a huge problem for that type of run. You're going to be so sad. Companies are capitalists. This is the biggest reason. If you could make the companies be... clergy, things would be different. If you could make the companies be aristocrats, things would be different. But you just, like... you're just, like, saying, oh, I just want to have terrible companies. And the companies are, like, so pivotal right now. Like, the amount that we are getting to our investment pool right now from companies, let's take a look. We have company headquarters as number 1 with 116k, and regional company headquarters as 45k. That's nearly triple all of our other financial districts and manor houses combined. Like, even if you went the religious stuff and you got all the payouts, like, agrarianism would still be worse. Super surprised there isn't an ownership PM in that for the religious block. I mean, if they want to make alternative playstyles better, this is actually, like, one of the things that just uber gimps at doing anything, like, other than capitalists. This is actually, like, one of the bigger things. Is that... Oh, they do have a... Oh, you could do workers' co-op with this now? I think I remember that in a patch note, but I didn't really appreciate what exactly was going on there. Well, I guess workers' co-ops might be good again. Huh. I wonder how exactly that works. The point is that agrarian and religious folk one sucks. Oh, what are we doing? Actually, let's do this. We're like not paying attention. We're trying to keep things going with chat. Answer questions and talk about ideas. Instead of like turbo make the run. I thought it was listed under deny economics mandate. Am I missing something? If it lets you do the thing, then you can do the thing. And I take it all back. Do the companies do anything before you get the prosperity bonus? Yeah, they just don't give their prosperity bonus, or they don't give, the whatever thing. Divine Economics 2 unlocks privately owned, .png, increased clergy oversight for financial districts and manor houses. Yeah, but the proportion of it, Mercy, is still relatively small, is it not? I thought that they just buy out, like, 1/6, a proportion of the reinvestment. Could be missing something. That's how I remember it for when we last did this. Right. The problem is that capitalists, like, per capitalist, get 5x of the share of the pie, is my understanding. And so when when you have 50 capitalists and 50 clergy, it's not half and half, it's 5/6 and 1/6. In terms of the split. Unless I'm mistaken, which I often am. What's the idea of keeping the investment pool so overfilled full of building more construction? We are trying to build more construction. We have been adding construction nearly continuously for some time. It's because this investment rights is so turbo insane, combined with overseas investment, because it lets you use other people's investment pool to turbo snowball. Like, we have this regional HQ in Great Britain, and that accounts for all our regional HQs, for example, account for a very large chunk of our reinvestment. Like, what is this, a quarter? A little bit less. Just snowballs you very hard, and you kind of, like, pull away from things. We've literally just been building infrastructure, trading, and construction with the active queue. This actually might be a reason laissez-faire is not as good. You actually can't build construction fast enough. For a period of time, this was a problem, and then they slowed down the economy. And you didn't want to go laissez-faire before you were at, like, 200 construction. Maybe that's the case again. Yeah, you can see we have in the queue. Construction sectors, we're also trying to get our migration on. I mean, I think we're just going to turn on iron frame buildings. Once we finish the tech that's making things, or we finish auto-spreading this. Actually, I think we can swap back to this now. No, we can't. We'll forget. What about religious leader of Persia instead of the Pope, and mass-producing opium with the agrarian eco? And the company that actually buffs it? But the company's ownership is capitalist. Not like this. How's performance in the new patch? We haven't noticed any issues. We also haven't made a deep run, so I can't really comment too much on it. Oh, we could just wait out the election rather than suffering the malice. Yeah, I think we just keep with this. We have no migration controls, so where is our migration? I think protectionism is probably better just because it lets you do a bunch more treaty stuff, treaty nonsense. Wow, okay, immediately getting mass migration to Sao Paulo. We'll max out construction there. I know some people went interventionism to company max. Is that still a valid strategy at this point, or was it ever? Now that you kind of company max on your own, I was less familiar with that particular strategy. That's like that kind of developed when I was not playing as much. So, I know it's like well, the whole idea is that you would be able to transfer stuff from financial districts to companies by seizing ownership and redistributing it, and there's a particular methodology for doing it that made it more effective. Now, your companies can just buy from your financial districts, so I think that just automatically happens. Which is good. It's good. These guys aren't pushing, are they? Which is bad. It's bad. You still feeling LF is better than interventions? I do not know. A lot of it depends on how good monopolies are. I'm not sure they're so good. Relative to... Actually, you know what? If this is the thing... If the thing is every single run you just turbo blow up the investment pool into infinity, then, who cares about extra investment pool contribution efficiency? And maybe maybe this is better now. I don't know. We're trying to add more construction. So we do get a mass migration. We should still be in pretty good shape for getting more. I think we're #1 still. Not by a huge margin, but we are still #1. We have to be doing trade with someone to do it, though. But, like, everything in our queue is, like, doing something. I mean, I guess we could... I mean, we keep adding more construction, but... We've been adding construction faster than we could get our budget down. So we just keep adding more. Why are you building arts academies? They give us 25% migration attraction. Because we are on this. Sorry, 20. So that is why we have the most migration attraction and are beating out, like, the USA and other people. Also, no one talked about removing the annoying part, canceling trade routes after annexing land. Yep. God. My issue is now not having the possibility to give monopolies to companies. Yeah, I don't know how good that's, for me, the crux of the entire evaluation, is how good are those, and I don't really have a good answer. Yeah, like, also way less wages per construction and having so much more investment pool, like, economies are just turbo boosted now. There's our mass migration bump. No, that's Benin or whatever. Just kidding. That's grabbing these two territories that we'd grabbed. What's the cooldown on Annex for us? It's kind of what I want to know. Okay, now we go this. Into corporatism. Well, no, we do it into civilizing mission. And then we do the survey. We do it like this because we haven't completed Magnanimous Monarch yet. I think Zambezi has good resources. I can't remember. We're just going to add a construction sector. And then state actions. Incorporate. Do some of that. It's just more aesthetic. Does LF let you hit 0% interest? You have to have something, an unusual modifier from something. Great Britain has a better PB modifier. And this allows them to hit very consistently 0%. But they have Old Lady of Threadneedle Street, which instead of giving you -20, gives you -30 loan interest rate. And with that, you can hit 0% loan interest rate pretty comfortably, pretty consistently. So that's the best example. I can't really think... There's a couple other ways to get that modifier, but I don't really know off the top of my head where they are. But yes, you can get 0% interest and pay 0 interest. Right now, money's kind of not all that important. We aren't really trying to turbo push everything here as Brazil, but currently, treaties taking on someone's people take on your debt way too easy. Or yeah, people take on your debt too easy, and so you can get people to take on your debt. So now the metagame is kind of resembling a weird sort of like the bankroll meta where you want to play nice with all the big players and turbo expand into all the soft targets is probably kind of what the meta looks like. So it's like 1.4 meta is back, 1.7 meta is back, and kind of in a couple ways. 1.4 meta actually might not be that back. But that meta, you just hyper-specialize and stack stuff. But yeah, we're just gonna do that to increase construction. Of course, we instantly run massive shortages. But what we're going to do is we are going to, other than completing a bunch of construction sectors, we will just add a bunch of trade centers. And we'll tell them to figure it out. We will tell them, instruct them, please figure that out. Philly Bomb 97, thank you for the follow, big nice. Yeah, GB is the only one who can hit it consistently. Other countries rely on events, yeah. Did they fix the exploit that you let you delete debt? I don't think so. To be fair, as far as exploits go, that one is incredibly tedious. That might be relatively low priority. Like, if you want to do that, you can do that. They haven't fixed Turtle Island, right? If you want to play Turtle Island, you can play Turtle Island. It's like you're not really playing the game anymore. You're just doing something else. I don't know, like... I use some exploits, but I try not to really use too many, because... it can feel a little stupid. But... also, I want to try and play optimal, so it's like a fine line between, is this an optimization, or is this like an exploit? And the truth is like, full exploits is a form of optimization, and it's just like, it's a stylistic, like, form of optimization. I just feel frivolous when I draw the lines at some things and not at others. And, like, nothing goes and everything goes are probably the two more principled things, and for me it's like some things go. Would she be no longer protecting Transvaal? They often get rid of the protection, but if they don't, you can just side with them in a war and then declare on Transvaal and Stat and they can't join. Is deficit meta still worthwhile? No, it's not worthwhile. To, like, try and go out of your way to pull events. You just get someone to take on your debt. Turtle Island is the one I know they left in on purpose. Yeah, I mean, it's like, nope. Well, like, I've talked to Alex before. And his attitude is like, look, if you want to exploit, you can exploit. It's like, kind of whatever. Like, the dev's job is not to prevent the player from exploiting the game, really. It's to, like, avoid immersion breaking, kind of, to some extent. I mean, in Victoria 3, they do a relatively large amount of, like, exploit policing, I think, compared to other Paradox games. But, like, when bankrolls could pay you, when you would bankroll people into insolvency over and over and over again, like, that was a weird meta. You would bankroll them to insolvency, they collapse, and then you protectorate them, and you, like, are just protectorating full-size France in one go. And, like, early on without having conquered the world or whatever. Brazil's nice. 25% migration attraction. Hell yeah, brother. We will take a look. $124 is the average. Oh, this tooltip doesn't lock. Not like this. Let's do this, into this, into this. Delete debt seems like a good one this patch. And the AI will take on your debt so easily without... Yeah, seems less good, because, yeah. Well, it's just like, it's probably less micro to do a bunch of different trade offers to get rid of your debt than it is to do the fiddliness. Wow, the trade centers dropped your payments by like 100k on the investment pool? Well, we also, like, doubled construction. Like 100k, we were running a negative 100k balance. Yeah, I believe that. That was also the trade routes, trade centers we also already had, just fixing what they were getting. We were running a ton of shortages still, but yeah, now we're importing a ton of glass. And we will also be importing steel. It's very interesting how all these trade centers can work synchronously with each other when they kind of want to take each other's goods and stuff. Do that. When can we annex you? We want to annex you. We also want to annex Libya. Oh, it's a diploplay thing. Wait, what? We're not in a diploplay. What's going on? What? Why can't I annex you, my friend? Is this bugged or am I stupid? I'm assuming I'm stupid, but... I got the Empire into the Pun achievement that way when the bankroll meta existed. Way back, yeah. Just like you get a full subjugation basically for free. Why is my investment pool never growing, but I'm at 1,500 construction? You want it to never be growing, you're playing right. You want it to be shrinking always. Populating American journal entry has an action now? Oh yeah, it does. Let's click the button. I actually think it's probably not worth us clicking. Because this just triggers a mass migration, which seems super derpy. For 100 authority. Actually kind of inclined to not click the button, to be honest. Let's check our GDP. Yeah, whatever our GDP is, we own... So now we own around 100 million GDP. Because we own plus 233% overseas. Not participation in a train station is a crime, sir. Consider me guilty. Wow. I hate regional HQ from another country. Can't stop them anymore. Yeah, you probably never want to give that up ever under any circumstance. They eat your investment pool. It's turbo OP at the other end. Come into my office. Look at our regional HQs in other countries. Yeah, you don't want to give that up ever. They will cannibalize your company or your country. You have to stop giving them ability to build in your country. And also, I guess get all your buildings back. I don't know. I mean, you can still tax the pops that are there. Mercantilism gives 25% export advantage. I think the meta might not be export anymore. I think it might be import. But you're right. Well, I think it. If I were forced to pick one, I would say it's export. But why it can be import is because if this metagame of just turbo building in other countries is really good, you build the stuff in other countries and then they send it back to you, and you use trade centers to pull it back in, and the trade centers generate enormous value and money. Because your ownership class creates enormous demand. Like, I don't know how close attention you guys pay to prices, just generally speaking. These prices are abnormally high of consumer goods for, like, a normal run in 1.8. They're not, like, catastrophically high, but they are quite high. And that's because we have disproportionate ownership pops at this point. Which, you know, is going to make it easier for our pops to be starving even when they have plenty of money. But this high pops, well, it's giving us opportunities for profitable buildings, but we can also build overseas and then ship the stuff back, and that works too. Which is a meta that was completely impossible back when trade, like, was completely useless. Like, trade being useful unlocks so many relationships that you have to, like, now consider that you didn't really have to before. It's gonna be useless for us. We are building the steel mills. So, the steel mills that we're building, it's very cool how, like, all these relationships work. Trade is local. If we look at the trade centers here, before the steel mills finish, they are importing steel. Importing less steel than I thought they would be. I guess maybe some of them have finished. And when they all finish, the steel import will go away. And we'll start importing other stuff, and steel imports in the rest of our country will rise, because we will have local steel here, we won't want to import it, but the rest of our country is still steel starved, so they're still going to be trying to import as much as possible. Mausera, thank you for the follow, big nice. So as these finish, we expect to see that effect of the steel mill here decreasing, or the steel trade orders significantly decreasing. I don't think we'll start exporting or anything, but we will see this start to go away. I can't navally invade since the update. It says no admiral is on interception. All my admirals are. I don't know what's going on with you. We were able to navally invade. Do you have an admiral in your navy? It's not missing one, is it? Did you try saving and reloading? Did you try turning it off and back on again? Another mass migration to Sao Paulo is interesting. Portugal this time. Okay, but let's focus back on this. So the routes have decreased by 50 as we started to increase some of these, or some of these have started to complete. You have hired and fired new ones? That's interesting. Do you have org on your unit? Do your unit have max org? Where's it trending? How's everyone enjoying the DLC? I think the consensus is... I mean, some of the creators in the, like, shared Discord, without talking about what they individually said, because that's up to them to talk in public, but some of them were saying that this was their favorite iteration yet, and, like, that this was the biggest jump. I'm having a ton of fun. I can't remember the last time I had this much fun since maybe around release. I guess 1.7 I maybe had one more fun, and maybe 1.5. Not really sure. I've also haven't been playing that much Victoria lately, so it's nice to come back and have a bunch of stuff be different and interesting and trying to figure it out. Because trade being different just dramatically changes all these relationships in a way that's kind of hard to appreciate. So we just finished a bunch of steel, and we're looking to see if the price of this goes down. It's actually still wildly profitable, though. Maybe we just have too much steel demand. Okay, we saw the profit go down. But it still probably thinks it's relatively profitable. I don't think it's decreasing the size of the building. I mean, I guess we haven't dropped the steel price enough yet. We were at 5 fully employed before all this. Yeah, now we're at 7. I guess 7's not that big a come up. 7's not that big a come up. Let's keep but I guess we maybe should be watching 2 places, because we're expect to see trade also increase in other areas. Oh, it's down to 100. And we're still completing more. But now it's only making 50 or 0.5. Both have 100% org. I don't know what it is. My guess is bug with evading single location nation. Oh, that could be it. The impassable type bug or whatever. 100% agree, it feels really good. This update in DLC is peak, yeah. It's... like, the AI for military feels smarter, and it's, like, less buggy. We don't have a really big sample size of military, though, because the run that we're recording is a 0 war run. Steel's almost gone. It's making 42 roots and 0.17, and now it's 0.09. 24 roots, and it's just going to be bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, we're tariffing the imports. Let's not do that. So, now, we might see it come back. See it come back up? I assume not, because we're completing a lot of steel stuff, but it would be interesting. But specifically for other places, getting rid of those tariffs is going to be good. I guess this thing's kind of sticking around for a while. Like a little parasite. Before, yeah, now it's about to be unprofitable. And we get Ministerialists. Oh, baby, we're popping off now. Alright, we're getting a ton of mass migration. Perfect. We're gonna max out this Ministerialists. Perfection. And then we're almost certainly going to need some steel there, too. Actually, we'll let the auto queue handle it. Not our problem. We just build trade routes, infrastructure, and construction. I don't think we need to expand more this run. I think we're kind of okay not. Or I'm okay just taking all of South America here. I'm still at a loss for understanding why we can't... Okay, we can annex Venezuela. Why can't we annex Bolivia? I'm so confused. Oh, they're in a play with us. No, they're not. This is a lie. This is a bug. It's a bug because we gave them service exemptions? We're gonna screenshot this and maybe bug report it. I don't know if this is a bug. I guess we'll wait until we're at peace. The Netherlands rent is 5 to 10 times more fun than the last time. Is it viable to grant investment rights and maybe a company? I think you categorically just like cannot give up investment rights now. I think it's just crazy to do. Oh wow, Russia gets in on the action? I don't think we can fight Russia. We can start building up a military, I guess. And then just nationalize later if you aren't maybe if you're not able to use the investment pool early on as bad starts. I guess it's possible that that's okay. Intuitively, it seems like it's really bad, but maybe it's okay. Why does the AI want less in return for a treaty if I ask for more goods? For the goods transfer, one person buys the goods in their market and then they give it to the other person in their market who sells it at the goods price. So if one person is going to lose ducats per week on that, and another person is going to gain ducats per week on that, in terms of the way that it works. So if they're on the lose ducats side, they won't be happy with it. Maybe we add a little bit of glassworks and put it on auto expand. Oh, yikes. Yeah. Our auto expand's under building glass if that's the PM it anticipates us using. So ooh, yikes. I think we were importing a lot of that stuff anyways, though, so that's kind of fine. Whoops. We're mainly doing that now, because we're gonna forget to do it later, kind of thing. We put an interest in Central Asia, we can't. Let's put an interest in the Caucasus. I don't know if they've annexed... But they haven't annexed Circassia, so we can join against them regarding Circassia. Because we want them to not side against us. And if we are on the same side of war, then we could go with them. Is it best to create iron as a prestige good? I think if you're going to create one, tools is probably the best. In multiplayer, it all changes, because if everyone makes tools, then not making tools is best, right? Is there a way to see what industries companies can expand to without first establishing them? I don't know. But there are always, like, adjacent sorts of industries. Generally up or down the chain. Like, for example, this one we were able to add coal, which is down the chain for steel. And that's the only thing we could add. Or, like, adjacent, which this one we were able to add tea, which is, like, kind of adjacent to these. We have 100 authority. Maybe we should just go for it. I mean, we have a bunch of consumption taxes we can cancel. Yeah, we'll just do it. Just start popping off with the pops. It's a ton of migration attraction. Should pull a lot in each time. Staying on top even with 3 mass migrations feels good. Oh baby, look, 134. Hot damn. I made the mistake of trading their investment rates with people. I ended up with 10 regional HQs in your country. Yep. That's a fair and fine enough mistake. It's a reasonable mistake to make. Playing USA with Carnegie Steel and had Art Academy as the extension. Wow, that's interesting. Maybe they're just all custom. Art Academy is obviously not. That's funny. Well, Carnegie was an artist. Fascinating. We should pass a law. We want to go on to corporatism, but we also want to finish the Magnanimous Monarch. Maybe we just don't care. The corporatism thing is just absolutely insane. Let's do this. Actually, maybe we wanted to go... No, these guys don't approve it. How do we do without Art Academy is kind of historical. I remember what life was like before foreign investment. Carnegie Hall, yeah. In theory, we should probably go for more expansion somewhere else, but... Here we have a truce, right? Why does it say we're involved in the same side of a play? We could make it so that they are very likely to just accept. We don't want to fight Russia over it. Just do that for now. $1K construction, baby. Now we're draining the investment pool. So we don't have any auto queues going, so we'll just wait for this to clear, and then we'll let the investment pool drain with this. And that should put us in a pretty good spot. I think that the AI really pushes GDP, so we're not even that close to the top GDP. We've kind of been slacking. Do you know if Doctrine of the Lapse is worth it for EIC? I think it's worth it on a couple of the countries, but for the most part it's not, in terms of infamy to annex ratio. It's a bug? Okay. Okay, so the investment pool is not picking up. So we'll make sure that there's plenty of infrastructure for them to build in. I guess we could build overseas too, if we want. Or push economies of scale somewhere. Do that. A couple extra railways here. We do have the new mandate, and we will get Company 3. That unlocks for us another company. Now, I don't think we get Suez soon. $74. Ooh, August. We actually do. So maybe we wait on Suez Canal here. Or sorry, Sinai. We're also close to Suez in terms of what GDP we need. We could actually cheese our GDP higher, maybe. Did they fix the clerks' wages on the financial buildings? You check. I don't. I imagine the answer is no, but we can check. Or well, actually, the way for us to check would be this. So, if we sort out the capitalists and the aristocrats, and it's a bunch of clerks at the top, then the answer is no. So these guys are owners, as are clergymen. They're just 1/6 owners, but that's promising for them fixing the clerks thing, actually. So you can ignore these ones with really small numbers. So we see officers, academics. Yeah, these are the guys with high wage multis. I don't see any clerks. I see a clerk here or there, I guess. No, it looks like it's doing what it should, baby. We do want the railway company. We're gonna try and use South American companies or generic companies and not go company shopping. We want tools. Here's the kicker. We don't know if some of these industries have tools on them as the added good you can add, which completely changes the way we evaluate them, right? Whoa, 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 wow, whoa, wee, whoa, what? Niger? John Holt and Co. That's just generic. That's one of the new companies. That's real good. I mean, everyone could get this. Wood has tools. Generic wood. Generic wood actually might be good. If this has tools, this would be better than probably generic. We want to keep it in South America, though, I think. Jiangnan. That's a new one, I think. That looks pretty good. 5% authority. 5% influence. Prestige good. Wait, can we make that with what we have? No, because it has to be incorporated. We can't incorporate Suzhou. Oh wow, we've been going a while. We got maybe an hour-ish left. We want this company. Franco Bold. We're finally popping off with these migrations. God bless. Yeah, these two companies are absolutely nuts. But yeah, we don't have who we need to annex for some of these other companies that we are maybe interested in here in South America. Duro y Campania. Get some rubber events. Honorable Karl Marx. Obviously, we don't even need to read the other option. Irrigation company is probably okay. Oh, I wonder if they fixed the bug on this one. This company still seems absolutely insane. Rio Grande. I wonder if this gives iron. If this gives iron, then that's better than the one we put in. The one we put in giving iron, steel, and then we added coal. This giving coal, steel, adding iron. Both have a prestige good, but this has railway building throughput and iron throughput. This is Mexico. That seems not very good. Ooh, one of these is... yeah. This one is a decent one, too. I assume the associated industry is engines that we could add on to this. 5% state construction efficiency is kind of nice. I think you just care more about overall density, though. More than anything else. Did we scroll through this already? No, I guess not. Klabin, the unique wood company. Generic paper, bureaucracy, lower gov. Generic paper seems pretty good, too. There's broken companies besides United Fruit. The oil and rice one requires you have states in Mexico instead of Burma. Although they might have fixed that since the last patch. You could add coal to Fundidora Affair. We actually want more government administrations here anyways, so... Protectionist. No thanks. Hey journalist, what character type's your favorite? You mean between like politician, agitator, company owner? In terms of those? Or what IG? I guess I could answer both. Trade unions, probably the best IG. I guess I like the capitalist guys. Oh, we would do better if we did this. Except stall chance. And then I think agitators are interesting, I guess. Oh, we shouldn't have changed what we had in terms of... Yeah, I suppose we're kind of waiting on annexing these guys. Hey, Alex the Tall, welcome. Welcome to the membership. Big nice. Which current IG leaders would you split Tarkus, or sorry, split a pizza with? Not split a Tarkus with. I was gonna say I'd split a pizza with you, Tarkus. But now it's not as funny as splitting a Tarkus with an interest group. I would split Tarkus with the Landowners. Yeah. Thank you so much, Alex. What's the optimization compared to the last patch? You mean performance or like optimal strategy? Optimal strategy seems relatively up in the air. I wouldn't want to say anything definitive. I have some ideas. I'm going to do a metagame update. I did want to get in like 12 hours today or 10 hours today to try and figure out a little bit more. Because I think people like those metagame updates like right when the patch releases or as close as possible. So I might record that tonight. I don't know why we're building these. I guess infrastructure and really make trade centers better. We kind of try to keep the queue running. Actually, now we're going to turn on back on the auto expand, and we're going to turn it on the fish and the wood. Split a Tarkus? Hell yeah, brother. It's called a banana split. This is pretty good looking. I do have a question. I got a company with France that gives me special clothing, but I can't seem to see if I'm trading away or it's just for my country. You can trade it away. So a couple things is you have to make sure that it's prosperous enough so that it's actually been implemented. So you should have a different icon when you're producing it. And then if you look at the market, you can look at local markets with what's going on. But if you look at the market, you should be able to tell where there are sell and buy orders of particular things. Like here, a ton of sell and buy orders are happening of this premium steel and very little of generic. And if we scroll down, we should probably see something similar with coffee, where a lot of sell and buy orders are happening on the premium reserve coffee that we are exporting quite a bit of. It was a little bit tricky for tracking it down, I think, though. Or is this our market? This is our market, sorry, rather. You can see where it's being produced. So let's click on this reserve coffee, and then let's go to the world market. We can see trade centers that are importing it. We could see that our coffee plantations are importing it, and then we could see here which trade centers we have that are exporting it. And here are our trade partners for those trades. But we could see that in Antiquoia, we are exporting 1.2k units, and we come over here and we take a look at the trade center. We will see that if we sort by exports, so we sort by units, 1.2k units. So I hope that helps in terms of figuring out where the thing is. I booted up Vic 3, playing as Russian, haven't even on pause, and I have extreme decision paralysis. All these new bells and whistles have undone me. No, not a world. What a world. What a world. You can just do what we did as Russia if you watch our video. I don't think that that's optimal, but you could do what we did. That was kind of our first go at trying to do the things. Homeboy is belligerent. Maybe we should stop improving relations and just rival him up. And look to throw hands. I mean, ideally, we just want to wait for him to declare war and then join his war. On his side, and then he changes attitude, and he stops that. Oh, we are so close to being able to buy the Suez Canal, if no one has bought it already. Son of a bitch. Ottomans took it. Maybe we could buy it from them? Okay, we have weird kind of situation regarding companies. Oh, can we annex these guys? I think we should be able to. Now the question is, well, everyone wants to pie our thumb. Why does Great Britain want to join against us? What a world, what a world. I mean, if we have an alliance with Great Britain, they can't join against us, I guess. How do they feel about it? How close are they to being like, yeah, you know what, dog, this seems good? Kind of close. We need a lot more Diplo. Well, we could just give up on Russia. And send this. If she says yes, that's great. If she doesn't, that's fine. We just won't go for the annex. No harm done. I suppose we maybe could just be a little bit more active in this and see, okay. Ideological differences of our government is giving a 40-year. So, what do you got? PB. Well, we can make it PB. God, the UI is killing me, Smalls. And now they're way less feeling New Granada. United States is feeling New Granada, and Ecuador is feeling New Granada. Who we start improving relations with here? Who's one of these cats? Who's that cat? We will not tariff. Small arms. We will not tariff. That. America. We want investment rights with them anyways. But now, they can't join anything against us. So we should be able to do this. We'll wait till the escalation's ticked all the way by. Only one front. Fantastic. How we drew it up. No one sides against us. It's just how we drew it up. Just how we drew it up. What's not how we drew it up is, yeah, we'll just push economies of scale on some of this stuff. Because the AI is, like, not very good at understanding that going to, like, plus 30 on a thing is, like, good. Favorite feature of the patch, slash DLC? I've only played them together. I kind of don't know which part's distinct from the other. I'd say my favorite part is the trade rework. That's super cool how it's like opened stuff up. Have you been streaming for 10 hours? A little bit over that, yeah. I was planning on probably stopping when I get under 200 viewers. Which we're just above that right now. Well, because I want to record something and then also publish, record and publish something and then also publish the Panama thing tomorrow morning. This last like 6 weeks has just been like non-stop stuff. We will change our government back. We did that so that UK wouldn't side against us, because they like our governments being similar, and then they weren't. So we are grabbing here Panama Canal, basically. And now we should be able to buy... We have to get good relations with the Ottomans. Fair enough. Former enemies to lovers. Annexing subjects feels so bad because it makes your subjects' liberties there go high. That it does, but I haven't done that on this patch. Maybe it doesn't do that. We'll see. Right? That's, yeah, I 100% agree. It feels real bad. Unless you do it a couple times. And when you do it a couple times, you just annex everybody. And then it feels okay. And considering we're just not really planning on expanding outside of South America, we're just going to keep it contained here. I'm pretty okay with acquiring more infamy and stuff than we should. Just pushing levels on these. Let's see if the front spagoots. I don't think trade centers benefit from economies of scale. I think the AI also just generally underproduces them. Do they? No, they don't. They benefit from trading goods associated with their industry. Let's do a little bit of this. Just trade everywhere. We're soon going to have some extra territory that we can build in, but I think we're just going to incorporate it and call it. Or the 20 construction malice combined with the turmoil is actually going to make building there just absolute hell until it's incorporated. Your trade center is always losing money. You kind of start off tariffing everything, and whatever you want to move in terms of trade, you should take off of tariffing. I'm struggling a lot with the new DLC as someone who generally plays SODP mult. How do you make that nation work? I can't seem to find to get things started. Let's take a quick look. So, first of all, if you're relatively small, offering people to join their power block in exchange for money is really good. You can improve relations with Great Britain and, like, Russia, Austria and Prussia to a lesser extent, and ask to join their power block. Or ask, sorry, not ask to join their power block. Give them a power block, what's it called? Embassy, in exchange for, like, up to 1,000 gold or up to 1,500 gold. So if you keep us above 200 viewers, you're trapped. No, I'm going to end the stream at 12 hours either way. Because YouTube doesn't let you stream longer than 12 hours. Also, my damn trade center is always losing money. Depends on what your gets up trade advantage. Yeah, also trying to acquire trade advantage is good. But the first thing is getting rid of the tariff. Because I think everyone starts off tariffing everything in both directions. And then trying to see what in particular you want to move and seeing who's on the other side of that. So you can see here we are importing a lot of iron to this location, I think. Yeah, and we see that's coming from the USA, so if we kind of take a look at the world market in the terms of who is exporting the most of it, we see it's the USA. So we would want to make sure that we have an interest where USA has an interest, because that way we will get more trade advantage and we will get a more favorable price. We get to import at -3 price, and so by lowering the price, you increase the margin between the local price and the world market price, which is what determines for you how much profit you get. Let's do a Panama survey. We won't use the cheese this time. Something like that. I do love bureaucracy, but I love this more. Trade also feels useful. Yeah, trade's absolutely good. Can't you just crush the Ottomans? Yeah, but yeah. Maybe this is what we should just do. Should just crush the Ottomans. Kind of been playing a little bit more Diplo-oriented. I feel like I have to, like, micro, and I can't pay as close attention to chat if we get in a war, but the wars are actually, like, less micro now, so maybe that's not the case. Wow, that's hauling ass. Poor laws is kind of a straightforward one. Let's see if we can get it in. Restricted child labor is probably actually just dead. And it's not even the one we want the most. So let's go poor laws here. So our industrialists aren't very happy with us right now anyways. So we'll just kind of make everyone happy. When can we expect a trade tutorial? I want to make sure I really understand the system before I do a tutorial on it, and some of there are complexities. I'm planning on doing, like, a rough, like, this is an update for the patch tutorial, and have trade kind of to some extent be an aspect of that, but it wouldn't be, like, a finalized trade tutorial. Those will kind of be good to expand. We'll see. Yikes, them not really expand. I don't even think we have the pop there. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, Amazonas has the most? Crazy, actually. That's not what we want. Very under building stuff, except for the coffee, which wasn't built by them. It was built by our company. One extra company. Ooh, someone said one of these had tools. Or one of these South American ones, but kind of been tempted to just use generic tools. The problem is it adds steel, which we don't need. I think this is the Clabins, the South American. Someone said this had tools? As an add-on? I think this is better, but this is... This is Brazilian, right? Okay. We'll do that one. Just play a little themey. I think the other one's probably better, but... He's drinking something that isn't piss? Your eyes deceive you, my friend. You start max tariffing everything? No, you start minimum tariffing everything. It's part of the narrative versus EU5, where it's a cog separate of your playthrough. Huh? I really enjoy how Vic 3 is handling automation with trade centers, rather than what I've seen about how EU5 handles automation. The automation itself is smoother in terms of how it's being handled here. In terms of the gameplay experience. But, like, a global system like this just would not be appropriate for EU5. And I kind of like the regional market system. We kind of would like to go multiculturalism. But then I think we want to... Well, we don't need the rubber as bad, but Mech Workshop's actually just a very nice tech to have. How are we doing on consumer goods prices? I think they're still going up. Gotta keep the queue busy. Gotta make sure we've built a level 1 everywhere domestic, which we've not. And then... And this will give our queue something to do. It's almost like never awful to have the mines be auto-expanding, so in terms of just simplifying the gameplay, tend to like it quite a bit. Don't think we have a active one of those, and then want to do the same thing with the wood. GDP is starting to pop off a little bit. Since we're above 50 million, we no longer want to keep it low specifically. It's just when it's at that threshold we do. And then fishing trawler. Then the whaler. We'll do some of that. And that should be enough to keep our queue going. But also we had a thought. Which is that actually we want gantry cranes. Because that tech's now insane. Wow, you're still going? I'm surprised with your stamina. Yeah, we're... I mean, our view count has actually gone up in the last little bit. Mainly from Twitch. If you stream for a long time in Twitch, you just kind of slowly go up. Or actually... Oh, it's not reporting correctly, maybe not. But planning on going until we dip under 200 or until like 11-ish hours, so we got maybe another 40 minutes. Couldn't get communists to show up at all as the USA? Not like this. I appreciate you taking the time out early to answer your questions. Big nice. Thank you, Joe. You're welcome, Joe. A CERDP and all treaties except Power Block Embassy are either negative or become negative as soon as you ask for a minimal amount of money. What's the reason that they're going negative? Is it that it's going to mess with cohesion? Generally, the UK and Russia are a little bit more about it. 24-hour stream? No. No. YouTube doesn't let you stream for 24 hours or over 12 hours. It's really stupid. It's actually just really annoying. No dog. Kick rocks. I guess we'll exempt from service though. That will increase their loyalty. Panama survey was completed. Fantastic. Still takes forever to like get the canal, but oh yeah, all of their loyalties are decreasing. We should have annexed this guy when we got the chance. But yeah, if they deck on us, we can annex them for a good price. So we do have alliance with the USA, I think. Oh, just kidding. We didn't honor a call. Did they call us to arms and we didn't honor it? Or they just not call us? They're antagonistic now. Well, sucks to suck, idiot. You don't like global trade of the 1400s now? I think EU5 would do well to incorporate automation. A lot of it is automated. I don't know. I think that the state having some control over it is fine. Aren't you accumulating too much debt? Yeah, we might be. Yeah, we could tuck it in a little bit. You can acquire like this plus like being break even plus like an additional like 10% or something on top. I think that's a bridge too far. Well, actually, it's not a bridge too far because we'll show you. Generally, it's pretty easy to get them to take on your debt. We don't have enough space. We're all running debt. Not like this. But yeah, we finally drained out our investment pool. It was at like 200 million. And now it's not. So I guess we'll rake back quite a bit. We gotta kinda keep responding to chat though. You sleep? Not a lot, not well. In your experience, when I used to stream for 2-digit hour lengths, YouTube viewers slowly trend down and Twitch viewers slowly trend up. Okay, why? Because Twitch, you get rewarded for holding down the lobby. YouTube, they start recommending you, or they continue to recommend you, and then your click-through rate goes down, and then they stop recommending you. Right? It's based on CTR on YouTube, and on Twitch browsing, it's based on who's holding down the lobby. Mess with cohesion, plus standard, minus 40 for cautious stance. So you should try and get better attitudes. You shouldn't mess with the sovereign empire's cohesion very much, which is why there should generally be a little bit more on board. Ooh, maybe an okay level. I think we were super fine freeing up some labor. Our investment pool is going down as well because we're collapsing prices. Our trade centers have to readjust, though, to stuff other than importing a bunch of construction goods. Yeah, see, this is starting to come back up after take on debt exploit time. They kind of weren't having it that much. I mean, they're still, like, too willing to do it, but... Well, actually... I think one of the problems is you can give them money. Oh no, you can't. I think that was the problem before. You could give them money that would be worth less. Well, we're not going to subvention this. We're not going to subvention wine. Certainly not going to tariff coffee. So 87% chance. London Convention. Take on our debt. Whee! Incidentally, this should bankrupt. You could actually probably force bankruptcies on these guys. How much do they like us taking on their debt? They really like it. Just zip zap it back. Is there a cap here? Looks like the cap's 480. Yeah, okay, a lot to overcome. But they took on a lot of debt. So, good luck. Have fun with that. Godspeed. Yeah, we should be in fine shape. What tips do you have for Brazil? Mainly? Well, there's a lot of massaging you can... Well, just generally, I guess. There's a lot of massaging you can do with these Diplo trees, as we kind of just showed off a little. That's maybe a little bit too strong. And for Brazil in particular, I would recommend not getting revs, because you're going to break the Magnanimous Monarch event chain, assuming you want to do that. So you just kind of take things slow with your law passes generally, instead of blitzing stuff and pushing through revs and this type of thing. We, like, tried to get investment rights on everyone. I think it's really strong. With the new company overseas things that utilize their construction queue or whatever. Or, sorry, their investment rights, investment pool. We're not really going to expand more than this, but... Someone call an ambulance, but not for us. That should be okay. And then... sorry. Tips for Brazil. We are getting a lot of value out of... just generally, I think just general advice for this patch is going to be like the highest deviation stuff. Investment rights seems really strong to give to your companies, and then letting them build these regional company HQs in other countries. It lets you use their investment pool to build stuff, which is kind of insane. Here you can see our regional company here in China is using their investment pool to build a bunch of this stuff, but it's also using it to build a bunch of... that's not even all of our stuff, that's just from one company. Build a bunch of this stuff too. China's PMs for this might be a little bit worse. Why they're not investing so much. What are we losing money to, actually? Subsidies? Trade Center. We're losing to subventions for grain and coffee. Yeah, that's probably fine. You also get to complete the journal entry for the grain or whatever. Can we see your laws? Did you ban slavery? Yes. How did we ban slavery? Just kind of slow and steady. We got, like, our clout to, like, a good place. And, like, built up the Industrialists and the Intelligentsia beforehand. And then I think we had a anti-slavery either PB guy or industrialist guy. And then once we hit that point, things were pretty easy because we had over 50% pass chance. And we were currently getting a rebel event for the Catholic Church. So we went like something that pissed off the Catholic Church. It stayed in there, and then we kind of blitzed through the anti-slavery thing with a high percentage enactment chance because we had clouded up a bunch of other groups as well. And now the landowners are almost marginalized, so they'll be gone soon. Gone for good. Thoughts on potential multiplayer games with this update? Multiplayer economics is just super up in the air. You get to try and... you go laissez-faire, people can dump goods to you, that's maybe bad, but you get to get the better prices, this type of thing, people fighting over who gets to control the best industries. Mention a method where you make a treaty with another country to pass a law and you get 25% bonus on success. Oh, we didn't even use that. I think it's 25%. You have to give them a little bit of something. We didn't even utilize that. We weren't, like, truly maxing out our potential here, but my understanding... is that if you give a law commitment, you will get extra enactment chance. So if we did this to pass this, they're not going to be a fan of that. But maybe they would be more a fan of us going on to presidential republic or something. Yeah, so they're kind of a fan of this. Their government likes this law. So we would just have to figure out some sort of thing, and if we did this, we would have a better enactment chance. Except, I think you categorically could never give up, give that up. You do not want to give up, investment rights. You give up investment rights, you give up your soul. You just get owned. Do some of that action. Just hit economies of scale right out the gate there. On the place with the most pop. I don't think we have very much of that as a good. It's probably a little bit on the expensive side. An expensive good means good opportunity for profitable buildings. We see that, man oh man, are we running kind of a lot of root for iron? Let's make sure our iron is also kind of pushed. Wonder why it's not. Doesn't update make consumer goods better to produce since you can just buy construction goods? You can specialize in consumer goods much better as a result of the patch. I still think the classic things that we think of as good are probably still just the best. In terms of which industry. But going off beat is considerably better than it was before. Do not let people get investment rights on you. Yeah, do not let people get investment rights on you. You will get a bunch of these regional HQs, and your economy will implode. Or you will get one of these regional HQs, and then you'll cry yourself to sleep. We wanted to put in Kalabin. We will put in Kalabin. And we will give these guys investment rights, so they can steal other people's industries, and then industry rights, I think, ooh, someone said this was tools, I think. It's not tools. It's sulfur. We don't like it being sulfur. Actually, you know what? We're gonna disband this. We don't want this. Okay, we're gonna reload. Someone said it was tools. We do not want sulfur because we're getting sulfur off of another industry. Thank you, you're very welcome. I guess the construction loop is way worse than this. Well... you can mono-produce the construction loop and import all the consumer goods as well. Both the construction loop and not the construction loop are better. Building both the construction loop and consumer goods simultaneously is what's worse. Oh, why'd we load that one? We wanted to load the autosave. Apologize. This guy wrecked by misinformation, chat. Or is that just more information? Was I indeed not wrecked? Any idea why treaties you ask for goods are considered favorably? It's favorable or disfavorable based on what the prices are in the market, where if whoever has the cheaper price is going to be favored by the thing, and whoever's the worst price is going to be hurt, is my understanding. I haven't messed around too much with the sending of goods interactions, but whoever's sending it buys it in their market and sends it to the other country. So they spend money on it, and then in the other market, it is sold at that market, and then money is given to the original sender based on the sell price. So if you buy stuff and then send it, if you buy cheap and then send it and sell expensive, you make money. And the person who pays the price of the purchasing is like the recipient. If that makes sense? So the difference gets paid from one nation to the other. I think I explained it poorly. I hope you got it though. Yeah, we're starting to slow down the brain a little bit. Drew Bailey, thank you for the follow. Big nice. So we will not add that one company. I think generic wood is tools. But at that point, I kind of want to try... Oh, we don't have this. Oh, we have Brazil. We kind of want to try the other company, the new company. I guess we'll just wait. God, that feels miserable. We want the Antofagasta Railway and Sulfur Company here, and then we want the Wood Company here, and then we also want to get the Panama Canal Company, so... Yeah. I think it's going to tend to be consumer good becoming the meta since it's constant demand and popping up in other countries like China, going to flood the market with the other good eventually. Maybe. I think that it's probably not, because on a per construction basis, consumer goods aren't as good as the, like, iron and stuff. Playing Russia and just completely controlling all wood trade is probably pretty solid. Or that was my go-to because I felt very confident I could demonstrate trade ideas when I was trying to do research and also do a, video thing. The thing I thought would be the most consistent was Russia. So it's not give me stuff, it's I will buy stuff from you, basically, yeah. Is that the most historical confederacy I see? With Florida and everything, yeah. Look, they even don't have DC. It's beautiful. It also triggers almost every time now. We can go speed 5. We're kind of mostly waiting for some stuff to get him. We will hold on to this. Actually, no, maybe this has got, like, non-zero value. We'll just do this. It's fine. We're making some money. Yeah, like, straight vertical, maybe. Subjects, is anyone annexable? We do want to annex Bolivia. They're going down or up? They're going down in Liberty Desire. That's good. Eventually we will be able to annex them. We could reduce subject payments, actually. Now they should go down pretty quick. And then we'll annex them, and the other ones will all maybe deck on us. And then we could do Antofagasta and the other stuff. Fantastic. More popularity to Marx. Yes, please. He's so very popular. 124. You supply every consumer with a good consumer good right now to China, they die immediately since they have no internal money loop. Oh, collapsing their economy by sending them a bunch of stuff? I'm not sure you can send them enough stuff to overcome their subsistence farms. It's interesting, though. Oh, I didn't even read that. You could feed them Peru's land. Oh, that's right. And then they cost less to annex. Man, you're so right. I kind of don't like doing this. I think it's cheesy. We'll do it without doing that. We'll just wait. But that's right. You're actually supposed to do it because you pay less infamy on the annex. Because the infamy cost applies over the course of the entire thing. So them having a bunch of unincorporated territory makes it so you pay less on the annex. In theory, you should look to do that really aggressive. You're right. I don't like doing it. I think it's silly that them having more land makes it cost less for you to annex them. And like some of the play patterns are just very weird. Like feeding all of Mexico to the United Tribes. So in a 1v1 scenario is better, but we'll see. Just some thoughts. Yeah. What aspects of the DLC are part of the free update? I am not very good with this. Someone in chat might be able to help you out. I've only played with the thing. I think that a lot of the charters are not accessible. So a lot of these things you give to the companies are not accessible. These things? I think that's locked. Prestige goods might be locked. Our friend Karl Marx. Our friend. Our friend. But yeah, we'll be under 25 soon enough. I think we could also grant it a point governor. Russia sides against us. No. No, no, no. But boy, do they side against us. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I could just load it up, I'm being lazy. Fair. I checked the John Holt company and I don't think it's worth it. The industry forward to shipyards. Nope, that's not worth it. Thank you for letting me know. I will trust chat yet again and get ready to get burned yet again. So in that case, we're just going to do generic wood. It's generic wood or generic tools. Generic tools, I think, gives iron or coal, which we already have. Why are we in this user interface? We're starting to lose it. You know, I also don't hate generic glass furniture. In terms of dominating as high a density of construction worth of buildings possible, you need tools, basically. Actually, we're looking at it the wrong way. This is a tools company that has wood and rubber. It's not a wood company. Unless another one of these has tools, I think that's just it. We need a tools company. We can either choose wood and rubber, or we can choose iron, cannons, small arms. Small arms is not terrible, I think, because exporting is kind of nice. Lee and Wilson Company. We're not taking Arkansas for this run. We're keeping it in South America. Yeah, okay, I think we just go generic wood. China's literally never done anything wrong. I know, right, Tarkus? The world market is not locked, it's just broken. World market doesn't function without the DLC right now, it's just bugged, unplayable. Wait, what? That seems like an issue. The DLC only gives companies company HQ. Company HQ is insane. Company charters, company charters and some diplomatic treaties such as subventions. I think subventions is in the free part. Also, executives, problem playing without the DLC is not possible at all because the world market doesn't work. Crazy. That is crazy. What the hell? We will reload again if this is not the way we think it is. There is some opacity to this we don't really like. Okay, so it does give tools. Yeah, it's probably better. And we'll give it investment rights as well. Wow, we can spend... We can spend the authority? Even if it brings us into the negative? Interesting. Interesting. Let's see just how quick it pops off. Is it like instant? Where are your assets, girl? Already 2 tooling workshops owned in Austria. There's no specific part of the world that doesn't work. You can't view the world market, nor could you interact with it. The old trade and export-import screen. The old trade, export, and import screen is still there with buggy placeholder buttons. Bro, if you're on the Discord, can you post a screenshot? That's crazy. Max authority, fascist, corporate, police state, new meta. Yeah, I think that's the meta. Just look at this, just peel off a bunch of companies. We already have a regional one in Austria. Now, to be fair, every marginal regional one we get on a different company is worth less, because you're only exploiting so much of the investment pool, but this one is different industries. Hey chat, just joined and noticed he was playing earlier today, but I know states had a lot of trade potential, so I was wondering, is it always good to push for max trade capacity? There's like no max. Wait, what? There's no cap. The upper limit does not exist. It's very satisfying watching all these get purchased, though. The limit does not exist, my guy. Buying all the tooling workshops. They went ahead and released that for non-DLC players. I don't know if devs play their own game. Well, all their playtesters were probably on DLC. More loud cars? Yeah. Just said no cap. Zoomer confirmed. On God, for real, for real. Got a big yacht. You want to see a big yacht? Show chat a big yacht. Let's show chat a big yacht. While they watch the big yacht over there.
Fucked up.
So the video progression was on the perfectly wrong spot. Where is it? That's not the right number. 635, so I feel keen enough to attempt the 675. That's a big yacht. Yeah. On God. With Riz. Yacht maxing. Isn't regional HQ just a nerf before your companies could invest in other countries and still have the investment pool? No, no, no. Urgent. You're using their investment pool here. You are using... We aren't paying for this. The Austrian investment pool is paying for this. 24-hour fitness, yeah. The poor man's training facility. Or a man of the people. Whichever you prefer. Whichever narrative you prefer. Either I don't have money or I'm a man of the people. Or both. It's Schrodinger's distinction. We do want, in order to push up our migration, to make sure that we have a level 1... Oh no. I wish right-click deleted it out of the queue. EU5... I'm not supposed to talk about their UI. Just kidding. I didn't mean any of it. Pretend I didn't start that sentence. I was about to talk about the UI. And I have explicit instructions to not talk about it. Let's get this up to economies of scale. And we just want the level 1 ones, because those give us the extra migration attraction. So we want level 1s everywhere, or we want to completely push economies of scale, so nothing in between is something that we're interested in. Do you ever dream of Vicky? If I'm playing enough of it, yeah. And that's true with, like, all video games for me. Well, I mean, like, I was having a time in terms of the dreaming when I was playing 17 hours a day, or between 17 and 18 hours a day of a U5. You want to talk about, like, messing with your brain. We want to downsize some of these industries. This isn't what we want. Let's build a railroad. This should keep the queue going for a while. The update is so good, so good, but performance-wise, even late-ish. But performance is even worse late-ish game. Yeah, I haven't got there yet. Before it started slow around 1906, but now it struggles before 1900. Looks like stuff exclusive to DLC is Investment Charter, Colony Charter, Industry Charter, Monopolies, non-colonization articles, and Forced Monopoly articles, and Prestige goods. I've already sent the clip of you leaking the entire source code. Oh. No. I'll never get access again. You've been Lamberted. Yeah, Lambert didn't get access to give feedback on the UI. According to Lambert. Who is maybe not the most reliable source. I wish these things built faster. Do you think Indochina will get DLC? Not anytime soon. I do not think flavor DLC anytime soon will be for Indochina. I think China will get actual DLC, or Japan, like way before that. The next one's for Austria, right? And the Balkans. I'm not sure what other area I think is really underrepresented. Russia's gotten love. Austria's getting love. India's gotten love. Great Britain kind of got love with the India patch, but they also just kind of get love intermittently, like every patch. France had their own patch, so Prussia, USA, China, Japan, I think are all going to get facelifts before, like, Indochina. The one in the most need is Australia. Like, Australia's just awful. But you should join Equinox. That is not in the budget. And I have a kind of bug. I give Monopoly company, the other company in the country, only when that country... People have been talking about a bug regarding trying to get Monopoly rights in other countries. Checked reloaded a lot. That's Giat. It is Giat. I dream of electric sheep. Very nice. Can you show for a sec your version / sum? Just click escape. That helps. Increase pop growth. And the money returns to you? Ooh, I don't know what you're referring to. If you're referring to the overseas stuff, you get it back in terms of investment pool for the overseas regional HQs. So you can see we're getting was 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're getting like 7 parts reinvestment, like 50k per part or something like this. And 2 out of 7 is regional HQ. And so that's covering an enormous amount of construction, right? The Spain and Portugal one after is confirmed. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. But I can't imagine they go to there. Italy already got like half a patch. Remember they super updated the Risorgimento thing? I think it was maybe 1. I forget which patch that was. That was maybe during 1.5? But Italy got a bunch of stuff then. Italy's still maybe not the best, but... yeah. There's a good mod for Australia? Yeah, we've played it before. I forget the name of it. It's got some weirder stuff in there. It's like not as, it's a little bit more aggressive towards pushing Australia than like, Hail Columbia is or Gates of the Bosphorus is. But that's maybe fine because Australia would kind of suck. Otherwise. Paradox did a tease update with the Indochina map. Oh, maybe that could be the case. Connor just casually runs 10 billion GDP economy in the new DLC. Yeah, I mean that seems the eco is just turbocharged, especially if you want to like uber push it and get people to take on your debt repeatedly and like do this type of thing. And start as someone relatively big. You don't even have to start as someone relatively big. I was showing my Panama thing earlier. It wasn't 10 billion GDP, but it was owning 30 million GDP. While declaring 0 wars. Yeah, the take on debt thing is really strong, though. I'm assuming that's how he pushed it. I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Reading's hard. Oh. Is this just because we aren't neutral? Actually. Use GDP ownership mod, no? His checksum will be different. Oh yeah, I am using a mod. Not sure if it's for all games, but pretty sure Revoke Claims War Goal isn't working, even if you hold on to the land from the start. Interesting. Some of the War Goals just seemed actually turbo broken. So... Oh, we mismicroed that a little bit. Yeah. Let's just do that. Check in on our company. I think we turn it up in one spot, the... Wait, what PMs do we have for... I forget which PMs you unlock with it. For the rubber. Oh, is it real, actual 0? We'll go Vulcanization after. Seems like the new trade centers will trade stuff, but I can't view, access, or manipulate the world market without the DLC. So you can't tariff or subvention. I mean, that might be intentional. Get a nice finished colony there. Those modifiers are probably additive for the reduced effect of the natural disasters. I can also set tariffs on the market screen by going to goods individually. Still annoying because the world market is like 100% of the free update. Well, we go to the good and then we click the world market here. That's how we've been getting to it. I don't know if it's a UI pathway thing, or how exactly they've gated what they've been trying to gate. I think that's good. Yeah, we want Antofagasta, but we're not going to push it yet, because we need one open company for doing the canal once it finishes. Construction efficiency is so bad there. The actual act of, like, getting in the canal always just feels turbo bad. So that's spending quite a bit of authority to make it finish faster. I don't think we're going to finish it this session, though. Kind of dipped below the threshold that we had in mind that we were going to continue towards. So I think that we are going to call it here for Brazil. We have managed to do the coffee journal entry, which is kind of the one that, like, just feels turbo impossible to do with the help of both the coffee company, the coffee, prestige good, and subventioning coffee. It just, like, pretty much resolved itself without us actually pushing it. There's the subvention, there's the prestige coffee, and we are an enormous producer of world's coffee. If we look at the world market and we look at the total exports, we are exporting 2,600, and some of the ones that are being exported by France are like coffee industries that our company owns just over in France, this type of thing. Or are you still streaming? Not for long. How can I enforce a monopoly in another country? It seems like bugged right now, so I'm not sure. Thank you for the stream. You're very welcome. So, I guess I will answer a couple last-minute questions if anyone has some, but just quickly kind of go over some couple closing thoughts in that, the company stuff generally seems pretty powerful. Specifically, if you are small, getting investment rights in someone else, and then getting a regional HQ and unlocking their investment pool to use for yourself, this actually just, like, goes turbo hard. As a proportion of power, this will get weaker as you get stronger relative to other people, because unlocking their investment pool for yourself relative to just utilizing your own is, like, kind of a bit of a difference. You do pump up their economies a little bit, but then this kind of self-runs. There's a lot of interactions you can do in terms of treaty. If you're small, you can get money transfers really easy in exchange for joining Power Block, especially if you're joining the Power Block embassy is not disruptive to that nation. You can do this, generally speaking, to get money. But if you're really big, or you start getting really big, take on debt doesn't really scale very well. So they'll take on massive amounts of debt when they really shouldn't. And so a lot of things, the AI is just not very good at evaluating the scaling of this type of thing. Like the value of 1,000 income to you when you're really, really, really small is insane. And the value of take on debt when you're really, really, really big is really large as well. So in sense, that kind of acts like a that kind of acts like the equivalent of the bankroll meta, because we had the UK take on our debt. They might be kind of close to bankruptcy after that. But then also kind of acting to some extent like the old bankroll meta is this company's thing, where having good relations with everyone, so you get investment rights with everyone, will allow you to dump a lot of money into their country and get kind of these outcomes. 2/7 of our reinvestment, roughly speaking, is coming from the regional company headquarters. So this is quite strong, I think, just as a general type of thing. And then trade is now entirely automated, and you manipulate it through subventions and tariffs, and also where and how many trade centers you build. You have several levers upon which you operate, but the entire thing is automated. Trade seems very strong, and you can do some interesting like turbo tall play with the help of trade center specialization and ownership. I thought we were subsidizing this. Are we not subsidizing all those? They were kind of expensive, but yeah, what ingredients do you put in a taco? We're kind of more of a burrito man ourselves. I think I tend to like prefer beef tacos. I like pretty heavy on the cilantro and salsa. I have a solution to the Monopoly bug. You have to give investment rights on you. Way to take them, redact the treaty, remove those rights, and simultaneously add Monopoly. That sounds exhausting. Sausage, bacon, jalapenos. Yep. For the pizza. Hey, journalist, I'm planting some thyme in my garden to stop ants from eating the leaves on the tree. What's the best premium good to go for is Ching. Is there premium rice? I really want to try out Ching with a rice company. And Drex go super hard in the paint. The problem is the best rice company is in Burma, and it's not... It's a rice oil company, so it's not available to super late, so I don't know how you're supposed to approach that. Let's take a quick save, actually, and we can take a look at Ching. And see if they maybe have a good rice company, something like this. When is Next Channel going to play BR mods next? BR mods? Basilius Romeon, I mean? I don't think I've played it once. I'm not 100% sure it's... yeah, I guess we have to take a look at it. It's almost certainly not updated, though. Most mods will not be updated at this point in time. Just make Ching one good big grain field. Well, I want to just dump grain down people's throats, which you couldn't really do before, but now I think you can do. And, I'm sure they have some decent grain company, that you can use. Or specifically rice. It has to be rice. But yeah, I would be interested in turbo pushing rice. In terms of testing. Korean homeland. But even, like, a lot of these, like, singular rice companies, just being able to push those would be good. Wait, does this not require... Do you need both the oil? Or one of? You need pump jacks either way. I do think this is the best grain company or rice company. So that's one of the problems. Let's actually brick this company. And see if we can slot in a rice company and see what we can add to it before we call it. Do we check UK's debt? We could check UK's debt on our way out. So we could check Hunan agriculture. Which, to be fair, if you're going to get investment rights in other people, having the millet and the grain and that is quite nice. And let's see what we can add to this. Industry rights, we can add rye. Kind of interesting. I mean, that makes investment rights better. We can check in out the debt. Research pump tracks. More Unique Companies mod is going to go insane when they update it with its DLC. Oh, that's going to be so much fun. Happy Thursday in hell, Putin? I don't think so. Rice is nice. It looks like they're doing okay. Wow, they're running such a big positive. Holy shit. What are they getting from Diplo packs? Bruh. I mean, the AI goes kind of a lot harder. Because the cost... The AI is much better at utilizing their investment pool themselves, too. Their investment pool would turbo stagnate, but I'm assuming that they're much better at utilizing it because way less is getting paid from government wages and way more is getting paid from the investment pool in terms of construction, which should make the AI perform better if you change nothing else. Wonder if Japan has any good rice companies. They have a good wheat company. They have a really good company that's a wheat company. Basilia Romeon's second favorite mod. They have a lot of Duplo features that have been lacking. Worth the buy. Don't know if I should get the DLC. Just get the DLC or Season Pass. Between DLC and Season Pass, I don't know the distinction / which one might be better. Mitsui granted shipyards, but you could have granted fertilizer or iron. Mitsui can grant fertilizer or iron? Mitsui was already just an insane company. Okay, Kansai Fabrics. Get a couple looks at a couple things. I guess we won't be able to tell, but depending on what this company can add, this company is already insane, but if it can add anything like remotely reasonable, Mitsubishi is also probably pretty solid, depending on what you can add. But let's check what you can maybe add for... Oh, we're using generic coffee for Brazil, are we? That's like the same... Oh, it's not the same company. I don't think it has sugar. This, I bet, adds clothing. We already looked at this, though. Let's see what this adds. Or, let's see what this adds. The tea and opium. One. Tobacco. Yeah, not very good. Subjects go burr, basically. Was playing as the Ottomans, their tobacco company feels really good, especially when you give them opium rights as well. Nice. Minus 135k, Japan is struggling. Japan do be struggling. We can probably pick that up and get something from them. Worldcast GDP min-max China went. I'm not gonna do World Conquest again, I don't think. There's like, nothing like drains my enthusiasm for the game than like trying the World Conquest. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Like, if you want to talk about the turning point where I started making way less Vic 3 videos, is after doing World Conquest on Great Britain. It was just such a slog, because I like actually want to keep the construction queue going, and then it's like you have 30 million GDP and like, or 30 billion GDP and 50,000 construction, and like, especially with the changes to pop growth, everything, the ceiling's much higher, I think. Oh, no, it's not as high, because late game it gets worse, unless you find a way to damp your own, pop things, which maybe there is a good way to do that. We're gonna check Twitch real quick and see if anyone is streaming. If they are streaming for someone whom we want to raid. Is he a resorty? He's super wholesome, why don't we raid him? And we will, if anyone on the YouTube wants to, head on over to that as well. He is playing Vic. We're gonna raid him on the Twitch and then send the link to the YouTubers /raid. And then the link for the YouTubers is here. And then we will bid you all farewell. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye to the YouTubers, and bye to the Twitchers.